nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mud zone.
Spooky. Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Was that a party or?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farms.
could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
There's a lot of opinions floating around these days, and I got my own. You know, they may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak them. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that. So close-minded, really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch, never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit, they just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you can use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night, knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it, they just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves, applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy cause I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner bitch in me, bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Cause nowadays that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say, but we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. And when it comes to the shot, I don't care if you got it, why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic, you can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster, fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head after they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead. Raw thoughts.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, goddammit.
Raw thoughts.
And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass.
Raw thoughts. Oh, y'all thought I was done? Hell no. This is Raw Thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up, it's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't a president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So ask your senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid. Testing your ass when you have a temperature. Shit, we gone nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo barracks. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I wanna hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said shut up bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gathered up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off for ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect a motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Listen, Rogie, I think it's about time we spoke that godly shit. Maybe interest some folk, or maybe not. Listen, command the room when I'm stepping in. A giant over next to kin is a Nephilim, or the Nephilim, something you've never seen. Like Adam and Eve, no leaves, Harold pressing jeans. What? I represent the bread and beans. Still building halfway up on the mezzanine. Dare to dream, Prime Pablo running Medellin. Shades on so from a product my heir to fiends. Yeah, with that I came cause I'm more than able. Did Jesus tread on the water when my thoughts enabled? And when I'm talking my rhymes, divine course through my spine. Miracles occur, turning water to wine. I flock the sheep, receive messages like Moses did at a precipice. And now until I exit this, I'll bless with rhetorics, give light like God in Genesis. Removing pain and pestilence. Nostalgia make you reminisce.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. The devil's trying to break me down. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. To right my wrong. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. When my feet get weary, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death is
magnificent space dweller, pinpoint the vital nerve, white lotus, guillotine blade. I smoke island herb, drop a brick on your fitted and tilt your whole way of living. Victorious vision, undetected hypnotism, $1,000 Alps mountain jumpsuit, all terrain, glaciers and altitude. This is how you jump through. Legend on the pop up, don't get shot, cause you know the guy got nuts to open your top. Take a number, what all the other bitter backbiters? Johnny come latelys who hate me because I'm writer. For all the spades in my deck of cards, eat it like a broke nigga staring at a necklace hard. This the type of shit to get me charged. To make a pilgrim wanna invest 50 large, my shit's retard. Frankenstein rhyme, electrical volts. PA, you know the MO, the message is both. Toast.
Godly, time to listen up and hear the God speak. Move alone, don't need a bossy. Strike you down, bolt a lightning if you cross me. When you cross streets, don't believe it, they just watch me. Even when the dark was upon me, and more godly, I kept faith, remain godly. If we don't remove evil, the cloud swarms me. Could be costly, swamp the boss, so just be marked with peace.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. The devil's trying to break me down. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. To right my wrong. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. When my feet get weary, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death is.
Stop knocking at my. Stop knocking at my. Stop knocking at my door.
Welcome to Reverb. If it's music gear, it's
Grimo Cypher.
slain. What up? Attention whores, you bitches attention whores. Pause, all that trolling, just hoping you mention more. Just metaphors, not likely you've been to war. Cause y'all don't know the answer, what's mighty, your pen or sword. They find me electrifying, my reach is connecting more. Heading keys to the melody, plug and extension cords. Bucket against the boards, rebound in a ricochet. Hunter for flesh and gore, beat down's what they get today. Killing these kids, I'm looking to euthanize. You fake savage, no one believing you brutalize. So, while you despise my movement and crew will rise. So you decide, you could die or suicide. Either way, you gon' lay in suit and tie, and that suit be fine. Want beef, the food provides. I'll punch out to Lil Max supersize. You got no drive, you gon' pay. This an Uber ride.
I'm a criminal returning to the scene of the crime. I'm making sure there ain't no evidence for peace in the mind. I don't judge if you do drugs, it's just the weak I despise. I'll smack you across your face and knock the fucking tweak out your eyes. A poet on drugs, but only your final needle hits the vein. Causing head traffic, nigga, keep your ego when your legs can headed. Birds are in danger, but they evil, so it's okay. Jump at me even if you're evil, Knievel, it's insane. I was framed as a teen, I know my rights, now the pigs are salty. Raises my blood pressure whenever the cops assault me. You think you evil, but you're far from it. I'll go with evil balls, homie, I'm a bar for me. The cost is this, the gates of heaven barred for me. I used to be so woke, but now I lost my consciousness. I say, fuck your religion, even if God exists. Reject you bitches with my ego, I'm a narcissist.
Yo, I've been writing till my fingertips shattered. Figure this kid of these rappers with a scar flow Picasso. Ride visions of Pablo, they starstruck. Get me charged up, you get carved up. Have your man stalled up, he looking like, oh fuck. Play your cards, we playing hard, my guards up. Y'all won't come around my yard, wake the dogs up. Dudes wanna talk rap, they better get they bars up. Say they moving weight, dudes can't even pick the bar up. Hit the imperial flow right at your stereo ho. You couldn't rap with me, I do this shit naturally. This shit is like math to me, it's building my anatomy, homie. I know a bitch who give mom head. She gon' stroke it till her palms red or her arms dead. Oh shit, this is destiny, they know they upset with me. Don't stand a chance to this man's verbal weaponry. It don't threaten me, I murder him with a melody. What?
I'll lift the motherfucking rug from up under your feet so fast you need to dash to keep up after because of the speed of that. It's even dad, I got an eye in it like a spy in it. I'm maniacal like a scientist, applying a code of giant fist just to paint a picture when my colors show like pirate ships. Your memory is foggy dog, you better remind your bitch. See, trying to pick a side has got you climbing a fence to ride it, but you the square and I circle. That's why you don't fit inside it. You dying to sit where I've been. Funny things at your highness, but I'm thrown for a loop when I'm stuck in the shit like diapers. Fuck it, I'm just alive. I guess I should merit the game. Pass the torch and let you carry the flame a couple of nights, cause I'm a nice guy. Twice baked, gray high. Victim of a symptom, the description of his might die. Category 5 storm, Andrew hit him like, bye motherfucker, I'ma get my winds up, flight time.
Focus to be the dopest, ferocious, I know you noticed. The coldest of all the soldiers, I'll blow the head off your shoulders. From the home of the Bulgers, so wake up and smell the Folgers. Nobody ever controlled us, never doing what they told us. In Cali, I know the growers, the quota gets the lowest. Folding C-notes is the motive, throwing blows at all you posers. Now you pushing up roses, split your head, call me Moses. Lethal injection doses, cause my pen isn't explosive. It's over, your casket closes. Put up my wanted posters, disappear like a ghost on the coast. What the goal is, these other rappers bogus, overdosing from the dopeness. Countries under hypnosis, since the voters chose the POTUS. The enemy is the closest, right under our noses. Piece of shit who protects racist cops filling quotas, but can't find solutions for the homeless who are hopeless. Seeing somebody scope them in the dome would be a bonus.
I'm a poet, a stoic like when the Romans lived. Scripted and coded pen, not someone to go against. The lust, greed, sloth, pride got control again. With wrath, envy, and gluttony, I'm the only sin. Society got us thinking they shooting kids. Shadow jaded, but this the kiss of what Judas did. I'm maneuvering, every movement is calculated. From beginning to the end, I'm the alpha mega. In about like Frazier, Big said, stick and move. Northeast, but the southpaw Chattanooga. You damage hoes, standing pose like you Amber Rose. 2 hands, mouth open, that's a standing no. I've been here alone, the leader of the pack now. Money rain like it's Mayweather and you Pacquiao. I'm back now, break necks like I'm Hussein. It's grind mode, everything, what it do,
I'm
slang?
either a sick man, or I'm just a man sick of waiting, staying anticipated, praying mantis, a hated gargantuan raider with this brand. I'm parading blood dripping from my hands, every canvas I'm painting. So I don't see no chance of it fading. I'm wading through troubled waters, it's Atlantis invading. Amidst this avalanche of debating if I still got it, this is how I answer the hating with the ill product. Each and every tangent is scathing, cancer advancing, ranting and raving, so advanced and degrading. It's an anvil awaiting, two tarantulas mating, I'm romancing, creating. My cadence is skating. I've been writing and scheming, fighting with demons since 86. They've been up in my cranium. That was back in the day then. Tracking back even prior, they cackled smacking my playpen. Scribble raps on a napkin and back to back I would say them. Little did I know back then that that's exactly what saved them. I was never engaging or riding a fucking wave. Dancing and jiving, trying to survive and rap entertainment. This is born in my spirit. This is part of my fabric. From the cracks in the pavement, they traveled out of my attic. I've been tried, I've been tested. I guess I how to just have it. Obsessive part of my brain and excessive oct to my habits. So let the nature befall me with the hatred that's scalding, but I escape from the cauldron, the feeling of being walled and the sensation of falling, hitting a rock bottom that ends scraping and crawling. My fate is evolving. They basically call me amongst the greats in my city, in a place within Saldi, next to Guru and Edo. Can't tell me Nathan at all when it comes to pitching this fire unless you're Nathan Evaldi. Define motives, left my mind molded, standing on these giant shoulders. Let me see things, even blindfolded. My grind mode is equivalent to a dope sick desperado with the fucking non-loaded. It's not a rhyme, it's a time-coded design. Bottom line, not a mind colder than mine that you can find. A nuclear bomb, a bag of dope that you shoot in your arm. Trapped between heaven and hell, but I'm the two combined. You can love me or hate me, and that suits me fine. Sometimes it could be a hard look at the truth we find. Just know the energy you put out will be recouped in kind.
Grandmo Cypher. Slain, what up? They yelling all facts, but we seeing the jaw bags, relying on the flying of false flags. It's all cap. Shh, your bud like Hitler, a small stash. Smoke a J and stay silent, Bob. I'm all rats. Can't strike back in augmented reality. That's the dogma, it's the law sent from the majesty. Y'all pen at theatrics, infinity casualty. Magically, your art ain't authentic, it's trash to me. No heart in it, all gimmick. Hard pass, from start to finish. Y'all image will fall flat. It's off limits to mimic, I call that getting sauced in the mix. I'm teaching a bar class. Punch drunk, a tap tap, but it's on. Better sound the horn, cause that taps at a song. It's the last call, who gas y'all? Try and face off the way this cat brawls. You swear I'm my best sauce.
I got a proposition, it's dark and apocalyptic. I'm a narcissistic asshole and a part sadistic. Contradictive, Big Poppy when I park the stick shift. Rappers licking cough, take off your pocket lipstick. Artists like I got a beat and it kinda knocks. Hit me up for a feature, I'm like probably not. This how Ollie box Frazier with the molly wop. Like your girl at the bar taking body shots. And your baby mom all on my Shyamalan. Call me on the 9th month like it's Ramadan. I'm a commandant, I'ma give a bombing squad. Leave you in a dead pool of blood like it's Comic-Con. When the chime is on, me and her, I'm and I'm. Take her home and serve her ramen noodles with the Ani Palm. When I'm barring on these rappers, it's like a la carte. Did a couple ciphers, now you gassed up like the Holocaust.
Turn an ordinary man into a warrior like Hannibal the Conqueror. The hero got a formula, the fear of God in all of them. I feel like I'm a courier, prepare them all, a plot for burial in my euphoria. Now pour me up a cup of holy water for the last rites I perform before I call upon the forefather of the 4 horsemen and force your followers to watch in pure astonishment while I torch all of earth. I'm a gladiator, aim at my contender, break apart the chain of garment, cause I gain a lot of pleasure when the Colosseum applause and I'm flaming on a better, far worse. I've been training up in Shangri-La forever. Sacred art and treasure made in honor of a name is long remembered as the famous Genghis Khan, with all intention to attain a greater audience today and start commemorating A-OK to be a savior is my agenda.
Hey yo, this murder in the first, killed a nurse, killed a doctor. Cool kids in high school, we kept the vodka in the locker. Got bread like Crocker, that's a bet like Nevada. You snitch like Hoffa, get rich is the mantra. I'm a sick son of a bitch, I'm about to grab me a fifth. Take 20 sips, slit both of my wrists. Shit, I'm exercising demons, priest told me I could beat them, but Trippy think he need them, so I sacrifice and feed them. I shake hands with a millionaire, eyes got the devil glare. Catch it for a second, then it disappear. I'm still here, praise to everything that's holy. The homie, we run up on you for that chain and rollie. The homie, let's just call him Tommy. He probably catch a body like you got it. If he knew you're plotting on me, probably shoot him with the shot. He think the angels wanna carry me. ASPOA, broad gang until they bury me.
Yo,
This sound is slow and murdersome. Arizona killer turn New England dealer serving them. Cold stare, pain in my eyes, you see the hurt in them. If you ain't on my page, do what I say, then I'm deserting ya. You'll get left dead in the dust, man, I give a fuck. It's a must, I always go hard when I hit 'em up. Sure you tough until I'm near, beware a killer in the cut. Don't care, yeah, cause I got a bigger pair of nuts. I'm like Jason at Crystal Lake, fuck Camp David. Hockey mask, cock in my hand, chasing the first lady. Stop it, man, lately my verses, they be provoking, hating. I'm like Satan, taking pieces of your soul for payment. I don't follow trends, so you ain't who I wanna be. Say that shit to your bitch face, and that's just honesty. Ask a chick how my dick tastes to live for all of me. Honorary title in this world that I'm the god to be.
I'm the best, the prophet that despises his creator. Deciphered all the testaments, realizes he's a hater. Killed his messengers and rebelized by his invaders. South American, you know their body lies at the equator. Caribbean, I'm taking refuge in Dominican. They call me Puerto Rican, they thinking that it's a synonym. Paralyzed, these motherfuckers leave us in a numb just for fun. Damn, how long do these perks take? I'm hungry here to eat, grinding up the worst place. Till my underground buzz turns into some earthquakes. My birthplace, Corona Queens, dog a cursed fate. Ladies ain't a piece of meat, but I want me some skirt steak. These are your final moments, I'm the executioner. Confine me next to Lucifer, rhyming every single note. A young man with the gut, learning many things he wrote. I'm the kid, meaning in the future I'ma be the go.
Throughout the years, there's some things have been impressed upon me. Seems like I work better when the pressure's on me. Nowadays, I'm more of a monster unless it's on me. But which ghost from my past will be next to haunt me? I ain't new to drama or polluted karma, but I keep walking through it like I got a suit of armor. I pull off a coup d'etat, ruthless kind of Unabomber. Truth is, I'm no Scarface, I'm more like a new De Palma. I direct a motion picture, plus I wrote the script with so much good and evil I could leave you a ferocious mixture. That's how it's supposed to hit you, a lethal dose to fix you. Just remember when you see the coconosis sticker, I have been a local fixture, underground and went above it. Through the drug epidemic, spitting from the center of it. So if the past is catching up to me, I'm back to fry. Everything must change in this life, it's adapt to die.
Grimo Cypher. Bars at the barbecue. Slain, what up?
No hesitation, my destination's to step on stages. I leave records blazing, no time to mess up my reputation. Your chest a cave and try and spit like me, you'll never make it. Seeing death around the corner like it's ready waiting. Your shit is trash, think it's not? You need medication. People hear my shit like damn, everything he says amazing. Never patient, setting blazes to your habitat. Throwing TNT and thanks to me, you about to have a blast. Knock 'em back, throw a jab, leave 'em nodding fast. Watching how I laugh as I pass, cause you out of gas. Acting tough, then you innocent like Sour Patch. Any coward that you think you sending, homie, I will trash. Piss me off, hourglass. Every single one of y'all is getting it 1 hour flat. Got some shit for all you haters trying to down my craft. Ain't no lounging back, this is war, homie, I'll attack.
Train to go, a shaped up soldier. Break the mold, maintain composure. Say no more, the wait is over. Came to gloat and gain exposure. Name exploding, flame in those containers. Holding bacon soda, dang that's dope. I paid the toll to take control. The Ayatollah laid the road, I paved it over. Go until I say it's over. Made a note to Caitlin, I'ma save my soul. But later, hold up, they don't know the jaded. Smoking 8-year-old would wait up on my crater. Every day was like I played the close conveyor. Holding anger, hopes and prayers. Woes one day got older, played by hoes. Became disposed to antidotes and ain't a dose. I ain't opposed to taking what I ain't supposed to. Hanging over dangerous stones, no way to go, no way to go. What's fading slow while making notes, portraying those displaced emotions, saying flows verbatim, holding patience. Folks were saying go for aid when my son came afloat. No HMO to pay it though. Nobody ever gave a bone. If they suppose I'm breakable, then they gon' learn today for sure.
When I breathe, it's a massacre. Like the Vivim school bus, scholastic book fairs. You get goosebumps when I leave, please. Flipping out with somersaults, paraplegic, busting nut on the crucifix. You can't stand how I come across. Half dead rigor mortis, me hooks that fit the chorus. Flush hysteric organs, criminal minded Derek Morgan. I'm morbid, so many demons in my head. I feel the party is ready, lean off the Bacardi and Henny. Not sorry to plenty, off the roads I'm the Hardys. I make this tardy and deadly. My body flying through glass like you Marty Jannetty. You couldn't teach hustle if you Dr. Sebi, you clowns the worst. Since you laid back, I will make sure you remain down to earth. If you wanna step, brother, I'll go nuts for the drama, enough for the fun. My words cut deep
must be blazing my lungs. In the whip, I Lincoln Park, you clown jesters. In the end, you would be numb. Fuck around, now you hanging with Chester.
Spectacular, go for your neck, Dracula. Show some respect, massacre those of a less caliber. The ambassador, send me your best challenger. Angel of death after your feet on your flesh scavenger. Hit the passenger with slugs from the 12 gauge. Shoot you in the chest, better hope your vest is well made. Hit a hell raise, putting rappers underground. In the coffin, not one for talking, no time to fuck around. Laying suckers down, Iron Mike 86. The gimmicks make me sick, y'all softer than baby shit. Life's a crazy bitch, but she down to die for me. Bonnie and Clyde, I had to make her my shorty. This is my story, over wax, get it straight. Born to devastate until I reach heaven's gates. Y'all better meditate, think about it for a second. Draw my weapon, bring in Armageddon, teach you punks a lesson.
Hip hop and go, aka keep cooling with that flow is back. Hit me with that cash, and man, like Kruger shredded on your track. I don't speak on shit I ain't convicted for. That's whack, years ago ATF was at my door. I ain't smoke jack, but I'm burning every track I'm on. The only faggot rapping that'll light it up. Usher you to the flames, incinerate you gone and disappear in act. But not a rabbit or a hat, just another soul deported when I spit this dough and axe. Known for the mask that's permanently attached. Rap for the ones like 3 freak shows with the tracks. Shooting in the tracks, stories that my strong so well. Made from heaven and from hell. I'm the shovel face little Nicky bitch. Can't you tell, tied up in bed, busted is where you don't wanna be. I smash half a grind of raw jaw just for the HIV. Ain't a butcher, you bring the beef and biological weaponry. Raid every bigot spot, leave a fuck with AIDS to remember
From
me.
the slums of the valley, OG out of B block. Spit raw by the kilo, your work staking in sheetrock. Off your nobody dog, I'm the soldier of South Law. Hitman on call, outlaw with a sawed off. Lone wolf, heavily flawed, getting close to the K-bar. Trench coat and AR, I'm off of the radar. Bay State killer ready, fiending for takeoff. I'm street money serious, this shit is my day job. I want the world to burn, no more trying to be soft. I got reeking in my blood, but my mentality's Adolf. A problem at heart, I'm obsessed with the arts. Lost in my thoughts, erasing all the good that was taught. The predator's in the shadows and he's leaving his mark. Stop trying to make a difference, I'm not walking the walk. Try hard to stay calm, but anger triggers the spot. And all the blood in the water starts to hunger the shock.
This is what happens when you mix amazing vision with a raging rhythm in a wordplay that's zigging, zagging, friggin' plagiarism isn't even fathomable. This is how I made a living in the A division. Every cut is like a blade incision. Creative venom, I've been pinning since like 87. You can 86 and buck 50, there's your paid admission. In other words, you're stuck with me, I'm a made decision. So feel the state of cynicism that my haters living. I know you're looking for a way to get in, bobbing your head. Looking for some extra bread like a parade of pigeons. I know you evident with such a pin-up mixture. Another motherfucking record covered in parental stickers. When is this shit gonna cease? I don't see no end in sight. Long as I have fury here, I still got a pen to write. I still got a bone to pick and axe to grind. God damn it, I'm a mastermind. That's all, there's nothing after mine. That's it, there's nothing after this. Hate that I create these fatal passages. Pain on 808's a cradle of a sadomasochist. Prime on site for barbecue. Sling came through with Martin Cruz. What you think that I probably do? Who's the killer, me or you?
I don't hear anything. Hold on.
All right, I got new audio. So
Oh, now I hear you.
So can you hear me? Hold on, I might have to switch.
Yes.
The audio. Does it sound like shit? Hold on one second.
Warriors.
Oh yeah.
Hail Warriors.
All right, that'll sound. That should sound better. I probably sound better. Right, much better now. Better like this, or like this.
That sounds
like
better.
This one, or this one. Number one.
First one.
Number two. Number one. Number two. Number one.
Number one.
All right.
Number one.
I love
what
playing.
About mine?
I love
I
coming
have a
on here and
different audio
playing.
setup tonight.
I love
too.
coming on here and playing these little games with you, Singe.
So mine might be screwed up too.
At least you entertain my immature bullshit. Why do I keep locking up though? That's crazy. That's crazy. Because they don't like us.
No, it's good to lock up.
Nancy, why do I keep locking up?
Because you should be locking down.
Yeah.
Staying 60 feet away. You're so impolite. You've got to stay 60 feet away from me. Where's your manners?
All right.
Stay 60 feet back. What's your manners at?
There's one more thing I wanted to show real quick.
How come you don't have 5 hazmat suits on? Where's your manners at? Don't you care about me?
There was one more thing that I wanted to show real quick before I locked up, before we start the show. And I have to show it in a certain way, or I might get, so I have to show this in a certain way. So this is the way I have to present it.
I like to put mud on me.
Can we see
I
this?
love mud. I like dirt and germs, and I don't wash ever.
No.
I never clean myself.
I'm sharing. Why am I so behind on my TV screen? Hold on 1 second, Sanj. I'm having trouble. Technical difficulties. Should I press the button? Right, hold on.
We come to muff.
We're going to have to press the button, dude. We're going to have to press the button.
Wait.
Hey,
all right, wait, real quick before I play this, real quick, Singe. Do you know? All right, he said, "We come to mud. We do come to mud." He's right. We do.
Did you like the new thing I made?
You're gonna just cut me off in the middle of my sentence? All right, go ahead.
No, it's just blocking off.
I do. I love it. I texted it to you. Did you see my text message?
Oh no. Yeah.
No, you don't check. You don't check your phone. You don't check your phone. You didn't look it down at your phone.
No, I try not to because I was born in 1968.
All right. Well, it was like over an hour ago.
Yeah, I was born over an hour ago.
So you got the facsimile over an hour ago. Nancy, he got the Hey, what's up, Jen?
No, yeah, I didn't look at it. I have my Wi-Fi is off because when I get on here, I turn all other Wi-Fi's off.
I'm gonna get back to what I was saying, but
yes, bandwidth is precious around here. So
yeah, I understand. All right, so what were you saying? You want to say what you're gonna say so I can get into my show? What I wanted to do?
Yeah,
okay.
I was just like, I just can't get into my internet. I can, but I can take the chance of.
And that has to do with fluoride. How?
You asked me a question. That's how it has to do with it.
Did I ask you about your internet problem?
You said
I'm having internet problems too.
Obviously, asked me if I got your text.
Oh, you get text through internet? You don't have a regular phone? I don't think it goes to the internet.
I have to have my Wi-Fi on.
What are you fucking? What do you? How the fuck do you get text messages? Can you call the moon too? You know what I mean? You fucking.
I'd have to pay for text messages.
Whatever, dude. I'm not getting into this with you tonight.
I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why it's just the shittiest phone I've ever had.
It's because you're in the mountains, dude. It's because you're in the mountains.
No, it's because I bought the phone in South Carolina.
Yeah, and you went to the mountains.
From there sucks. I gotta buy a phone from here.
That happened to me too. I have a good service here. It's Metro PCS, but when I went to North Carolina, and it didn't work. I couldn't get my emails, my text messages.
I did buy it from
weird.
A Walmart,
and it kept giving me these weird messages saying your network is unavailable, and my phone never says that. It was weird. You know, it was doing shit that it never does. So yeah, I know what you mean. Like when you bring a phone from one place with a local service to like another area and try to use it, it doesn't work well. I got you.
It's the shittiest phone I ever had.
I'm not against you. But I'm just trying to finish my intro because all right, I'm trying to do a show tonight that is dear to my heart.
Fluoride.
It's dear to my heart because
you like fluoride?
What is fluoride, Singe?
It's flour with IDE after it.
No, listen. What's going on is I saw in the news today, which is
poison.
Might be real. I don't know, but I'm going to show the story. But they're going to take the fluoride out of the water here for 3 months.
That's a good thing.
It's a good thing. So let's say we don't bring it back, right? Like once. All right, we'll get into
that. You could overdose on it. It's
no.
randomly dosed to people.
We are in charge. We cannot bring it back if we don't want.
I am the head of security.
Let me finish.
Grimo Cypher. Apathy, what up? Respect my name, descendants of the best I came. If they knuckle up, I lace them up to MIA. Think they tough enough to make the cut and then find pain? Get more than a headache going against my grain. He's okay, so alright. Then I snatch your Bogart mics and flow all night. The cold hard type, prices like some old alright. Unless you flow chart, joke artists don't talk hype. You wishing for finer things like glistening diamond rings, but missing behind the scenes. You don't know our plight. You can still get picked off if you throw alright. So many fucking spin-offs of my show called life. Yeah, they say imitation is flattering and fucking annoying. Give vindication for battering, slither with snakes, obliterate them to shattering. Get no concern from me, now sit and wait for some apathy.
I got a bone to pick, a mirror holding homie, got control with it. Be a fucking hero when I throw a fit. Marijuana smoker when it's clear, wanna go and get straight faced like a poker bet with a shoulder chip. Give me doses of your potent shit, I'll trade you better. This major pressure in the air, that's a change of weather. Ladies, this won't make you wet, but you would think we get to mutually climax the way that fucking came together. The day I let up now is memory would serve me as. Wait a second, oh that's right, February 30th. Legendary dirtiness, exemplary and courteous, but still won't let you have it till I'm dead. At the earliest, impervious to any shot you take, and I don't got the patience. Y'all get stuck with my illness, that's inoculation. Making observation, watching hate you talk elation like a broken clothespin because I'm hard to hang with.
Slap jaw, style raw, this the underground. We got the sound as if Big Pop can punt around. You bumming hard on summon guards when I lay it down. And I don't play around, one hit, lay them down. I'll never catch a charged body in these babies. Teflon Don, John Gotti in the 80s. My name hold weight, no surprise or debating. I'll punch you in the face over fries and line waiting. Plus your girl sick away, she take a dick a day. And I don't think they want no beef in this Chick-fil-A. I'm superhuman, pull up in the Uber shooting. Screaming, show me the money like I'm Cuba Gooding. I need the fast cash, flinch in your ass grass. And if you think this shit a joke, this your last laugh. We out in Salt Lake, handshake with Snake Tour. I seen App pump the shit out that fake boy.
Never wanted your attention, acknowledge me. I gained the confidence to kill the mic and it's prominent. Today's rappers doesn't trigger me to spaz off to a fan when they just hopping for a tram, a pen looking for challenges. Your rappers bunch of jokers, I be laughing when the comments cosplaying with my artifact. See the sketches drawn. Your girl saying you the one she never feeling. Mike Tyson, everybody she will blow to eat the children. Study art of rhyme, method man came to bring the pain. Jump around the studio to kill shit, house of pain. Petty motherfuckers, man, never showing pity. Drop you for behavior, get fired like working for a Disney. The lion represent a mark by astrology. They lying when they are not presented a trace of honesty. Your flow is too bootlegged for that price right. Vision true, carry what it's worth, cause the price is right.
Talentless frauds, wanna battle the guard. You fall flat, trying to match and challenge my catalog. 9 projects, you ain't dropped one yet. Step brother, I'll rub my nuts on your drum set. Your career like your bitch, it ain't come yet. Man, please, you couldn't make a tub wet. Success, you should really try and suck less. You rappers couldn't beat me if you showed up in your lucky dress. Tell Funk Flex I'm up next. Tell Sway this hyena shows up and makes a bloody mess. I'm pissed off, you get pissed on, no R. Kelly. I'm dope, but prefer coke like Daryl Strawberry. I find zen in shooting up a monastery. Live on Facebook while my friends do the commentary. You get bodied every day, that's a given, by someone who sells video games for a living.
You get your shit rocked for thinking that you're hip-hop when you're really not. Bash the same spot on your skull just so it could really not. My legend hasn't been till yet, my sinner, I'm a demigod. Ride into the game on a Trojan horse, it's the Iliad. I'm fighting all these monsters, this is Paris Odyssey. It's Odyssey, the way these rappers turned into a mockery. You cop a plea, I ain't here to bargain, cause a cop to flee. Step on his neck on my Timbs until I cop the brave. Piece of heaven gonna haunt your dirty cops and corners. I'ma wanna kill pixel with prisoners for marijuana. You youngins are blind, see through one, I like the Cyclops. Temperatures rising, relaxing when I'm riding by cops. You rappers bitches singing, causing niggas to crash. It's a rocks like the sirens, the sounds causing the violence. This ain't attempted murder, I'm just standing my ground. You can legally get popped just for standing around.
I'm on some Scooby-Doo, Hardy Boy mystery shit. A ghost pirate holding swords on a rickety ship. Somebody say the wrong shit, it might get me to flip. Do a bid for 10 years, come back physically fit. I lick a shot and watch him dip quick. Lickety split, inexplicably with a flick of the wrist, I fit in the clip. In a fit of rage, I'm falling down like Michael Douglas. Every microphone he crushes in the microscopic dust is excavated by a paleontologist wiping brushes from Cyprus in the 90s in the dungeon lighting Dutches. Biters get the crutches when the mic is in my clutches. Calibrated like a scope on a rifle, a sniper touches. I'm Mr. Fantastic, call me Reed Richards. I ain't talking about women when I say I beat bitches. Leave them in deep ditches, deceased or they need stitches. Or they sleeping with the fishes and branded with 3 6s.
Boom, baby. Loved it. It came out perfect. Can you guys hear me? Hold on. All right, Singe, you ready? You there? Dude just walks away. That's what he does. He loves it. All right. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Let's give the chat a shout out. Can you guys hear me? Does it sound good? I can't even hear myself. It was 82 degrees down here in Alabama today. I was in Alabama. I was there. I seen it. I was there like twice. And I was in Pensacola, which is like right there. And there was people from Alabama. What up, Sean Goujo? I'm back inside now. Good for you, Jenny. Good for you. Oh, thank you. LOL, Mr. Super Sidewinder. What else do we got? Andrew Havadig. IQ and Offspring. Mr. Super Sidewinder. I love saying your name, la 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 la. He's just singing a song. He's jamming out. I had to refresh. It's okay. It's okay. We all need to refresh sometimes. That's what she said. In high school they told me I needed to refresh. Who else do we got? Oh, we're killing it. We've been killing it so bad lately. It's been unbelievable how bad we've been killing it. I can't hear you, Sinja. You might be muted. Or I might be muted. Oh, I might have bad sound. Jen, what's up? I love you. So we got
No, I'm muted.
So check this out. So me and Jen and Salem Fan Man are going full RV tomorrow night. Is today Thursday or Wednesday? What day is it today, Singe? Where are we? Tell me where we are on the map.
It's Ash Wednesday.
Use the moon map. Use my map, the moon map. And tell me where we are. It's Ash Wednesday. Why was there a lady on the train yesterday with ashes? I got a picture of it. We can bring it up. But
because she's very devout.
Oh. All right, so 2 days from now, we're going full RV on Salem Fan Man's channel with RV. We're gonna be live with RV. It's gonna be epic.
Oh, you're right. It's Thursday. Yesterday was Ash Wednesday. So it's Ash Thursday.
Who knows? So if you want to see the show, I'll show you guys the show. Because you know why I want to promote the show while it's early before you all go to sleep on the late night. What's going on? Yeah, my computer sucks, dude. I mean, it's a good computer, but it's like in Seattle time. It doesn't know what day it is. I set the calendar. It won't go right, but it works. It's getting the streams done. It's getting the job done, right? Ain't it? I've been helping a lot of people with this computer, believe it or not, in the community. I've been helping people screen share. I've been doing streams. I've been all over the place. I'm behind the scenes. You guys don't even know half the shit I do. All right, so let me see. Where's my what am I looking for? Oh yeah, my community section. So check this out. So those of you that don't pay attention to the biggest community section ever in the world, all right, these are my people. We the people of MA. Okay. This is the group that I'm part of. We do activism, local activism in Boston. So this is down the Methadone Mile where like all the homeless people are. There's a prison there. There's junkies. There's people on drugs. There's open air drug market. There's a lot of police. There's people overdosing, dropping like flies left and right. There's people camping out in tents sometimes. There's fucking needle programs where they just hand you out fucking anything you want that goes with fucking any type of paraphernalia. They have all kinds. There's people shooting up in the bathroom at McDonald's in the morning. It's really bad down there. But anyway, there's a lot of homeless people. There's like a bunch of shelters down there. And they're all, for the most part, they're all good people, but they're just struggling with addiction problems and stuff like that. My best friend got stabbed down there and he's dead. I was down there for a little while.
Yo, I am Patrick Mendoza. I am Patrick Mendoza from Monica.
So this got 2,000. This is what's going on here. This is outside the homeless shelter. This guy is trying to deliver them, right? Sandwiches. And they look like good subs, like really good sandwiches to the homeless food, right? All these people are homeless, right? And they're struggling. They're really homeless, really bad, fresh out of jail. Sex offenders, probably some of them. The worst of the worst, man. Some of these people, some of them are good people too that have just ended up in a bad predicament, but it's a mixture. Gang members, all kinds of shit. Just people that are living on the street, drug addicts, fucking, and they're just struggling to get by. And this dude's bringing them fresh sandwiches, and the security guard, dude, who's being paid by the public and being paid to, takes the sandwiches away and won't give it to the people. Look. And I was down there and people bring sandwiches all the time and it's safe. They don't fuck around. I've eaten the sandwiches that people bring. They're good.
Yo, I am Patrick Mendoza. I am Patrick Mendoza from Monica's, and these people deserve to eat. And if you throw this
take it
out,
right to the lights, right there.
Throw this out. No,
I'm not throwing it
come
out.
on, man, get them. Come and get them. Come and get them. No, fuck you. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do. You can't do this.
You see that? He hit him. That's an assault.
Fuck you. You get
assault, and they're gonna have to press charges on him.
That's how rough it is down there. You want to watch it again?
Security has no more rights than any citizen.
Yo, I am Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, Boston.
I am Patrick Mendoza.
This is at South Bay. This is at South Bay in Boston and Dorchester.
Badge.
That's exactly where it is.
His badge on screen.
Oh, trust me, I'm sure they got him.
Right there.
Right to the lights, right there.
Throw this out. No,
I'm not throwing it out.
on, man. Get them.
Yeah, let's try to get his badge on screen. All right.
I mean, they probably got him.
Yo, I am Patrick.
There's no badge. Look, he's got no badge. He's just got a coat on with some stupid patches. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're security guys. He's not a cop,
Well, yeah, we gotta get a hold of there.
I am Patrick Mendoza from Monica's, and these people deserve to eat.
What the hell
this is what I mean.
Throw this out. No,
I love flat Earth and I love God and I know Jesus is real.
Sandwiches.
But what I'm trying to say is like this is what's going on out in the real world right now. So sometimes it's good to look at it.
Come on, man, get them. Come and get them. Come and get them. No, fuck you. No, you can't do this. No, you can't
Look at that dude.
You can't do this.
Look how strung out that dude was. There's people, trust me, when you go down there, it's sad. There's people just limping around and shit. Watch. Here, I'll try to play it in slow motion.
Fuck you. You get on my fucking face. You threw my...
How do I slow it down?
Yo, I am Patrick Mendoza. I am Patrick Mendoza.
Not now.
From Monica's, and these
Slow it
people
down.
deserve to eat.
No.
And if you
You
throw
can
this
take it right
out,
to the lights,
hey,
right
you
there.
throw this out. No,
I'm not
no,
throwing
come
it out.
on, man, get them. Come and get them. Come and
Look,
get
you
them.
see
No,
'em?
fuck you. No,
Look,
you can't do this.
they're all strung
no, you
out
can't
and
do
shit.
it. You can't do this. Oh, man,
And he's just trying to feed them, dude. They're like fucking, dude. I went down there and they're like 85 pounds, dude. Half the people. You know what I mean? They need food. They spend all their money on drugs. And this is all Michelle Wu. Fuck her. So anyway, so then we got Michelle Wu was put in by Klaus Schwab. She's the mayor of Boston. There's another one in Ireland named Chu, who's the same. They're putting, Klaus Schwab is putting all these people in the government, and we, the people of MA, know about it, and we've been fighting. And they also did something else too.
We should write Klaus Schwab and ask for a donation.
So
seriously, everybody else does. We should.
I've seen someone with a screen name Klaus Schwab. So this one, this one's going on, right? So this is my friend Catherine. And you guys know her from the video that I made where she got arrested, right? And, she's from We the People of MA, and she's my friend. And she went to Mass in the Boston Public Schools at the Boston City Council meeting, okay? And she spoke out. They let her speak. They finally let her speak. And she did a good job. She did a good job speaking. She was very polite. She, you know what I mean? You could tell like she had it together. And if they would let her speak more often and not cut her off and put the handcuffs on her and beat her up and kidnap her, then maybe she could get her point across. But they don't ever let her speak. And they finally did. And this is what she said. So let's all listen to her because they never.
Catherine Vitale, to please make your way down. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I keep hearing in these testimonies today that the pandemic has brought a great negative impact to Boston public students in regards to their learning, development, and mental health, but that's not true. It has been the government's response to COVID-19 that has caused our kids to suffer because of isolation and lack of resources. Masking doesn't do anything but hide our kids' faces and make them struggle to learn and understand and restricts their breathing. Where are the concerned parents? All I see here are representatives from government-endorsed groups and organizations. FAMCOSA sent out a survey which told us what we needed to know. The majority of parents do not want to mask their kids. Where do we draw the line between wanting students to be safe and disregarding parental rights? If they wanted their kids in masks, they would put them in masks. But I think in FAMCOSA's survey, it was less than 50% of parents are still masking their kids when it's not required. So why does that not matter? Why do all of you people here today from FAMCOSA and MAC and whatever other groups think that you can make better decisions for these kids than their parents can? If the parents don't want to mask them, why do you think that they should be forced? Why can a parent not make the decision for their own kid? So I think that the fact that it's 3 years later and we're even having hearings like this is absolutely ridiculous. I think that a parent is the best decision maker for their own kids, and everybody else needs to take a step back and let the parents do the decision making. That's it.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine. Good fucking job, Catherine. That's what I gotta say. Good fucking job. Good for you. You know what? Round of applause for Catherine. They let her speak for 2 minutes, and she finally got some good words out. I'm telling you, she's awake. She's a woke mom. She's trying to make things different. She's trying to run for city council for Boston to make a change, and I hope she gets it because she will make a change because she's strong. You know what I mean? So, hashtag we the people of MA, capital MA, we the people of MA. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. You can find them. There's also a We the People of MA YouTube channel that I have somewhere, but They're more on like TikTok and everything else because it's like it gets taken down off YouTube. But they've been fighting. Like they're really trying to do this for the kids, and it's like they know the deal. They're passionate about what they're doing. So I support them. I go and I film for them sometimes, but I get my emotions. I get too fired up. But Shannon gets fired up too, and I love it. And I love it when Shannon gets fired up. But I gotta tone it down a little. Next time I gotta tone it down a little. I know I do, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So anyway, I'm Boston Ray, and that's my slice of the mud. So what I'm really trying to get into today is this news story that I saw. Singe Man, all right, so what do you know about fluoride, Singe Man? Let me pick your brain. Because I want to spark my joint. So spit the
They tell you about, let's see, when did they first tell you about it? Probably kindergarten. And then
what year were you in kindergarten?
You don't think about it.
What year were you in kindergarten?
What?
What year are we talking? What year were you in kindergarten? Because it was like the 90s for me, dude.
Oh. 72, 73.
So
74.
That's when you first started hearing about fluoride in like 74?
Yeah, I was a kid, so yeah. Then in the water, my opinion is let's say that it actually is good for you. Well, everything else is delegated out or relegated. I don't know the word right now. I can't think. Everything else is like, if you're 3 pounds, you get this amount. You're 250 pounds, you get this amount. But with fluoride, they just dump it in the water and everybody gets the same amount. And what if you're allergic to it? Or what if you have a bad reaction to it? It doesn't matter. They just give it to the entire populace with no testing on individuals and without the individual's choice. So if you want fluoride in your water, you should be able to go get your little thing of fluoride and put it in your water.
Yeah.
What's the big deal? They have little supplements for everything else. Oh, I love fluoride in my water. Really? Go for it.
Yeah.
They could make more money.
Knock yourself out. Yeah.
You know, like Chris Rubin says, you do you. It's called freedom. I got my 8th booster. Fucking round of applause.
Yeah. It's funny, but we can't talk about it too much. But
I thought you were gonna take it down anyway. We're already past the line. We're talking about
you think we're past the line talking about fluoride?
Well, yeah, they love fluoride, dude.
You think we're gonna get fucked over for fluoride? Well, I'll leave it up on one channel. I'll leave it up.
I think they love this stuff. Like they put it in their cereal and stuff.
All right, so let's see. So I just wanted to see what the mainstream people are thinking, and so I asked.
I just drew a crayon house.
I asked DuckDuckGo.
I just drew a crayon house on top of a peak hill, and now I'm gonna make the crayon house tilt back and forth, and then level out. Would that work?
Okay, so check this out.
Do you like that?
What all right, say it one more time, Singe, and I'll listen to you.
I just made a crayon house on top of a peak, and I'm gonna make it wobble back and forth, and then level out.
Nice.
Would that work?
Yeah.
It looks like a child did it. So.
Yeah. That's what I need.
Okay.
All right.
No one knows what we're talking about. So.
Yeah. All right. Just keep Nancy, keep him on the payroll. All right. What is fluoride?
It's spelled wrong because it is a Mandela effect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Explain that. Would you want to? All right. You want to explain that? Go ahead.
It used to be fluoride, FLUR. I mean, FLOUR, like flour-eyed. For some people, they remember flour-eyed. Now it's fluoride. Fluoride, like you're.
You got the flu.
Fluoride. Oh, I never thought
All
of
right,
that. Yeah.
that's all right. All right, that's not what I wanted. Hold on, I'll go
That's
back.
not what you want. Sorry, I
I'll
can't
go
give
back.
you what you
No,
want.
not you, not you, not you. Hold on.
Shift, hold.
I'm just gonna
click,
be. I'm just gonna
and
be straight
move,
up with them.
and then darn it! Control Z, compress layer down. See, I'm just speaking aloud, so you see how much I have to do one thing. What is it? Transfer to the lower layer? No. Combine to lower. No. Oh, yes. Do that. Now, do this.
All right, here it is. I think this is it.
Shift, hold, click, scale down.
Toxic treatment, fluoride's transformation from industrial waste to public health miracle at the sign of the unholy three. All right. Are you willing to put in pond and show foot water in its containing fluoride? Rat poison, no antidote, is already the only water in many army camps, making it very easy for. Oh, this is old stuff. Look, I can't even read it all, but look.
It worked. It took that long to work.
So it's a product for making aluminum. It's a waste product of making aluminum.
Oh, they better recycle then, so they have more to help them.
That's what fluoride is. It's a chemical. It's a chemical waste that they're dumping in the water. Okay,
I swear they're laughing their ass off. They're like, we got them to recycle, and now we put the recycling back to in the air and their water. They love it.
And
they're recycling.
I just got a notification that Brian Staveley is live on Twitch. Just announcing it. Brian Staveley is live on Twitch.
He knows about.
Okay.
He knows all about fluoride.
All right.
He invented it.
Cocaine. Look, cocaine toothache drops. What do you think about that?
I think that's horrible crap, and it should be dumped into a container and then shot in a rocket out into outer space and put it on the moon. Oh, we can't do that.
15 cents, dude. 15 cents for a cocaine toothache drop, and they got a picture of little kids.
Cocaine is the devil incarnate. It's one of the horrible things.
Cain.
It's poison. It's always
like Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel. Cain is Satan.
It's been a killer of humans and tearing up lives and families. It's horrible. Mm-hmm. Heroin too, all that stuff.
So this is all the facts on it that I can't talk about, but you can read. Okay.
Wow, it looks like a child do it, dude.
Just pause it.
I knew I could make a crayon. I was like, he asked for a crayon. I can do that. Can't I?
You see what I'm saying? I can't read this shit. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I'm just saying this is there.
Really?
It's just there for you to.
I should stop calling you Dr. Ray then.
Yeah, don't call me Dr. Ray.
I will stop doing that. I've been doing it too much. I know.
All right. So now, all right. So let's see. Boston area.
Rose 777 is a doctor, a lawyer, and a scientist. She says.
So, I'm not like a chemist or anything like that, right?
Oh yeah, I would beg to differ.
Hold on. And so I don't know. I don't filter my water. I don't know. I need to find. I need to find the video though.
I wish I could just speak to my computer. Alt L, create new vector layer. Name new vector layer. Vector layer 3. Place it under layer number 2. Thank you. That's what I want. And then I'll put then I have to draw though with my hand. You got to do that part by hand because it feels good and it comes from you. AI will never take art from humans because we love it. It doesn't matter how good they do it.
I have to go on my phone and get it.
Drawing a square feels good. It's part of your humanity. Everybody should draw. Everybody can draw. Don't tell me you can't.
They don't want to. to me.
I will not accept that you can't draw. I can teach anyone to draw. If you can draw a straight line.
So here it is. Here it is. Boston, fluoride. A chemical added to drinking water for dental health will temporarily be absent from the water flowing into millions of Boston area homes. That's great news. The Massachusetts Water Resources Authority said it will temporarily stop adding fluoride to water for approximately 3 months starting in March. In this March, in Boston, we're going to have fluoride-free water, supposedly, according to the news. I don't know. I don't believe anything I see on the news anymore. So take it with a grain of salt.
Right.
But,
they can, for all we know, they could not.
This is the story.
Major changes coming to the drinking
saw.
water for millions of people across Massachusetts. Starting in March, the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority will stop adding fluoride to the water. The 3-month pause is part of a project to upgrade the 2-decade-old treatment system at the Marlborough plant. While fluoride is an important factor for dental health, officials say the short shutdown should not have any negative effects.
Not have any negative. It's going to have positive effects. No. Are you fucking serious, bitch?
She didn't say it wouldn't. She didn't say it wouldn't. She said it should not. You must pay attention to every word they say.
All right, let's go back.
Should not.
Let's go back and listen to how she words
said it
this.
Should not. Therefore, they covered their ass.
Yeah, they covered
didn't say it would not. They said it should not.
Hold on. She covered her ass, you're saying?
Yeah.
Fuck her ass. Let's see what we got.
No, thank you.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that.
I would get shedding from the.
What I'm saying is, fuck these people. Oh,
she probably has graph.
Where is it? Where is it? All right, let's see. Let's see. Listen. This is satanic. These people are satanic. All right. Where did it go? Yeah, they ain't gonna let me show it again. They ain't gonna let me show it again. I'll have to go find it again. Hold on. Here it is. All right, let me go back in. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna show it again because they'll probably make it disappear.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
To make you an offer you can't refuse. All right, let's do it. Let's hear.
A major change is coming to the drinking water for millions.
A major change is coming to the drinking water for millions
of people across
Massachusetts.
I've been waiting for this.
Starting in March,
Massachusetts
Water Resources.
The MWRA, the Massachusetts Water Resources Society, suspends use of fluoride in drinking water. 3-month pause set to begin in March.
Authority will stop adding fluoride to the water. The 3-month pause is part of a project to upgrade the 2-decade-old treatment system at the.
Upgrade the 2-year-old. All right, this is what I wanted. Yeah, 2-decade-old treatment center. Well, all right, this is what I want to know. Is it being paid by public tax dollars? Because I don't consent to it, and I don't want my public tax dollars being put to this project. I think that we should keep that fucking place shut down. Why the fuck do we need a new, better fluoride pumping treatment place? Like, to put more chemical fucking waste in our water, right? Like, no, fuck you. Like, I say we protest against this then, because this is fucking tyranny is what it is. Like, they're gonna take our tax dollars and build a new, who's paying for this? That's what I want to know.
Marlborough plant. While fluoride is an important.
I have a point. I'll tell you in a second.
Officials say the short shutdown should not have any negative effects.
The short shutdown should not have any negative effects. The short shutdown is gonna have positive effects. They really do shut it down, you're gonna see there's gonna be less health problems because people are gonna be drinking less poison in their water.
The MWRA serves more than 3 million customers.
3 million customers. 3 million people are drinking that shit and bathing in it and fucking don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many of those 3 million people you think really know what's going on?
Well, that's my point. Now, how many people have been alerted to the fact that they have fluoride in their water?
What do you think, Scott? Scott said it's backwards. It's backwards.
I was speaking.
Yeah, go ahead, Singe. Go ahead.
So now, how many people have been alerted to the fact that there's fluoride in the water where they didn't even know that before? Because they're new to the world, right? They haven't been around. A lot of people didn't even know that.
Somebody's seen this that didn't know.
A lot of people didn't know. They don't pay attention to that kind of things. But they do watch the news.
In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know. There's fluoride in the water. It's aluminum waste. There's fluoride in the water. Now, baby, how does it taste? Yep. In case you didn't know, whoa, 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 whoa. In case you didn't know, should I get my guitar? Should I get my guitar up?
Yummy, yummy, yum. Yum.
It's actually
yum.
my bass
Yummy,
is
yummy,
out.
yum. It helps my gums. Yummy, yummy, yum. It makes my teeth strong. I feel so great. How does it make my teeth strong? Does that mean I don't
What's
have
up,
to brush
Trisha?
my teeth? I don't have to brush my teeth anymore.
Yeah,
because
man.
fluoride in my
Listen to this.
water.
I got my son. I got my son a Game Boy, right? Like no, not a Game Boy, a Nintendo Flip, Switch, Nintendo Switch Lite, right? I don't know nothing. I don't play video games anymore. I don't know nothing about them. I haven't had one in years, but I wanted my son to have something. And Michelle was like, I don't want to like him taking over the TV. You know what I mean? And I'm like, we have a brand new TV in the other room that you haven't hooked up yet. And she's like, I want to get it mounted to the wall. And I'm like, all right, well, you know what? Fuck you. So I got him a little Game Boy, little one that he can play in his hand. And she got YouTube downloaded into it, like YouTube Kids. But then today it's like my YouTube somehow. And then today, like, he was watching YouTube Kids, and then the next video was like Freedom Grower. And he was like jamming out on the guitar live, and I was like, yeah. And he was watching Freedom Grower on the Nintendo Switch. On the Nintendo Switch.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's rated G at least.
It was epic. I wish I recorded it, but not everything can be. I'm not Johnny on the spot. Sometimes I am. With the camera.
Does that,
I need a better camera, and I need a really intimidating looking big ass like gimbal thing with like all kinds of lights and things on it.
How come it does that?
Gadgets.
Oh, I see. Thanks, you helped me. I got it now.
Oh man. That's the stuff. Oh, thank God. Thank God for my flat earth thumbs. So we got
must be nice. Okay, so go over here.
Where is it? I'll give him a little what's his can't find nothing. I can't find nothing. You moved everything around on me, but it's okay. I'll figure it out. Here it is.
We've got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
So, yeah. So that's what's going on. I say, all right, let's shut that shit down. Let's keep that plant shut down. Like, why reopen it? It's our money. We don't want them to use it.
Gross. Poison.
There's got to be a way.
Gross.
There's got to be a
poison. It's gross. Why do
well, dude, then Boston truly will have because I've heard a rumor that Boston has the healthiest water around. If they take the fluoride out, we will have the best water. We will. Boston rate. I could probably sell Boston water online and make money off that shit. If they take for 3 months I should, huh? For the next 3 months I should sell Boston water. when they take the fluoride out, people will be buying that shit.
Oh, you could put never mind. I almost said the Mr. T word. Because Mr. T was in the news today. I was laughing. I'm not into politics, but I like to watch it. It's funny. I like to see people get all angry. I mean, I don't like to see them get angry.
Listen,
obviously.
when they're
gonna get angry
when they take the fluoride out of the water. If you want real Boston tap water, that they took the fluoride out, call me. Contact me. I'm your guy. I will get you legit Boston tap water. I'll film it coming right out of the tap from Boston, and I'll prove it to you. No bullshit. There'll probably be people online telling you like, "Oh, this is Boston water." I'll fucking really go and get it, and I'll show you it's Boston water. Like, I'm not fucking around. If you want it, I got it. Boston Ray Mudfoot water. I'll get a little label for it and everything. Singe Man will make it up.
Yeah, I can totally.
Yeah. You're right. I would have to test it. Scott's right. I would have to.
Yeah, well, you just test it.
But I heard that the testing on it is sketchy because, like, when you bring water,
Yeah,
there's
your
no,
testing would be better than
there's
any
no
other
places
test.
apparently that will test water anymore for fluoride. There's no
test it
places
like
that
this.
will do it.
Go.
And if you
You
find a
test it.
place that will do it, you can't trust it. You like they'll
You just
tell
take
you
a
like,
sip of it. Go. Okay, I tested that part, and then just test some more. Okay, I tested that.
whatever. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to make $1 million. I'm just saying they're saying they're taking the fluoride out. Right.
You can say I tested it with my. I took a sip of it.
I don't know. I'll get it out of the tap.
That's what everybody else does.
I'll find a tap somewhere. I'll find some. This is what I'll do. I'll do a mud flood adventure for you. I'll find a Tartarian building with a bathroom, and I'll go and get the fucking shit out of the tap water from there, from the sink, and I'll say it's Boston mud flood water. What do you think about that? From the State House, Boston mud flood water from the Massachusetts State House with the gold dome building. You want some of that? They must have the fluoride-free water there. It's it's the State House, and that's where they would have it probably. I'll go to the heart of the city and get the tap water. I won't fuck around. I won't get it from like on the outskirts. I'll go into the city and get
it. I have really good water where I'm at. I'm on top of the mountain.
I won't charge you a lot, but you have to pay for the shipping and handling because that shit's heavy.
1, 2, 3. There's only 3 houses above me on this hill. We have really good water. I'm lucky. And I still filter it.
You can still filter it out. You could get the Boston tap water and still filter it after. And then you'll probably be double good if you really care about it that much.
Right, huh? Distill it or whatever you do.
Whatever you do.
I was thinking about trying distilling, but
I have no idea. Where's my banner? Hold on. Let me put my banners up. Hold on. I have one. I know I have one.
I should be dead like 3 or 4 times, so I'm not too worried about it. Although I don't know. Do I want to hang around any longer? I mean, do we get a choice?
That's a disclaimer.
We're probably not going to be around too long.
I know. Everything will probably be gone tomorrow. That's the thing. Like that's the way the YouTube game works. Like
I mean the universe is so.
Yeah, but I'm saying the YouTube game too. One day you could be here and have like 3,000 subs, and the next day your whole channel just wiped out and you're down to like 1 sub again, and you're just like, what am I supposed to do now? That's why I have like 6 channels going. That's why you should sub them all, because you never know. You never know how it's gonna go. It's a game. It's a game. It's like a chess game where we just move things around. They're moving around on us, and we're moving around on them. That's how I see it, like a game of chess, and I'm good at chess, so I'm winning. What about you, Singe?
Not working. Pretty good. Chess. Oh, I'm good at
chess. You could play. Really you could play chess. Is there a way, dude? Is there a way we could play online chess? That would be cool. Like right now, live. You want to do an online chess game live? How would that work?
So good at defense that I won't win, maybe, but
I'll destroy you.
Make you work for your win.
Listen, I will destroy. I will destroy you with my pawn. With my pawn defense. My pawn defense will confuse you, and then you'll have no idea what's going on.
Or maybe I can win you if you're gonna do that. I did that one. I started playing chess at age 7.
I was trained how to play chess by a Marine, by a merchant Marine, a retired Marine, an old guy who was really smart and intelligent.
I learned chess at age 8 or 7. I was playing chess.
Yeah, me too. I was playing chess since a kid, but I stopped playing. I'm a little rusty. I kind of forget a little, but I'll remember it. It'll come back. It's a good game. It's a good game.
Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Too bad you can't Control Z in real life.
Yeah, I don't know what it does, but I wish I could just Control Z my life.
You don't know what Control Z is?
No, I have no idea. What does it do?
Back. It goes back 1 move. So you make a mistake, you go, Control Z.
On what?
It's like erasing
on anything. So on this, I could go back one move and erase you out.
No, art programs, and often like some music programs, stuff like that. Video editing programs, stuff like that. But it all started with Adobe Photoshop using the Control-Z way back in the day when I started. And I haven't learned much more, but I've learned a lot in the past 2 years because you forced me to.
What? I forced you to, or did I help you or point you in the right direction?
You made me. You forced me to.
Was it abusive? Was it abusive?
You held a water piston. I can't say that, huh? You can't say anything anymore. You held a water toy that. Can you even say that word SHOOT? Can you say SHOOT? What words can you? You know what I mean? You can't even. You can be very. But we've already broke the line tonight with the other.
I don't think we did. No, I don't think we did. I'm gonna leave it up on my Levelhead channel. I'm gonna take the chance. I'm not gonna leave it up on my big channel.
Okay. I did say a couple things, but
the Boston Ray Levelhead channel. If y'all don't know about it yet,
that one thing about
should.
the
mods. Can you put the? Oh, hold on. I can do it. I don't even need my mods to do it. Ready?
But I did say that one thing about blah 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 earlier.
Don't say nothing else. Just leave it at that. I'll play so much bullshit at the end, they won't even notice. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. You know, I play a bunch of songs, a bunch of shit, and they don't know what the fuck. They don't.
Why is it like that? What's going on?
I think the more cuss words you play in a row consecutively on a stream in a song actually helps you out. I'm sorry that that's the way they operate, that they like it or something. They're satanic, they're evil, but that's the way it works. Like my streams have been staying up because there's cuss words. I think that the algorithm can't figure it out.
They like it. They like cuss words.
They like it. Yeah, YouTube loves it. They love it. Yeah, you're 100%. 100%. They like that part about it. That's their favorite part of my show. I guarantee
you. That's funny.
That's why I do it. I do it for them. I do it for you, YouTube, because I love you. I really do. Even though you took down 2 of my channels for no reason, just for spitting the truth.
Now, if I use this, multiple layers, I'm starting to learn this silly program. Hit it right there. Right there. Oh, you snicker snackers!
I love watching you play around on your computer, Singe.
Control-Z.
I'm gonna play a song. I'm gonna get out of here for a second.
Smoke.
I'm starting to see clearer than I ever have. Bipolar, tell me which one is my better half. Eyes colder cause I slipped up on my better path. My shoulders are so chipped I almost never laugh. You can hear my revving wrath sounding like the engine of a 747 crash. Back out the trash, I was never more as ready as. Now I'm feeling sharper than a heavy ass machete slash. Give me lip, cut your head in half, you won't get it back. Had some dead weight on my back, I got rid of that. Got my head straight and left the flask in my lidded past. And I ain't bitter or a quitter, but consider that I lost a few rings. I'm trying to do things to get it back. Cause life isn't all roses and daffodils, especially when you rose from the bullet holes and smashed up pills. Made it out alive, but pissed away $500,000. Trying to keep a smile, I'm having a hard time laughing still.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down.
Back with a ton of fire, allow me to run it by ya. The stunning ire and the anger of a cunning liar. Each store rapidly pop like a gun is fired. So when my son is Sam, and damn it, and my son Messiah, it's hunger, fire, pain, and anger in a jambalaya. But they don't wanna see it cooking, they just wanna fry it. So for a minute I felt tired and uninspired. It's not long before regrets come running by ya. My stomach tied up in knots, I ride up the blocks and size up and plot with thoughts that I had outfoxed. Too many things to get here to just retire and watch. Started feeling like a fighter that's still dying in a box. So until the day I die in a box, I'ma persevere through everything and anything. I know that it hurts to hear, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm just so set up to win that even when I get knocked down, I know that I'll get up again.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down.
So anyway, I just seen this video. I don't know if it's a hit piece or if it's a good video or what, but I know that Dolly had braces. Either way, so let's see what these people think. Not that I care what they think, because I know what I know, but let's see what that will.
Hey everybody, ODD here. This is my very first Mandela Effect video, and I must say, for the past 2 years I've been dabbling in Mandela Effect research here and there, only to be able to debunk them in one way or another to my liking. For instance, if you build it, he will come. People believe that it's actually, if you build it, they will come, because that makes sense, and I get that. The guy builds a baseball field, and he would want people to come, right? Not just he or one person. Well, yeah, but Field of Dreams is based on a book called Shoeless Joe, and in the movie, Ray, played by Kevin Costner, is a huge fan of Shoeless Joe. He's his hero. So when you hear, if you build it, he will come, it's talking about Shoeless Joe.
Yeah, but it did say they will come before, and it wasn't talking about Shoeless Joe. But whatever. It's all good. People remember
Another
it
one
different
is
ways.
Magic Mirror on the Wall. People believe it's supposed to be mirror, mirror, which it is in the original Snow White book. But the Disney movie has always said Magic Mirror on the Wall. Sex in the City, Sex and the City.
I have to agree with him on that one. I remember it being that way. Like when I was a kid, like the book was different than the movie. I remember that. But maybe it did change for some people still. I'm not saying it didn't.
And very close sounding in nature. Interview with a Vampire, Interview with the Vampire, both which sound exactly the same due to the TH at the end of with the. You see what I mean? So those are just a couple of examples, but I've been able to rectify most of the MEs to my satisfaction. And don't get me wrong, I understand the concept of merging timelines and some people being indigenous to certain timelines and others not. Okay, so I don't give Mandela Effectors a hard time or anything like that. Now, in the past couple of weeks, I was introduced to the James Bond Moonraker Mandela Effect. It blew my socks off. As most of you know, I'm a movie buff, and that's why I started my channel. Needless to say, I grew up watching Moonraker. It came out in 1979, only 5 years before I was born. So by the end of the 80s and the early 90s even, I watched it dozens of times. In the movie, the villain is Jaws, a giant man with metal teeth. And in one particular scene, he meets Dolly, and they fall in love instantly. Let's watch the scene real quick. So I remember Dolly having braces, and that's why this scene was so great. When Jaws smiles to reveal a mouthful of metal, Dolly smiles back also to reveal a mouthful of metal, her braces, and that was the reason for the immediate connection. And we can find residue of this fact here at universalexports.net. They have full descriptions of all the characters in the movie. For Dolly, it says, in perhaps the strangest love affair of the series, Jaws meets Dolly in Rio after his failed attempt on Bond and Goodhead's lives. The complete opposite of Jaws, Dolly is a short blonde girl with pigtails, glasses, and braces. So there's that. And we have this, a Visa commercial using the actor that played Jaws. Let's watch it.
You take Visa Mini?
No, yes.
Good. I'm gonna get a few things.
No, yes.
Telling me that this was love at last.
So you see, the woman in the commercial smiles to reveal her braces, poking fun at the scene with Dolly. Here's a Twitter poll proving that most people feel like me. Obviously, if it was to keep going, we would probably have most people choosing braces. Dolly did have braces. I have no doubts. I remember things from my childhood better than I do now as an adult. Another very interesting connection comes from the CERN video called We Are Happy at CERN. Shout out to my brother Nicholson 1968 for this. In the video, it shows this guy wearing signs around his neck. One says Bond 1 and the other says Mandela. What's crazy is Bond 1, or
I don't know, I think that guy's name is Bell.
The very first James Bond movie is Casino Royale from 1954, starring Barry Nelson. And Nelson is the first name of Nelson Mandela, which the Mandela effect is named after. Can't make this stuff up, and it's too much for a mere coincidence. So I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. Please let me know if this also affects you, and if you're either for or against the Mandela effect, and why. Also, real quick, if any of you out there do not like my content, you find it unsatisfactory, I'm not releasing the info that you want me to release, then welcome to ODD TV. I do what I want here. This is my channel. I make the videos that I want. I release the info that I want. I make my videos exactly how I want, and I usually don't take pointers or tips or what to make and how to make it from anybody. So this is this is ODD. Welcome to the channel. You like it? Stay. You don't? Go unsub. Go make videos about me, how I'm a gatekeeper or whatever, how I'm not talking about the information that's important to you. I don't really care. I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, I film. Anyway, What are we doing here? Who's still here? Is there anybody even watching this thing? Will you guys give it a thumbs up at least? Mr. Obvious, what's up? Julio Lua, what's up? The Late Night Live channel, back on. Boston Ray, Levelhead, sub it. Sub that one. Sub Jason Starr too. Jenny needs subs. They took like 50 of them away overnight. Mr. Super Sidewinder, I don't think he cares about subs, but he has some content. Who else do we got? Trisha C, what's up? Scott Level Realm, also Levelhead. You should check his channel out too, because he uploads Levelhead stuff too. And a lot of his other stuff of him drumming. M10. Clown War Cousins. What would we do without them? Lala, how you doing? Sean Goudreau, I didn't want to leave you out. Logan Rothrods, what's up, my man? All right, who else do we got? Oh, giving shout outs. All right, anyway. I thought Singeman would be back by now, but I'll be right back. I got something for you guys.
This is still the real hip-hop. The CIA still wanna kill me. They wanna drag me in the courtroom and find me guilty because I reign in blood. I'm the master of puppets that's pulling your strings and my brain is bugged. The chumps are ruled enough. I'll put you to death like Chuck Schuldiner. Among the living like anthrax. My thugs deliver, dog. Now who's crying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Crucified like a messiah in the fire dying. This song is K-Rock. I stay hot like Gene Simmons in 76 at the Garden. Retarded, I'm on it. Started to write your obituary. Slowly revived, smoking pot. Woke up this morning and spoke to God. He told me the world's over. Worldwide nuclear assault. Circle of tyrants bring the Celtic frost. Gangsta rappers and all types of guns. Religious fanatics that write from us with platinum albums. The path that travels like the dragon shadow. Invisible to CIA camera angles. They got a file on every rap group. They kill the last man who had proof. They after me for information that I have too. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Get the fuck up out my way, then I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move. Symbolism, socialism, live life to the fullest. If they try to take mine, then I'ma wave the line and pull it. My patience is running thin, spy agents coming in, trying to lock me down. For now I have to hide the gun again. It's punishment, courts and prisons, the cross and Christians. I know the difference between reality and false religion. My thoughts and vision, freedom and peace, but the hood still breed beef and people bleed in the street. We got AIDS and cancer, teenagers crashing in buildings with planes in Tampa. I can't explain the answer, I can only stand for what I believe. Family, friends, health, wealth, good food, pussy and trees. I'll be the one to make a fist and raise it. Sober or wasted, the basics. Always stand the bullshit that you face with. The water's laced with chemicals, you can taste it. Leaves you brain sick, angry and full of hatred. Like nobody likes you, now you become spiteful. Self-hate is frightful, look at the face of Michael. I fight you for justice, freedom and equality. These creeps keep following me. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move. I'm a survivalist, they said I should have been dead over a year ago with a barcode on my head. God knows
knows my intent. Thug hummers with dubs, drunk with guns, drunk on drugs. Mosh pits, popper collars, keep it crunk in the club. Bustin' for fun, Canarsie to Spain. Pumping carcass, park in the rain. I see you faggots barking the name. Fake fame, you get your wig sprayed, your images played. Stop keeping the gully, cut the Sam Kinison braid. Keep your song sweet with light verses, like tight virgins. Out in LA, I'm up in hot tubs with night nurses. X'd out, sniff the white pony, ceremony open shit. See me for the smoke, nervous system full of opiates. MDA, shoot voids like NBA. Bloody advance on firearms, I got 10 to play. Catch a facelift, your grave makeshift, face decay. Surveillance rape with broomsticks, they got tapes for days. State of the world address, NY, some killers for sport. Home of this shit talk, crack houses, prison and chalk. Blows against the system, Pentagon smash, windows inside a victim. Symptoms of the universe, it's Earth.
Paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, we bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, we bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
So earlier I told you guys, but I wasn't just telling you, it was more of like a warning. We are officially going full RV.
With the Super Bowl just around the corner, the timing of all this I find pretty interesting. And the actual footage of Damar Hamlin, there's a lot of talk, but this footage is not really being put out there like you would think it would be. Let's take a look at it, and people could come to their own conclusions based on the information. Let's take a look.
Bengals Monday Night Football game last night. The 24-year-old made a tackle in the first quarter, stood up, and then fell backwards moments later.
So you just saw that. You see here with all the players on one knee, and one particular player is standing up. And what I find interesting, it's kind of hard to see, but his surname is Neal, and he's, of course, wearing the number 33. So I find that very interesting. And, of course, the kneeling on one knee when it comes to Freemasonry, of course, all symbolic. And this is a huge aspect when it comes to the NFL. Of course, everything in society that gets a spotlight, of course, including Major League Baseball, NBA, and, of course, as I'm demonstrating here, the NFL is part of the Masonic organization that is behind all of it. So make no mistake about that. Now let's take a look here at Damar Hamlin wearing the number 3. Of course, 3 in the front, 3 in the back. And you have a large amount of celebrities talking about this. I mean, Steven Van Zandt, Brett Michaels, and of course, Tom Brady in the NFL himself, as you see here. And one aspect I want to touch upon is the name itself when it comes to Damar. I always talk about the law of reversal. Mar is like Mars, or backwards is Ram. As you see here, of course, there's the NFL football team, the LA Rams. They love the horn deity. Getting back to the Mar or Ram in reverse, this is very prevalent in society and showing the signs and symbols. And it's everywhere with the Ram in plain sight, just like you have here with Gordon Ramsay, of course, with the one-eye symbolism, as you see here, as I covered before, with the one-eyed Antichrist. This is what it's all about. Again, I said it many times. If these people know or don't know, it's irrelevant. These are control puppets, and they're told to do this. And I'm sure higher up celebrities know all about this. They know the background behind the one-eye symbolism.
And even what they know, right?
Another one,
more than even
going back in time with
know.
Charles Ramsey,
Crazy.
and you have the cross which I'll get into more when it comes to DMAR, and Fox is the 666.
Look at his eye.
And again, the cross, no doubt whatsoever. This guy in the back,
making a cup of coffee.
Part of this.
His eyes. He looks like
Look at Charles Ramsey going back in time with the
that?
Masonic
Is that
bricks in the
Beetle?
back.
Is that
The
Beetle?
black and white duality cover.
Look like he was
And also, I should mention with this still shot, and definitely this is made to play out in the world stage. And one thing I catch, as I always do, the symbolism in plain sight with the 33 in the back.
There it is.
No doubt whatsoever, this is put there on purpose. And not only the 33, it's the duality black and white.
Yep.
Going along with the 33 when it comes to Freemasonry. And getting back to the cross symbolism, as you see the one cross, but here is the double cross, just like you see here when it comes to Masonry in this one Masonic Lodge in Huntsville, Texas, and the double cross. And we all know what the double cross means. And so there's a lot of things going on here that obviously has Masonry written all over it. And again, you have just one player from the team from the Buffalo Bills standing up, and he just so happens to be number 33. And again, the duality with the kneel. Everybody's kneeling while his surname is Neil while he's standing.
So the double cross must mean what? Like free from the Father, right? That's what it must mean. Just the,
up, obviously. And this one clip I saw today from the NFL itself. And again, people can come to their own conclusions. It's a very short clip I'm going to play here with the uncle himself being interviewed. And I always say it where the subconscious mind controls the conscious mind. And let's take a look here when it comes down to it. People do things internally, again, subconsciously. They know the reality that DeMar's going to be fine. And basically the reporter himself and the uncle are pretty much all smiles. Let's take a look at this very short clip.
Dorian, Uncle D, can you give us an update on how DeMar's doing at this time?
So it's very short, as you see here. And the reporter himself and the uncle all smiles. And this basically just happened. Just happened. It doesn't match the situation. Again, people could come to their own conclusions based on the information itself. But again, there's a lot of Masonic symbolism taking place, obviously. And this in particular with the NFL, there's a maximum of 55 players per team. And out of all of them, the number 33 standing up and everybody else is kneeling, just like they do in Freemasonry. It's all in plain sight. But again, people can come to their own conclusions based on the information.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now.
Yeah, there is.
You gotta make sure you're covered.
Guaranteed. Fact. Worry about hackers all day.
Two failed musicians. Basically, they're just guitar heroes on YouTube inserting themselves and leading a lot of people astray to the biblical flat earth truth. And definitely after this presentation is concluded, they're both done with flat earth. There's no denying the biblical flat earth. And it's hilarious to me. Something that can be proven not only in the real world through science, through simple observations, will basically debunk everything they say. Let's get right to it.
You guys might wonder what I have on RB. Why do you use the broken, debunked AE map?
If you go to suncalc.net, you can actually find out where the sun is going to rise and where the sun is going to set. And apparently in the southern hemisphere, such as Australia, they're seeing the sun rise from the southeast and set in the southwest. Even in South Africa, they're seeing the sun set in the southwest. In South America, they're seeing the sun set in the southwest. Now, no matter where you drag the cursor around in the southern hemisphere, at this time of year in October, the sun is setting to the southwest. That's a problem for the AE map because that's the opposite direction than the supposed circling sun. If people in the southern hemisphere are seeing the sun set to the southwest, that is in the entirely opposite direction than the supposed circling sun.
And again, anybody that's been around YouTube watching flat earth presentations over the years, going back to 2015, 2016, and what you just heard there from Fake Jake was basically something he took from a glober that did a presentation on YouTube back in 2015, attempting to debunk the flat earth model, aka the AE map. And again, just another example of him taking others' information and trying to present it as his own. Now let's take a look here before I provide the undisputed biblical flat earth truth when it comes to the circling sun. Let's take a listen to Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Basically the same thing, basically mocking the biblical flat earth truth and the circling sun, the circle map. Let's take a listen.
And making claims about things that are unproven, that they do not know about, domes, ice walls, circular maps, models, all this stuff.
Now let's take a look here again at the biblical truth that not only is in the Bible, of course, it's going to be proven in the real world without a shadow of a doubt. From Psalm 19:6, his going forth, this is regarding the sun, is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit, of course, the circuit goes around onto the ends of it. And there's nothing hid from the heat thereof. And that gets into all the models. Doesn't matter if it's globe or the flat earth model. A lot of the AE map quote debunkers love to talk about light, sunlight, the sun, and how it works above the flat earth. And this is basically how it works. Where, again, as you can see, obviously, how the sun circles over the flat earth model. And I showed this model many times in the past. But the point being is, as you see here, there's the tropical region, which is, of course, going through the equator in the two tropics. So what you have here is subtropic, Mediterranean. You have subtropic below. And, of course, it gets very cold in the south and very cold in the north. So obviously proves that the sun runs through the equator. This is the hottest, warmest region on the flat earth. And here's just another map showing the cold zones, the polar zones. So definitely without a shadow of a doubt, the sun runs through the center. And this garbage nonsense from Fake Jake that, again, he took from somebody else. Again, this doesn't work on flat earth or the globe. Obviously, as you see here, has to run through the center. So this proves without a shadow of a doubt that we have a circling sun. And of course, as the sun circles, it's basically cutting through where you have the outer 360 ice wall. This is 100% biblical, like I said. And the major important factor is heat. And that gets back to the biblical verse. Again, nothing can hide from the heat. Basically, in this, without a shadow of a doubt, basically destroys these two, again, these PlayStation guitar heroes that should stick to playing instruments and leave the flat earth truth to others that see it for what it is. And just for reference, again, the AE map where you see the equator circling around, you see the two tropics, and obviously the sun must remain within the two tropics as they circle above. So no doubt about it. Again, with the colder region in the center, obviously in Canada, in Northern Europe, in the outer 360 ice wall. So again, to debunk this nonsense that Fake Jake is presenting, this is basically, he's done along with Dell. He's pushing, no pun intended, the pushing or the upward movement of the flat earth. Let's take a listen to this. Unbelievable.
Right? As soon as it comes into contact with it, as soon as it stops, the reference frame doesn't stop moving. The reference frame's constantly moving at 21 miles per hour. So now you're stuck to this reference frame as it moves uniformly, no accelerating, constant motion. Right? It's going to keep coming. Now what you have to achieve is force. You need to have constant acceleration in order to overcome it. Right? Because you can't just jump and hover, because the reference frame is going to keep coming and hitting you. So you need to overcome that reference frame and utilize constant acceleration to maintain your trajectory off of it.
So what about the sun, moon, and stars? Are they accelerating up along with the so-called pushing up of the flat earth? This is absolute nonsense. It's obviously unprovable and just pseudoscience what Dell is pushing here. Let's continue on.
It's very, very simple. As soon as the reference frame is in contact with you, it stops, so that you can now float about here. No. The reference frame will be constantly moving towards you.
So again, just more of the same here, but this is definitely pseudoscience, not proven scientifically, just made up abstract nonsense. And he actually shows this, which is absolutely hilarious. This man who appears to be a school teacher with this square frame, and just take a look at what is presented here. Absolutely hilarious that Dell would use this as a claim with Earth supposedly moving upward. Give me a break. Take a listen.
Watching it in slow motion, we see the little person inside the elevator maintains the same position as both objects fall.
Again, just two guitar heroes pushing pseudoscience, things that are absolutely ridiculous, as I shown, trying to debunk God's created flat earth with the circling sun with this nonsense he took from somebody else. Again, Dell basically denying the biblical flat earth as well. And there's no denying the biblical flat earth as I presented in this video presentation. And definitely, if you can't pass this video along to other flat earthers, and hopefully people will get it as far as the biblical truth of the flat earth. It's all in plain sight, provable without a shadow of a doubt. The latest regarding Andrew Tate supposedly being taken in. Let's take a look here first off. As he's taken in, take a look at what happens here while he's in the back seat. And he puts up the Masonic hand signs, as always. Again, this is how they communicate, through signs and symbols. And for all those that think Andrew Tate's some type of hero, nothing could be further from the truth. Here he is talking to Tucker Carlson on Fox News. And just take a listen to what Tucker Carlson says here. I'm going to make a very important connection.
News accounts in the United States say that the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest, Romania, was tipped off to your misdeeds, given that this is the same charge they leveled against Julian Assange, or a species of it.
And of course, Tucker Carlson mentioning Julian Assange, the connection is going to be very transparent. Here you see Julian Assange himself. Now, again, just like Andrew Tate showing the Masonic hand sign, take a look here with the same exact scenario with Andrew Tate being taken in. And take a look here. And you're going to see Julian Assange shortly and you see the number 3 in plain sight. Just one aspect of this, but let's play the video. You see the 1-3, and as you play the video, as you see Julian Assange being taken away, and look what we see here, another 3. So as, again, Julian Assange being taken away, you see the cop with the checkerboard, the Masonic checkerboard in plain sight. It's of course, a Masonic institute with the police, and not just in the U.S., all over this flat plane that we live on. Let's continue on here. And what do you see? Again, the 33 in plain sight. And this is how they do it, as always, putting clues. Once again, it's the Masons behind all of this. Again, anybody that believes Andrew Tate is some type of hero seriously needs to reconsider their position on that. And that gets into the final clip here with, once again, Andrew Tate. Just take a look here. Basically the same scenario. This is from a little while ago. This is not from the same situation in Hungary. But take a look at that smiling face as he's speaking to the driver here, as he's supposedly being hauled away. All laughs, all smiles, and obviously they're all part of this world stage.
They love it. They look at them. They love it.
Yeah, that's how I usually am when I relate.
Hey, we'll play one more and then we'll take some calls. I'm drinking my coffee.
Just what do you love? So you look like the such a disaster. I'm telling you, that just look again. I'm special, I'm gonna love
I have another job for you.
Game on. I have a job for you. A very good job. Go see it.
I saw this headline on Yahoo News, and a lot of people have asked me over the last couple of years about this character, Andrew Tate, on the
I'm
world
doing a
stage,
show at
as you
RV
see
on
here
Friday
with
night.
Greta Thunberg.
Beersworth, on Sailing Fair.
And obviously, like I said many times, all these
Friday night
people
with Sailing Fair Man.
that get the spotlight in the media,
RV,
part of the
Sailing Fair
Matrix.
Man,
And that's the funny thing about
Food
Andrew
Seeker
Tate. He
69.
speaks about the Matrix.
We're all
He
gonna
calls
be there.
himself
Who knows?
the top G.
Who knows?
Of course, G being 30 when it comes to Freemasonry.
This makes me laugh.
And this is all
Anything
about
can happen.
divide and distract, what
Good
I've
RV, you never
covered
know.
many times with my previous video with Kanye West. And in that video, I stated, we live in a 3D world, divide, deceive, and distract. This one is all about distraction. And here is the actual tweet that caused all the buzz on Twitter, and really unbelievable. Over 106 million views on this one tweet alone, where basically Andrew Tate is mocking Greta Thunberg about having 33 cars. And of course, this all has to do with the mission. And we know where, quote, Greta Thunberg stands as far as this is concerned. Just a character on the world stage. But again, this is the stance, as you see here, Greta Thunberg on her Twitter, quote, her Twitter. And here you see the response And obviously, this is meant to happen again. Yes, please do enlighten me. Of course, enlighten with Freemasonry. And you can see the email. And this is, of course, the body shaming, which was in the article of Yahoo News. And all these images with Andrew Tate doing the Masonic hand symbolism. I mean, it's constant. Here you see him in this one kickboxing ring and the Masonic hand sign. I mean, it's everywhere. This is when he was a bit younger doing the sign of silence. And here's 3 photos. Again, it's clear as day and out of his own mouth. Take a listen here. Very short clip, but very revealing.
Steroids.
Look how I'm doing the powers. Symbol of power. I'm the Illuminati. Freemason. Secretly controlling the world. I am secret.
Just says it right there. You know, so there's no doubt whatsoever. I mean, you don't even really need that interview. All the hand symbols once again.
The show's Friday night. I think
all in
today's
plain
Wednesday
sight.
night.
And
It's
the
in
same
2 days.
goes for Greta.
It's not tomorrow night.
Before, with all the one eye symbolism and every which way possible
it's up
to cover that right eye. And the important aspect to understand is they tell you their agendas, not through words, through signs and symbols. Like I stated many times before, when it comes to this one quote from very famous Freemason Manly P. Hall, when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. And getting back to the imagery here of covering the right eye, it's all about the one-eyed Antichrist. And if these individuals know or not, it's really not important if they know. But the people controlling them, they definitely do know. And this is regarding the Bible verse, Zechariah 11:17, where it states, "Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock." Get right to it. His right eye shall be utterly darkened. It's very clear what is happening here. Make no mistake about it. And this is absolutely nothing new. Going way back with John Lennon covering the right eye with this Rape magazine. And more recently, over the last decade, with this image here as well. Basically, this is dual symbolism. Covering the right eye and the monarch butterfly, the transformation symbolism, all in plain sight. And again, it's so very important for people to understand symbolism. If you dismiss symbolism, if you're a truther, to me, you're not really a truther. You're not understanding how these people operate. And it gets back to Freemasonry, where it states here in this Masonic encyclopedia how Masons use the ancient practice of conversing without the use of speech. So understanding through signs and symbols alone, you're going to understand Greta Thunberg and also Andrew Tate basically are on the same team just by looking at all the symbolism of these 2 controlled puppets on the world stage.
Okay, that's a seat burner. So what are we doing? So what are we doing tonight, Singe? Should we take calls? Do you feel like should we take calls? Do you feel like talking to people tonight? What do you feel like doing?
Oh, I just put my headphones back on. Hi.
You have anything you wanted to show, or anything you wanted to talk about? Not to put you on the spot.
No, just been doing a lot of art.
I've been doing a lot. I've been doing a lot of
mob
music.
art. I've been doing Singe Man art. I've been doing martial arts. What other art? Chef cooking art. Nope, I lost the connection again, right? Nope, I didn't see my connection goes bap and on and off all the time. I gotta look at the number up there. It was 2022. It was 22022 a second ago. That was cool. And there was 11 people in the chat. 11 warriors. 11 warriors come out to play.
Yeah, it rocks. I have something here that rocks, but I can't play it
Where is
yet.
he? Oh yeah, he's
But
right behind me.
It does rock.
He still hasn't seen
Whatever.
the movie The Warriors. This guy behind me still hasn't seen the movie The Warriors. That guy over here. He lived The Warriors. He doesn't have to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, my program open now. I shall clip it down. Then I'm going to make it wobble. And at the end, I figure I'll have a little couple of puffs of smoke come out of the chimney after it levels out, right?
Yeah.
Like that. Levels out and then puff, puff, puff out of the chimney. Cute. Adorable. Hurrah! I'm one of the few warriors that can say that's cute and the next minute do warrior like things.
You upload any new warrior like any videos? New ones?
Oh no, I was gonna do snow dart today. I'm gonna do some tomorrow. I'm gonna do snow dart. So this is rope dart in the snow.
I'm trying to think if there's any interesting videos I uploaded lately.
I haven't done any interesting ones. I was going to, but it's just
for 2 days. For 2 days, I've been learning this new program for the computer for editing music and making music and everything else, and practicing this one certain song that we're working on. And Levelhead's coming together. I got
you
the
know what I'm
Levelhead.
gonna get.
Yep. Go ahead.
What's this? You might want to get one too. It's a tripod that focuses on you. And you just hook your phone to it.
Let me show you guys something.
Wherever you move,
keep going.
The phone moves to you. It's great for us. It just focuses on your face or your moving body, whatever. It's not the camera though. It's the tripod that focuses, and you hook the camera to the tripod. I mean, your phone to the tripod, and then it focuses on you. Auto focus, auto tracking tripod. Like
we got mail.
Hey, so I'll say it again.
Mail room.
I told the chat, and I'm going to tell you, an auto tracking tripod. You hook your phone to it, and then it tracks to wherever you move.
Do you want to hear about that, or do you want to see what I got in the mail?
You should get one. I'm going to get one.
Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to see what I got in the mail? It's up to you.
I just talked about it. There's not much more to say.
All right. So, shout out to Sean Osborne, but he made. Well, can you see that? Sean.
Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to show?
Sean Osborne made these limited edition. Look, you see it?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be small buttons.
No, they're huge. Look, there's like different colors. Look, there's like a gold one. There's like a red. There's like red one. Right? They're pins. They're like limited edition. Look, There's only
more
a few.
limited. They're the only kind in the world.
They're the only one. They're the only ones, and Sean Osborne made them. They're handmade by Sean Osborne,
Thank
and
you, Sean.
they're pretty
Awesome.
they're pretty heavy. And he mailed me I got 11 of them, but he might make me more if I ask him. And they're like red, green. There's a gold one. Let me see. It's a
That's
gold
great,
one.
Sean. I have all kinds of graphics that we could
So
make some fun ones.
I'm not selling these. These aren't for sale. What I'm doing is I'm gonna give them to the captain, and we're gonna decide. We're gonna do something with them. We might do a giveaway or some kind of contest, or we might. Who knows? We might sell them if we need money.
Just give them away at a concert. Throw them to people in the crowd at a concert.
Yeah, we might do something like that. Who knows? But that was cool. I do receive mail, and that was cool for Sean Osborne to send me that. Thank you. And he did, and just to take the time out, and make them himself.
He likes to do physical art. He doesn't like to do computer art.
They will be circulated around though. And
he's a really good artist.
I'm sure the people that really supported us the most will end up with them.
He also plants things, and people don't like it. He plants.
The original people that were supporting us right from the beginning, and we don't have enough to give them to everybody, but make more, make more, random fan, make more. That's him. That's Sean Osborne. Everybody thinks he's a troll. He comes into their chat because his name.
Think I'm a troll too.
He's not a troll. That's Sean Osborne.
I was banned in RV's chat.
I don't know nothing about it. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
I know, but
I was a mod. I was a mod for RV.
Did I say your name?
No.
Did I even go there? Wow, you gotta calm down, bro.
No, I'm
chill.
chill.
Let people just finish their thoughts and they say, mellow. Let the coolness soak into your vertebrae.
Mellow. Hold on. Let me get that clip up. Hold on 1 second. I know what you're talking about. Hold on. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'll get the clip up.
Anyway,
go ahead.
I was banned in RV's chat for saying it was by one of his mods, I'm sure. RV's too busy to ban. So one of his mods in the Shinsman is sarcastic. And I said, Elon Musk's space car just went around the sun and the moon is in the atmosphere. Laugh out loud, whatever. So it's a smiley face, whatever, right? They spanned me right away. I was like, oh, they didn't, I was kidding. But actually, that's what they say. So I was just saying what they say. Space car went around the sun. Moon is in our atmosphere. Yay. Kit Kat never had a dash. What the?
Hey, mellow out, man. Now just go, what? Do it, man. Shit. Mellow. Yeah. You better now, man? Yeah. You mellow? Yeah. Feel all right, huh? Yeah. What are you doing, man? Sometimes that helps, man.
He's fucking with him. That's what
anyway.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're just a high-strung person. I know. It's cool. I'm from California. We're just like retarded.
I think Cheech and Chong are from California too, right?
Yeah, we're all retarded out here. We just get wheelchair weed, and get retarded.
Yeah. Well, what's the bonus spin for tonight? What are you trying to spin up?
I'm basically pretending I'm a soccer player on the field, and I'm a healthy 22-year-old, and I'm having this little thing where it goes flutters in your chest, and you got to spin around, and you go boom. It's called the bonus spin. You get the stuff, and then you get the bonus spin. Yay! Everybody die.
Is that the best you got?
Everybody die.
Is that the best you can come up with tonight?
I want to see everybody live, but they apparently want to have a bonus spin.
All right, give me a second.
Come on. That's a grip of the serpent. That's the words of a liar. As I search to acquire the fire, first to inspire me to curse in each verse with the ire. You're witnessing the rebirth of the fighter. Need to do some research on a spider. Feet first with the bugs in my web, and I had madness on my mind. Doing drugs up at 7, throwing slugs up at heaven. Scorching from the flame of the hellfire burning. I'm an orphan of the game. Purple rain leaking, black coffin in my vein. I can see my sanity encircling the drain. Flush with the rush of the pills crushed up in my well. Am I still fucked up? Tell me where's the plug? It's so bad I'd pulled it. A car out of fuel, I'm a gad out of bullets. I'm gone.
I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me a rhyme to get out though. Could we cutthroat? But above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane. I flame on, cut a line that goes straight to the brakes. You crash dummies. Wipe the mud up off my face. Watch the sun shine down on me. Risen from the ashes, swinging for the fence with a bat named Lucille, like Walking Fucking Dead. Pop the trunk, I'm fed up. Turn the street to bedlam. Murder, murder, red rum. Drill a beat like Ted Bundy. I've been at this shit forever, man, for oh so long. Trying to paint a perfect picture with the tools that I got. Or maybe it's the death of my pops in a box full of ashes, passing around like a souvenir, asking me questions about him. The tension keeps stacking. The fact of the matter is I'm just a bastard. Now fuck what you talking, I've heard it 1,000 times. Back of my mind, I had thought about suicide. Walk with my head up, but egg just to crack a smile. Dealt with the hurt and the anger keep coming out. I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me a rhyme to get out though. Could we cutthroat? But above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane. I flame on, cut a line that goes straight to the brakes. You crash dummies.
Let's see. You ready for this? Can you see it? Is it up on the screen? Let's see. My screen sharing.
What's he say? And then I go straight to the breaks. You fresh what? What's he say?
I don't know. It's down south talk. You guys should know. All right.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. All right, you ready? I think he says.
Here's a tiny.
No, I think he says straight for the breaks. You crash dummies.
Crash dummies. That's
Yeah,
cool.
that makes sense. That I think so. That's what I think. Anyway, you ready?
Makes sense. That's great. Here's a tiny tyrant.
Ridiculous. That's disrespectful.
Don't even, man. It's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, bro. Freedom of speech, bro. I can say whatever I want.
Green just threatened me with arrest for speech. Is speech interference?
It depends on the context. I wasn't there. I can't provide you with any.
You warned me earlier, so is that a warning? You'll arrest me next time? Maybe.
We warned you we were going to take your freedoms away earlier.
You get my email?
Didn't you hear
Why are you calling?
Oh, here goes my doob. My doob tube.
Yeah, it's always too early for that, bro. My brother from across the pond.
Let me remind you, this is just hours after my illegal detainment in front of the Ropes Mansion by Tiny Tyrant Green and others, where on his own body cam,
this is the only one.
expressing his disdain for myself, exercising my rights and knowing my rights, even having condescending attitude, saying, "Glad you're a legal expert," when I actually know the law much better than he does.
Illegal detainment.
That is awesome.
Glad you're a legal expert.
That is awesome. Yeah. Every other time
You gotta listen to this. Here's your vertebrae.
Oh my god, you're so annoying with this. I put it on mute.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're all strung out.
Exclusive content on my backup channel.
I do have some really good indigo,
Hey,
however.
Aaron.
So that,
Hey. Why? Because I've been riding my bike. That's all you got, huh? Dude, you're 4 foot nothing. Shut up. Okay. This guy likes to illegally detain people. You guys should be filming these.
Dude, it's a license plate. Can you just not film us?
No, you should be filming them. You should be filming them. No, man.
But we don't have a problem, so what's the point? We don't want to be recorded.
It doesn't matter. You're in public, bro.
That's ridiculous. That's respect.
Don't even, man. It's freedom of speech. Right? I don't know how to say your last name. Speech is not interference, Green. Excuse me? I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to this officer. I'm talking to the officer. I'm not talking to him. Speech is not interference, Green. Supreme Court ruled it, Green. And Green, you're live right now too, so on my YouTube channel, not local. See you later. 23C260. Green, are you there, man? I don't care. I can use swears, bro. You're new. You shouldn't learn. Don't learn from him. I can swear if I want. Freedom of speech, bro. Freedom of speech, bro.
I know.
I can say whatever I want. You really think speech is interference? You dumb son of a bitch. Dude, stop trying, man. It's not working. Grow up a little bit. How about that? Literally, grow up a little bit. Hey, you soliciting?
literally.
Wait until that comes out.
We're clear on that stop. Verbal given.
Wait until it comes out that you've been trying to solicit. Yeah, I got the proof, brother. I got the proof, you little tiny tyrant. He gets his feelings hurt and threatens arrest for interference for speech. Fucking little man.
Back on May 25th, 2022, Tiny Tyrant Green tried threatening arrest for freedom of speech as well.
Yeah, you guys don't have to talk to him at all. You don't. You have the right to remain silent. Fifth Amendment right. It doesn't matter. I'm not interrupting, bro. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Speech is not interruption, bro. Remember that, Green. Speech is not interruption. They weren't even detained, see? Interference and interruption is physical, Green. I could say whatever I want. I can narrate whatever I want. Freedom of speech, bro. First Amendment. That we the people tattooed on your arm. That's what it's about, bro. Wow. See, guys, they're pushing on me hard right now. They know I have open charges, so they know even a bullshit arrest is gonna get me. If I didn't have open charges, I would have kept pushing even harder right there, and they know that. Well, looks like we're going back to the police department to see if they think speech.
He's a madman. I stay far away from this guy as I can.
Some sort of supervisor, Green just told me that speech is interference, and I want to just check with the supervisor to make sure that's correct. Yeah, he just threatened me saying that I was interfering by talking to a passenger in a vehicle. So I just want to see if that's true with the superior or if he was ill-informed. He said you need to stop talking. You're interfering. And he was basically saying I was going to be arrested. He said.
So basically, I want to chime in. This is what I know. I know Mass Accountability. He's my friend. I see him on like a weekly basis. We hang out. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's been on the show. He's cool.
He's been on the show. But what I'm saying is he called me last week sometime and said I was just in jail for 3 days over the weekend. And I'm like, what happened? And he said, the Salem police arrested him on some stupid bullshit nonsense. and they held him in the police station for 3 days, right? So he's a vegetarian, and he's very health conscious about what he puts into his body, and he drinks certain types of water, and he's certain type of, whatever the problem is. I don't know his religion, but what I'm saying is, like, whatever the deal is, he didn't want to eat their food. So all right, they held him at the police station, all right? He had usually when I'm at the police station, I tell them to take the strings out of my sweatshirt, and I use it as a pillow, and I sleep. But he was wearing a tank top, and he had a brand new sweatshirt that he just made, one of his mass accountability sweatshirts, right? That he made, that he didn't want to ruin. So he didn't use his sweatshirt. So he sat in a cold prison cell, right? With no pillow, no blanket, no nothing, right? For like 3 days straight, like in the police station, not even a real jail cell, on a piece of wood, right? For 3 days straight. He didn't eat. He didn't eat nothing. The lights were on the entire time. He didn't eat. He didn't eat nothing for 2 days. He didn't eat nothing for 2 days.
Yeah, they
And
kept
then
me in holding in South Carolina for a day and a half, and they gave me only peanut butter jelly sandwiches.
So he went on a hunger strike.
For a day and a half.
Let me finish my story, and then you can.
No,
tell
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you
That's
can tell your
a common
story.
form of their torture.
Yeah, but
to keep you in holding.
You can tell your story, but let me just finish.
That's not telling my story. I'm adding to your story. It's how people communicate. We talk.
All right. But listen, I want to finish while I'm on a roll. So for 3 days, they held him there, and then he went on a hunger strike, and then they started getting worried about him because he wasn't eating or drinking any water. And they said, hey, after about like 2.5 days went by, his bill was $25,000. His bill was 25 grand, dude. That's a fucking big bill for like it wasn't even it was, I don't know what it was. It wasn't even a bad charge. They just wanted to hold him there, and they knew he wasn't going to come up with the money. No one has that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money. Someone might, but I don't. So his bail was 25 grand. Nobody really even knew he was arrested. I didn't know. So there wasn't like many people out there trying to help him. I think Wright's Crispy was helping him. And a few people in the community were helping him. Shout out to Wright's Crispy. And, I think, so they arrested him basically because he had a warrant. Oh, I know why they arrested him. Because he had a warrant. I mean, not a warrant, a restraining order. A restraining order for the paramedic lady that I live streamed the Zoom, the thing, the court date. It's on my channel. And the lady was basically lying. You could tell. And the judge went for it. And, she's a paramedic that works for Salem, where he does these audits, and she always shows up on the scene. And she tried to say that he was sexually harassing her, but he wasn't. He just, I don't know. He said the silicone was going to her brain or something. I don't know. Something about silicone going to her brain. But other than that, he wasn't harassing her. She was harassing him because she was sending him emails and texts and all kinds of shit through his social media platforms or however they were doing it. So she was bothering him. And then it was like backwards. But they told him that he can't go near her, right? He's like, fine, I won't go near her. I don't want to go near her anyway. I don't give a fuck about that lady, right? But the only problem is she shows up to all the scenes. So the minute she shows up to a scene that he's at, he has to leave. But he filmed a scene the other day, and I think it was a different ambulance company that showed up, and he didn't think she was going to be there. And he filmed it, and then he went home and watched the video, and he realized that she might be in the video, and he wasn't even sure if it was her, but someone else seen the video and said that it was her, and then they arrested him for violating the restraining order, which was complete bullshit in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So now he's got a $25,000 bail on a fucking complete bullshit case that fucking
because if you're like shopping,
because the law is slanted towards the woman. But go ahead.
Right, because if you were shopping at Safeway or whatever, and she happened down the same aisle, that's not breaking that thing. It's like you accidentally ran into her. You weren't trying to be there. You know what I mean?
So
it's not breaking.
So he went on a
leave as soon as you did. He left as soon as he could. He didn't hang around. So yeah.
And this is a true story. So he went on a hunger strike for 2 days, didn't eat shit, fought them, they finally had he had like a family member or something bring up like or somebody from the community brought up some normal food for him that he eats and some water and stuff, and then they released him on his own recognizance, and you know what I mean, for free in court. So they just basically kidnapped him for 3 days, held him prisoner, and he said they weren't too bad to him, but I mean, they held him on a slab for 3 days and with the lights on. You know what I mean? With no food. So they kind of did fuck him around. So this was before that happened. You know what I mean? Like it was all building. The whole case was leading. He got a whole bunch of them fired, like 50 captains or something crazy like that. He was ripping them apart unit by unit. This department, the Salem Police Department. He was getting them all in trouble. He was getting them all fired, and they didn't like it. So now they're retaliating, and retaliation is a crime. So they're committing a crime against him, in my opinion.
I've warned you, and yeah, he was ready to arrest me.
Okay.
So
our lieutenant's tied up for a minute.
Doyle?
He'll be out to speak with
All right. I saw Monk just went in there too. If I could speak to either one of them.
Yep, they're tied up for now.
Okay. They're tied up. Do they need help?
No, they're okay. I believe Sergeant Monk will speak with you in a minute. Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So this is him filing a police report. And people call.
On my own shirts, guys. Hoodies, sweatshirts, t-shirts.
He makes these. Silk screen. He does it himself and sells them. That's how he makes a living.
There we go.
YouTube doesn't pay shit.
Ads on YouTube must be so annoying. But with 3 clicks, you can...
Green just said that speech was interference. Do you guys believe that to be true?
Is there something that I can help you with?
Yeah.
Something specific?
Yes. Green just threatened me with arrest for speech.
Yeah.
Is speech
With
interference?
3 clicks, you can give us money. We'll take down those ads.
Passenger was talking to me.
I'm not going to speculate on what went down.
No matter what, is speech interference at all?
It depends on the context.
It can be?
It depends on the context.
You think speech can be interference?
It depends on the context.
What context would it be interference?
I'm not going to speculate.
It's not speculation.
Give me more crayon art.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
For you guys to arrest someone, I want to make sure I don't do this. So I want to know, I want you to educate me on the law since you're law enforcement. At what point is speech interference?
Were you interrupting?
Interrupting what?
Again, I don't know the context.
No, not what I was doing. When is speech interference? So I don't do it.
No, you're interrupting me. No, you're interrupting me. No, you're interrupting me.
As in what? Like make them look my way?
Well, making them look your way
Is that interference?
context on. Like, there's a million different examples we can go.
No matter what. Okay, so let's say.
So I don't want to do this back and forth, right? This just back and forth. It's not going to work. We can just keep going around in circles.
Yeah, because you don't want to answer the question.
I wasn't there. I did give you an answer.
No, you
I
didn't.
wasn't
At
there.
what point is speech interference?
When you interfere with the officer's duties.
At what point is it interference?
I just told
No. Speech. When is speech interference?
It's contextual.
Do you know that the Supreme Court has ruled speech cannot be interference? Okay. We can verbally oppose the police at any time. Okay. And just because they look away and they have ADHD does not mean that all of a sudden it's interference.
Okay. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
At what point is speech interference?
I told you, Tom.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Tom. All right.
Badge number.
187.
187.
Okay.
No. All right, guys, you see that? That's the professionalism. Salem Police Department thinks speech is interference, guys. The Salem Police Department thinks that speech is interference. You have the right to redress your grievances, guys. You see that? You have the right to redress your grievances. It's contextual. So at some point, speech can be interference, I guess. That's coming from the shift supervisor. Coming from the shift supervisor.
Debunked.
What about Doyle? Do you think speech is interference, Doyle?
He knows them all by name.
They're busy, remember, guys?
there's no interference in any sports with vocals. You have to be physically to be called an interference in any sport. So vocal can yell all you want. And, hey, get out of the way! Swing batter, swing, swing batter, batter, swing. It's not interfering. One must be ready in this life.
This is in Salem where the witches
You up
were
for, arresting me for
hung. You see?
speech? When you go out that door,
Look!
you're going to war.
Look! You see the police car right there? Look, it's got the
I'll say it
witch.
one more time, uninterrupted.
All right, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
When you go out that door, you're going to war.
Okay. So this is the Salem. Look, you see the symbolism. The witches were hung, not burned, in Salem. The whole witch trial thing. They have it right on the police car.
Sounded like it. You warned me earlier, so is that a warning? You'll arrest me next time? Maybe. For free speech? Yeah. Has to be physical for interference. Look it up, mass.gov. I'll email it to you. I will. In about 10 minutes or so. Yeah.
That's a shitty job, so you get a shitty attitude. I'd hate to be like that type of person.
I wouldn't want to be
what
a
are
cop.
you doing? I'm going to watch what you're doing. I'm worried about what you're doing.
That would be the worst job
You might
to have.
be breaking the law, so I better watch what you're doing. No. A police's job was to get known criminals, not go looking to make someone a criminal.
You're gonna be a cop.
Police's job is to get a
Don't
criminal.
be a bitch like Green here.
You don't go make criminals.
Don't be a little bitch.
I mean, I despise their job. I would never be involved in something like that.
I wouldn't want to do this work.
Because you'd have to be a bad person.
Look at the bricks.
Look
Look at the buildings. Look at the bricks. Look at the cobblestone. Look mud flood. Look at it. This is Salem. Look, hold on. Let's look at the building.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Look at that. Look, let's do a quick let's mud flood research the mass accountability video.
I was recently playing a game that takes place in the back east.
Dude,
every buildings like that.
Every building here in Salem is old. Like look at the archway. Look at the bricks. They obviously repainted that, but this one's not old. But look at that one up there. Look at the way it's like. It almost looks like it might be on a slant. I'm not sure if that's the camera or what, but let's see.
You get my email, Green? You get my email? What about you, Cologne? Rolled up his window.
Yeah. Dynamic duo right here. Tiny Tyrant and Chocolate Rain. Chocolate Rain.
The prisons make you wonder where it went. Chocolate rain.
Yeah, he does.
Time to change. I grew up with 6 sisters.
Yeah, you did. Definitely. You definitely did. Jesus. All right, well, how we doing here? How many people do we got? We still got 13 people hanging out. We got Morgan. We got Voynich. We got Random Fan.
Morgan.
We got Jenny's still here. Scott was here, is still here probably. Bearsworth. Mr. Obvious. Mudsworth. Jason Style. Logan. Scott. Well, what time is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning. What are we doing tonight, Finch? You got anything? You got anything you want to talk about? Anything that you want to get out? Anything? What do you got?
No, I just think of things as you say them or whatever, and I say it immediately before I forget it.
I know. I do that. I used to do that.
It.
I used to do that too. You gotta be more mindful. But it's not about that. I was just seeing if you had any topics you wanted to bring up or anything like any videos that you found interesting lately or
everything's just like crazy,
been-
like Ohio incidents and stuff like that. It's like, oh, I don't want. I can't find anything funny. I'm just watching funny movies of gangsters right now.
Yeah, there's not much going on. It seems.
I'm watching The Gentleman. It's an old from the '90s gangster stuff, and they constantly show you back east. So all the buildings are like that too. Yeah.
Where is it? Is it in New York? Is it in New York?
I'm not certain. There's a back east. I can tell it's back east.
Is it 5 families?
No, it's The Gentleman.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the story, is there like different families?
No, it's not the family. It's more like they're just drug dealer guys. Sort of like
for one, yeah.
They're kind of they operate like a mob.
What year does it take place?
I'm not certain, but they're talking about The Kind and The Chronic and stuff. It's probably the 90s.
It's probably
at it.
It's probably about me.
It's pretty good. Half funny, half serious, and it's like taking my mind off. Well, I don't look at the news. That's the thing. I just like open Google to go look at other things, and then bam, bam, it's just everywhere. So I don't go looking for it. It's just I can see and read. So
this looks like it might be cool. Okay. All right,
Jenny's
ready?
cold, and it's snowing here. We got over 8 inches in California.
I think we might be. I think this is going to be good. All right, let me see.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot them! Shoot them!
Out there on the microphone.
Shoot the moon! Shoot the moon! Shoot the moon!
Joining us is Jason Lindgren. He is the director of Shoot the Moon, a film he made with the one and only Crow 777. He also co-hosts Crow 777 Radio and has his own channel, Secrets of Saturn, which can be found on YouTube and Rockfin.
Well, hey guys, this is an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Good to have you. Give us a little backstory about yourself and how you came to partner with Crow.
Okay, so probably about 10 years ago, I started listening to a lot of podcasts. I'd already been into what some would loosely call conspiracy, and I was listening to a lot of stuff, but I started kind of getting really into it. And I finally decided that, I think I could do pretty good at this. And at the time, I was a manager at Guitar Center, so I had access to buy gear for a reasonable price. So I did that and started the Secrets of Saturn channel. I think that was 2014. Was by the time I finally got that started. And I was looking for guests, and I had this one fellow who knew a bunch of people. He was helping me out for a little bit. And Crow happened to be one of them, and another fellow at the same time named James Alfred. I had reached out to both of them after I'd done a few episodes, thinking that this would be some interesting folks to speak to. I ended up getting in touch with James Alfred first, because Crow was doing his cross-country trip at the time. James and I got along great, and he had told Crow, he's like, hey, Jason's really cool. You should definitely do the show with him. Crow and I did that eventually, and then the chemistry was there kind of right away. It was kind of noticeable. And then I suggested that we do a Lunar Wave roundtable, because now some time had passed since he had shot the Lunar Wave. He shot several of them by that. And I said, why don't we get some of the other folks who have done this and you guys can compare and contrast. And we did that show, and that went really well. And then he started his podcast, and then I wasn't brought in immediately, but we were speaking a lot on the phone, and we could become friends. And it just kind of built up from there. He started bringing me on a little bit. Said, "Hey, you want to do this one with me?" And then, "Hey, you want to do this one with me?" And then after a little while, it just kept more and more. He called me one day while I was at work.
There's that.
"Hey, do this with me." And I was like,
Lunar Wave, yeah.
I think I might be wrong. I think it was episode 38 was my first one where it's like, okay, I'm now part of the show permanently.
Was Shoot the Moon your first directorial debut?
Yeah, Shoot the Moon was my idea to get all of Crow's stuff on the record, and I had nagged him about it for a little while, and he finally realized that that's a good idea. So I was watching tons of stuff on filmmaking at the time, independent filmmaking, trying to figure out how I could do this to look good but still look.
He shot the fucking moon, dude.
And I came up with these Blackmagic pocket cinema cameras that had.
Well, it's almost close enough.
Blacks and all that.
Yeah, look at him.
Very nice cinematic.
Look at that camera.
The price for them wasn't out of control, so that's what I ended up getting: lenses and some hard drives and just all the stuff you need, tripods. Shot some interviews with him, going from where I live in Louisiana up to where he lives in Rhode Island, and then I had bought 2 external hard drives, terabytes worth of
Kids fight with fists, adults fight with their brains.
Take back and shot the.
Hold on, let's hear what he did. Hold on.
Basic film.
I was talking to her.
Learning DaVinci Resolve.
I can barely
DaVinci.
hear it.
The audio side.
He said
Oh,
DaVinci.
it's my mic. My mic's down.
So my sound was good right from the start, and then mixing it. That part was easy.
He said he used DaVinci Resolve.
And
it's the best.
About 3 months or so, just spending hours upon hours putting this thing together. And eventually, after being out for a little while, I garnered 10 laurels from various film festivals. So that was very.
That's weird because I just opened it just now.
And I
Right
was
when you-
trying to do a second one, but there's ideas that
Look
we
at
had.
that, dude.
But yeah, eventually I'd love to make another film and just
I
learn
just
about
opened it. That's weird.
try and take that craft further.
Do you have any ideas in the works, or are you just waiting for that idea?
What was it? Yeah. Go back.
There are
What was it?
ideas, but one of them I don't know how we would pull it off, which is Crow really wants to do stuff on cymatics, but that would be complicated to film. I've suggested multiple other things, but no, there's nothing we've ever decided on as far as like a Crow and me thing to do for a second film as of yet.
I caught the film recently, and yeah, it's great. That's really interesting that you did film festivals as well. How was it received? Yeah, were they kind of geared up to this topic, or was it a bit of an anomaly there?
Well, that was just it. I wasn't expecting anything, but I decided just for the heck of it to enter into a bunch of stuff just to see what would happen. And I figured if nothing else, if I paid the money to all these different film festivals, they still have to watch it. So I figured, might be a little pricey, but at least I've planted some seeds for people to see some really cool stuff and at least think about things. And it took a little while, but once the first laurel came in, I was like, hey, we actually won a laurel for something. And then over the course of several years, it just another one came and another one came until I finally got through everything I've ever signed up for as far as a film festival. And out of all of them, I've gotten 10 laurels. So I'm proud of that. I never expected even one.
What was the most unique experience that came from the release of that film? Was it the winning of the awards, or did it put you guys into touch with just other people that continue to expand not just the topics but the events in your lives as well?
Well, the problem is I was fully intending to go to at least some of these film festivals, and that's when all the nonsense started. So of course nobody was doing anything in person, so I kind of got cheated in that way of getting that experience of like, hey, I put a film out, you guys accepted it, you're giving me whatever award, because all the different film festivals, I don't know if folks really know how they work. I still don't even know that much about how they work, but it's different categories and different awards for different things for different festivals. And I was at least hoping to go to one of them, but that part of it I never got to do, which kind of sucks. So anyway, so yeah, it was kind of a, wow, I did a film. That's pretty cool. I mean, not that it was that complicated of a film, but it's still the fact that we took so much time to try and make just a really good final product, if you want to call it that. I don't know what other word to use. Just that the final thing, it did come out really well. Yeah, it was the whole thing was a very interesting experience, and I'm very proud of the fact that we did it. It feels like an achievement to me, even though it wasn't like this $1 zillion production. We did it. Like I didn't have to get a studio to do it or reach out and get any of the weirdos from Hollywood to have anything to do with it. So yeah, I'm proud of what we did. I'm glad we did it, and I'll definitely do it again if possible.
Now, in Shoot the Moon, Crow mentions that the Flat Earth movement kicked off within 30 days of posting the first lunar wave video to YouTube, which you guys didn't even realize until you were kind of in the process of shooting that film. Now that we're nearing the year 2023 and we have more of a bird's eye view of the Flat Earth movement, what it's become, and this might be a controversial question, but do you think it's any way possible that the Flat Earth movement could have been initiated to distract from the lunar wave and the other events in which Crow was filming in the sky? I could be wrong, but to my understanding, a lot of those topics, the flying machines, which Crow believes are human-made, the vortexes, it doesn't seem like any of the Flat Earth people ever really dug in and continued much of that research.
No, they didn't. I'm super open-minded, and I try to be very objective about everything. Not just I approach, but all the topics we approach together. And sometimes Crow and I don't even fully agree on exactly what something may or may not be. So yeah, I consider any possibility, because I try very hard not to be married to any concept that we approach, because I'm fully aware of the fact that I could be wrong. I mean, if I got in one of Jeff Bezos' silly rockets and went up past the Kármán line, I would then know for sure, at least I probably couldn't prove it to anyone, but I would know then what the reality is. Would I see an actual planet below me, or would I see something else? And that's not going to happen because that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I don't have. But what I'm saying is that it's out of reach for me. So I will never know exactly that without some sort of extreme situation like that occurring. So I just stay completely open. We know that a lot of weird things go on with the space agencies. That much is really, you can't deny that. I know there's insane NASA fanboys, but like there's just weird stuff. The one I always point out is there's this one clip I've seen of the ISS where there's astronauts on the ISS and there's a background. Now, in a single shot, there should only be a single video layer, one camera pointing at a target. So you only have one source going on. There shouldn't be more than one video layer unless someone's overlaying, say, a logo or something like that. And in this one video clip, the astronauts fuzz out, like digitally go, blah, 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 but the background stays exactly in place. Well, in my opinion, and what I understand about filmmaking is that's impossible. And they must be on a blue screen, green screen kind of situation. And there was a digital failure and the background stayed in place, but they did not. That's the only logical answer I could ever possibly come up with, unless they're dealing with multiple video layers, which I don't see how they possibly could be or why they would be. So I don't know if you guys have a take on that, but that's the kind of stuff that I keep in mind, where this agency that gets $1 zillion to play with every single day. And again, I can't prove one way or the other exactly what the reality of our universe is, but I know that they're not always honest with us.
I completely agree. Flat Earth, the way I see it is it's a very powerful tool to sort of get someone's attention, shake them a little bit, and make them consider that, it's possible that they've lied about the Earth and where we live. And that's very powerful. And I think, when I first discovered Flat Earth, it did kind of knock me back a little bit. And then over time, because of the Flat Earth, I think it's probably incorrect to call it a Flat Earth model, but the Flat Earth concept, you do get used to that. And you do start seeing things, or seeing the world through that perspective. But the great thing about Crows and your movie and the lunar wave is that you can always go back to that, and it brings back that sense of mystery and wonder. And I suppose for me, an interesting question to ask is, how do you conceptualize space now?
It would be unfair for me to say that I am a flat earther or anything like that. I have questions that need answers. There are things that bother me. So I came from a scientific background. Like growing up, I loved space. I took classes and all that sort of thing that focused on that. So I have a mildly decent scientific background. So I understood basic astrophysics and things like that. So that's in my head already. As far as like the way I look at it now, I don't have any evidence of what it could actually be. Crow definitely has his thoughts on what it can be from sitting behind a telescope for thousands of hours, but I don't have that. So he has his views on the models. And a lot of what he leans towards, again, which is not something I've done, is he reads a lot of very old texts, and he loves the older the better kind of thing. So he's drawing a lot heavily from that, which I'm not doing. So I just stay very objective. I see things that bother me. For instance, I've shot the Superdome. I live on what's called the North Shore of New Orleans, and Lake Pontchartrain is between where I live, a little town called Covington. All the way across Lake Pontchartrain is New Orleans, and you can see the Superdome, which you're not supposed to be able to see by any mainstream numbers I've been able to find. And I can shoot that with my P1000. And I've done it multiple times. And hypothetically, that's supposed to be beneath the curve. So there's things like that. And I'm completely acceptable to the fact that maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. I'm cool with that. Again, I try not to nag anything. But there's things like that, and then they build up and build up and build up. It's just like something seems weird. But I'm also fully accepting of the fact that maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about, because that's not something that I went to school for. I don't have degrees in that stuff. I don't understand every single concept for that. So I'm just like, okay, cool. Now there are other things I'm very hard-headed about. For instance, like things like the Tartarian movement, like that I just think are rubbish.
What's that called?
Flat Earth, I just stay very objective to it. It's like, hey, I see things
That
that
is
I understand better, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Referring to authority or something like that?
Actually look at things and see what it truly might be.
As you were saying, being a film person and just being able to recognize
you're
NASA, and as
you have
someone
more
who
authority.
works in the film industry, it blows my mind that so many people in that business don't recognize
I'm not that smart.
NASA.
All
Like, they
the
should be the
things
ones
I
that are
see,
the most sharpened
look at that.
to catch it, but they're not. And this is a little bit of a tangent, but you mentioned, getting sent up by Jeff Bezos to go and see what the realm looks like for yourself. And I pitched this to Ewar. I think we should start a campaign called Send a Flat Earther to Outer Space, because I don't see how that wouldn't be the most successful television event in history. Who's not going to watch that? And you could even get like all the flat earthers together in a room, and they can try to decide out which one of them is going to go. That would be like a full episode itself. That would have so much drama in it. I mean, if you can put the Star Trek guy, William Shatner, up there just for the heck of it, do it as a television event. And Amazon is going to be in the hole with this Lord of the Rings stunt that they pulled.
Deservedly so. I hope they lose billions.
And that's what I'm hearing. And then they're still like doubling down and doing the second season now. They're starting to film it after all the backlash. And it's real backlash of just fans and people not tuning in. So you're going to need to make some money. This, to me, is the greatest opportunity to make money off television. And not only that, this is something that the flat earthers and the heliocentric model people can agree on. We want to send a flat earther to space. So it's something that they can help push too. Like, yeah, send a flat earther up there, shut them up, let them see what it is. And then if both parties are pressuring Jeff Bezos, or maybe even Elon Musk sees an opportunity, it's like, oh yeah, let me make some money off this. Even if they wanted to fake it, it's still going to make a ton of money. So I don't see why it hasn't been done.
At least Elon has a sense of humor.
So jumping back over to the Tartaria subject. You, Crow, and Wayne McCroy recorded an episode in 2019 on Crow 777 Radio regarding mudflood in Tartaria, which never aired. Would you want to give a little backstory on that episode and why the decision was made to never air it?
Yeah, that was when that stuff was really getting very, very popular. I don't remember if it was the end of 2019 or the beginning of 2020, but it was in that ballpark. And we decided to do an episode. Wayne wrote some notes up, and I had some notes and all that. And we recorded the episode. It's still sitting on my hard drive, but I never edited it, never finished the production on it. We decided, and it's really very simple. At a time when so much negativity was going on, we just thought, let's not cause more divisiveness, because the entire episode, we do our best. We do what we always do to show the point of view that we came across in the research, which was this is a bunch of nonsense. And that's really, unfortunately, it's as simple as that. I thought it was a great episode. Maybe someday it'll get released. But as of right now, so many people are invested in it. I mean, there are people who are just super into this stuff, and they take it very personally. And this is why I keep telling people over and over and over again, don't be married to any of these concepts. Don't tie your entire identity to any one of these things and get so emotionally invested in it, because you might be wrong. None of us can prove exactly what happened 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. But by using common sense, and the original narrative that, as I understood this whole mudflood Tartaria narrative, was that in the time of the American Civil War, around that era, there was supposedly this worldwide, they call it a mudflood, but I don't know what they mean by that. I'm assuming they just mean flooding, sort of like a Noah's Ark kind of thing. Because I know what floods are like. My mom was 2 weeks pregnant with me during Hurricane Agnes when it hit Pennsylvania and New York, and there's still flood mud in her basement in the corners, way back in the recesses of her basement. So like, I understand the concept. So what, you're just saying that just waters went everywhere? Well, nobody reported on that. If we're talking about 1860s, a time when a lot of stuff was going on, and not every single mainstream news source was owned by the Rockefellers and all the other jackass elites. So there was independent journalism going on, and there were people certainly taking notes in journals and putting things in the family Bible and all that kind of stuff. And if there these sorts of things were going on, and on top of that, finding these gigantic magic palaces where supposedly magic people existed with Star Trek level technology. I mean, it's a huge stretch. Like, where are people getting, for instance, that, oh, do you see that building with those things on top? That's an energy generator. Well, where are the receipts for that? I mean, yeah, it's great architecture, but I just don't see where they're making these leaps.
We've said this before, it's a very dreamy hypothesis, and so it's very easy to get drawn in and sucked in to it. And I think that, what happened in 2020 didn't help, because everybody lost faith in, sort of organizations and the institutions and stuff. So everybody sort of
in front of computers a lot more.
Exactly that. Yeah. And that's the thing with conspiracy, isn't it? Is that once you start, you kind of want that next hit, something a little bit more extreme. When did you initially sort of get into looking into Tartaria, just to see what it was about? And was there any initial, like, oh, actually, there might be something to this? Or were you just, no, I don't buy this straight from the bat?
I never bought into it. It always bugged me. I've been living in Louisiana for 12 years as of now. So even, I don't remember what year it was. It was before we moved and bought our house. So it had to have been like 2018, maybe 2017 at the earliest, but I honestly don't remember what year it was. But whenever it was really starting to blow up and a lot of people are talking about it, I did exactly what I've said to a billion people at this point. Like, hey, I went down to the French Quarter in New Orleans, which has been there for several hundred years now. I walked around, I was just there the other night, and was, again, looking at making fun of it. I was like, look, Tartarian architecture. It's such nonsense. Like, okay, so New Orleans is at, or even at the most, very slightly above sea level, which means if there was some sort of event that could have caused something along the lines of what's proposed by the Tartarian narrative, the mudflood narrative, then I don't see, if it's supposed to be a worldwide event, New Orleans should be included in a worldwide event. I can't see why the French Quarter wouldn't have suffered some signs of this. And there's nothing. I mean, everything's exactly where it should be. There's still cobblestone streets and everything in some of the older back parts that the pavement is cracked and stuff like that. You can see the cobblestone. So it's all there. And there's nothing that looks like things were buried and then built on top of, like, nothing like that. It's just the buildings are where the buildings are. And there's no indication.
There is buildings that go under the ground.
Like, now, I'm from northeastern Pennsylvania, and I've seen some of the photos that people like to tout about all this stuff. And it's just, I kind of have to laugh in a dark way. It's like, you don't even know what a coal chute is. And a coal chute, for anyone who doesn't know what that is a chute at the bottom of a house, usually an older house, because Pennsylvania especially was renowned. Northeastern Pennsylvania, where I'm from, was strip mined to death. They had what was called blue anthracite coal. It was one of the most popular things to use to heat your house in the early 20th century. So a coal chute would be where whatever means of transportation they were using at the time would pull up to your house, and the coal chute would open, and a big long little
and this is mudflood research.
Coal would go down there, and I've actually seen this done. And basement where your coal furnace is, and ta-da, you have something to heat your home with. And people just don't even know what those things are. So, or even basement windows. Like, if you live in Louisiana, you may not know what a basement window looks like, or somewhere that doesn't have such things. Well, again, I'm from northeastern Pennsylvania, and there are houses like that, and there are things that look like.
Not every basement window was a coal chute. Not every one.
Every other one.
Okay, are there any questions? No way every basement window is.
Where's the basement? Excuse me? Aren't we going to see the basement? There's no basement at the Alamo.
So there's just like a lot of basic things like that I'm picking up on that people don't understand. Now, are there some weird things where it really does look like something is buried? Sure.
Yeah.
But you have to take these things on an individual basis, in my opinion, not make grand judgments on the entire world.
What's up, Joe K?
Give
it a
Actually,
thumbs
gonna take
up.
This moment to kind of blow your guys' minds here.
I just like my voice on recording.
There was the 1984 World's Fair, and this is clearly Tartaria, if I've ever seen it. And
Look at that.
I'm so blown away. Look, proof. And they even actually built this monorail system specifically for the fair. So this had to have been leftover old world tech. And the Tartaria community doesn't even talk about this one. So then once you get into the New York ones of like the 1930s, I think 1950s, where they're going for more of this futurist look, there's just nothing that's spoken on it. And then, yeah, there was one recently in Dubai that I think just wrapped up, and no one talked about how they built an entire city in the middle of a desert, a temporary city, moving escalators, air conditioned. That's not impressive. But the ones they did before that were hollow with timber, and they had that look.
Well, that's another part of the whole narrative that bugs the crap out of me. People just seem to forget that at one time humans did more than just drool all over their phones and eat Cheetos. Back 100 plus more years ago, there were artisans of all sorts. I mean, look at the stuff that was done in the Renaissance and all that, like sculpture that almost looked like it's ready to walk off the marble. It looks so good. Like people just there are people with skills. I've got friends who are artists who are freaking amazing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't seem to grasp that things are done, especially if money's thrown at it.
Yeah.
He's talking about you, Singe Man. You're amazing. You're an
A wooden
artist.
framework could be built, and then plaster
You're
of
his
Paris or
friend.
whatever was used.
Amitabha Buddha blessed it.
That's not hard for me to believe. And then they just made it look nice. Now, would that last 100 years? I don't think so. But would it last for, how long are the fairs usually? Like a couple months or something like that? Like they're not very long. So they didn't need to be the greatest, most robust.
Ray, how do I rotate an angle from an anchor point?
Narrative. It just seems to be
Can you
grasping.
please tell me?
Like,
I have no
just take these
idea.
things
It's
through.
usually a
I'm
little
very no nonsense,
arrow button.
laid back person who tries to
Yes, got it.
try to go with what's common sense.
Was that it? Was that the answer?
Okay, if there was this great big worldwide empire.
Wow, I was right. I really didn't think I was going to have the
that
answer.
The evil patriarchy of white men from Europe with muskets defeated people with Star Trek level technology who were 12 feet tall. Like that's preposterous to me too.
It took me a long time to see that, and the way it happened was just actually researching more.
I'm getting
And I
good,
think this is the
Singe. I'm
problem,
getting
is that
good.
A lot of these channels pushing the Tartaria hypothesis aren't being honest when they do find these things that contradict what they're arguing about.
Yeah, so this is a Chinese construction firm erects 57-story skyscraper in 19 days. So anytime I hear this, we can't do this anymore. It's
Singeman.
like, well, how come China is doing this stuff at record speeds?
Singe Man.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the Chinese construction firm that you own, or are you just going to leave that alone for now?
Which one?
Well, I'm saying he just mentioned Chinese construction firm, right? And I know you own Chinese construction firms. So are these located in China, or what's going on?
He's talking about Wang Yu.
Is it part of the? Is this? Did Santiago give you this? Suzanne, did she fund it? What's going on with this? Is it part of the agency? And what are you constructing in China anyway?
I think it's just we order stuff from Wang Yu.
Wing you.
Wang Yu.
Wang you. Wang dot you.
That's exactly the kind of stuff I'm getting at. There's intellectual dishonesty here. And I'm not trying to insult anyone or point the finger and be like, you moron kind of a thing. But like with all these concepts, even stuff in flat earth that bugs me, like people will constantly point out that we don't have the telephone that called the moon. Now, I have a lot of questions.
No, we don't. We don't have a telephone that called the moon.
But let's just play a game for a second and say that they actually went. Well, Richard
Why
Nixon.
not? Why won't it let you thumbs up it?
Patched into a radio. It's literally just the simplest thing ever.
That's a problem.
A telephone is a simple electrical device, analog.
Let me check it
been
out.
patched
Are they
into a
fucking
radio
with
and
me
transmitted.
already?
They've been doing that since before World War II. So when flat
That's
earthers
how
take
they're
these
stopping
memes,
me
they
from
say,
getting
"Oh,
thumbs up."
the phone that called the moon." It's like, no, the telephone lines did not go to the moon. Obviously, radio transmissions would have if that event actually occurred. Which, of course,
They're not. You mean you
very
can't
much,
do it because
a
you
lot
don't
of
want
doubt
to,
about it. But
or
again,
That's a good point. You
They
could
won't
have
let
taken
you.
the phone and
We're on
patched
3
it
different
in.
channels, by the way.
But I suspect
That's a
that
very good point. You could have patched it in.
At that
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
everyone's
There was
going,
no lag.
What's going on here?
Zero
If we
lag.
actually see what was left behind, then we need to shut up about it. But that day isn't here yet, because supposedly, from all the things I've looked into, even if you pointed Palomar at any of the Apollo landing sites, you can't resolve it close enough, supposedly. The shell calling thing is just nonsense. There's just lots of tiny minds that do that all over the place. I mean, sorry, who are any of us supposed to be shilling for if we're being accused of that? I don't know. If there's supposed to be checks coming, I haven't received one yet because I'd like a new car. So I don't know. I don't get any of this shell calling crap. So that right there, that's just, if you don't agree with my narrative, I'm going to squawk. I mean, well, that's
like you
Democrats
should be, because you could be getting paid then.
not being open-minded and not using common sense in my state of mind about all that stuff. Like, hey, just you could be wrong. I don't know. I just don't get it. People get too emotionally invested. Now, why do they end up getting invested? Because there are a lot of
I'm like him.
conspiracies.
I'm willing to be wrong. That would be awesome.
So the concept of conspiracy is just two people getting together to come up with a plan against something. That's the actual definition. Well, those things really do happen. I mean, just look at all the nonsense they put us through for almost 3 years now, and we know a lot of that is poppycock. That was contrived for for a lot of things, and we don't need to go into that right now unless you want to. But that would be a conspiracy. And there's a lot of other conspiracies, a lot of things. I mean, things like the Federal Reserve, like simple things. People got together and conspired to take over the monetary system of the most powerful country in the world, and they achieved it. And then they got one of the U.S. presidents, Woodrow Wilson, to basically be a complete and utter traitor to his country and sign off on that. Those kinds of things, that's a conspiracy. So there are these things that go on that people learn about, and then they just kind of keep going with that. Like, well, if that's fake, then this could be fake. And I get it. I totally get it. But in my opinion, you're just not being objective and you're not using common sense. Now, that being said, if absolutely undisputable evidence was presented to me that such narratives did occur, I'd be like, okay, I was wrong. I'm still going to sleep okay that night because I don't stay married to any of these concepts.
I think it was the channel Static the Attic. Or no, not Static the Attic.
Static the Attic. Sounds like a 90s band.
The channel Static in the Attic spoke about how by erasing all history and having it under the guise it's all a lie, you're actually helping those real conspiracies that did happen disappear. So the people who actually did evil things and tried to cover it up, they're getting away with it even more now because the populations are like, well, all of that history is a lie. So therefore, those people who covered that up, it's not even relevant anymore because that doesn't fit into our narrative of what history is.
Well, that's a serious issue. I mean, think about that. We know with pretty good certainty that there are a lot of things that were conspired upon to work against us. I do think that there are wealthy old world families who are conspiring, there's the word again, to create a one world government. I don't think that there's any arguing that when you actually look at some of their lieutenants' works that they've put out and blatantly admitted, Garrow Quigley and Zbigniew Brzezinski and Henry Kissinger. Like, these people blatantly say it if you just go and look. So that's why it's really not a conspiracy. But the average person doesn't do these things, and then you have their bought and owned corporate multimedia organizations who just poo-poo every single thing that could possibly be to the contrary. So nothing happens in Bohemian Grove, nothing whatsoever. You're just a crazy conspiracy theorist, like things like that. So yeah, that absolutely works to the bad guys' advantage if everybody just wants to say, well, that didn't happen because everything is a lie. I consider everything could be a lie, or anything in particular could be a lie, or could be exaggerated, or could be distorted, however you want to put it. But again, I don't hang my hat on any one thing that I can't definitively prove.
There's that sort of old saying that people don't learn from history. And if you try and apply that to the Tartarian hypothesis, they haven't got any history to learn from because they've erased it all. But it's problematic because if we have a reset in the 19th century, what happens to slavery, all the child labor, and just all this complexity that is there in the narrative? They can't account for that in the hypothesis. So there are so many issues with it. So I think Static's like bang on the money. It's like, yeah, well, this is a very suitable kind of psyop for the powers that be if they want us to forget about certain things in history and not look back and reflect upon our current day. Because just from the last year of actually going back to the narrative and doing some proper research, is that you do start to see parallels and you think, okay, yeah, we don't learn from history.
Well, let's use a real world example of that. Like, we'll make an analogy. Politics, which is something I don't normally like to get involved in, but it's become so divisive these days that I keep, unfortunately, having to go back to it and point things out. There are a lot of what I just usually make fun of like super lefty weirdos who are jumping up and down screaming about socialism, that they want socialism, that capitalism is horrible and all that kind of stuff, which I think is nonsense. But socialism, fascism, and communism all do the boogie oogie together. And it has been, every country that has ever instituted those policies have been abject failures. But all of these very young people who are screaming about this stuff, they don't understand history and how bad this is. Like, the more freedoms you give away, you're never getting them back, and you're going to be under more and more control the more freedoms you give away. China is an absolutely perfect example of what it's like to live in a dictatorial nation. Here's a great example. I know somebody who was a guest on the show, the guy who did the Spooky 2 gadgets. I don't know if anybody's heard that particular episode, but he was telling us a story, and I don't remember if this went on the air, if this is just that he told us off the air, but during one of the outbreaks, quote unquote, they literally dug up the roads and made it impossible to leave one of the cities. I don't remember which one it was, but because that is what happens in that nation. The order following is absolute, and you are absolutely under their control. They will lock you in a city and make it so you can't leave because that is what they've decided was the way they wanted to handle this supposed problem.
I mean, we would have been looking into it a lot, just how far China's tentacles stretch in terms of, the US and.
No, I like this.
And again, it does tie into this Tartarian hypothesis as it being whether it started out as a deliberate psyop.
Good to break out of the
maybe it started out
echo chamber a little bit.
For sure, this can be seized upon and used in a way against the West to as part.
highly interesting, though. It's not
He-
boring.
No, he's interesting, and he looks at things logically. And I don't give a shit what he says. I want to hear. I want to look at the research. Let me see. This is how you know what's going on.
Person's history and their connection to it, and to kind of sever them from it. So I think out of all the conspiracy theories, this is
when it was, but because that is what happens in that nation. The order following is absolute, and you are absolutely under their control. They will lock you in a city and make it so you can't leave because that is what they've decided was the way they wanted to handle this supposed problem.
I mean, would have been
Well-
a lot, just how far China's tentacle.
You could call these people fearmongers or whatever, Joe K. But like, for some people, life gets difficult. You know what I'm saying? Like, things do happen that are bad. It's not like everything's all fucking peaches and cream all the time, and just because we live under a flat Earth and we know that, like we under a dome and everything revolves around us, and we already know all that shit. Let's look deeper into it.
Stretch in terms of the US and all over the place, really. And again, it does tie into this Tartarian hypothesis as it being, whether it started out as a deliberate psyop, I don't know. Perhaps not. Probably, maybe it started out organically, I think. But for sure, this can be seized upon and used in a way against the West as part of that sort of psychological warfare. And one of the key components of that is to undermine the person's history and their connection to it, and to kind of sever them from it. So I think out of all the conspiracy theories, this is almost underrated as one of the most dangerous, as an attack on the mind.
Well, that makes perfect sense because socialists, communists,
What's up,
fascists,
Fourth
all them,
Wall
they
Observers?
do destroy history.
How you
The
been?
party is all the history you need, and how great the party is, and how
Give me
wonderful
a
things
thumbs
are
up
now.
and post it.
Yesterday didn't happen. That doesn't matter. Just look at Nazi book burning, for instance, things like that. Like, yeah, those kinds of things did go on, and that's what you're going to get again if people.
Yeah, it's very controversial.
Seriously, you're giving up way
It's
too much
controversial,
to
it is.
way too few people,
But
and
that's
eventually that could.
That's why
lead
we.
to some
That's
very
what
bad
we're here
things.
for.
I don't know exactly what that would be, but I do know in general how the bad guys want to do it, and they want to do it digitally. That's why they want to get you onto electric cars, and they want everything tied to a single passport, a digital passport, and everything goes through there. Get everything onto a digital currency that they control through a central digital bank. That's scary stuff, and the technology exists now that where they could pretty much do it.
I'm not
And they've gotten
ignoring
people used to
anything.
the idea, whether
I'll
it
look
was an
at
organically
whatever,
created thing
but
or not.
if I have
It's very
time.
much permeated our culture with crypto and all that. And I'm not saying I hate crypto or anything like that, but people are now kind of used to the idea of just something existing on their phone or something like that as a currency. These concepts are in your mind now. Yeah.
I've been in this community, not the mud flood community. I've been in all the communities for a very long time, and I realized that sometimes people try to get you to think that a certain person, and I'm just talking in general, is like a shill or a fearmonger or a disinformation agent or misinformation or put a plant or something like that, right? But that's because they don't want you to pay attention to the new person. They want you to stay paying attention to them. It's like when you start rapping. Okay.
Then that means you then that
No,
person.
listen.
Okay, you know what I mean. Then they have become what they're just talking about. They become the shill, right?
Most artists only have about a 6-year peak when they actually become really good, and that's it. Like their first album sets them off. They like the big artists, the ones who make it really big, right? They have about 6 years, like 50 Cent. We'll use him for an example. He had about 6 to 10 years of really good hits, and then after that, he's done. It's like it's the same thing with YouTubers. It's like you first come on, people like you get a bunch of subscribers, and then the older people on YouTube don't like it. A lot of them, some of them, not all of them. Some of them support you and try to help you out. But it's like once you start doing better than them, they don't like it, and they try to keep you small, and they try to get you. They try to get you to not look at this type of information or certain people because they're hitting the target better than them, and they want you to stay stuck on them. That's what's going on, gatekeeping. But I'll look at anything if you want to show me something or if you want me to play something, Joe. Like, I'm not against you. I'm just explaining you my opinion. Anyway, what's going on, Sinj? And I talk to everybody, Joe.
I forget. I was saying. I think it was something like. What were you just saying?
I'm doing a show at Russian Vids. I'm doing a show at Russian Vids tomorrow night, Joe, on Sailing Fan Man's channel. It's gonna be big,
especially for Western nations. it's not a big stretch of the imagination that they could tie all this stuff together. And if you put one toe out of line, they can literally just shut you off and you can't go anywhere or do anything. Oh, your electric car won't start. Or, oh, we just took money out of your account because you were naughty and you said swear words.
Yeah,
So you've been
you're
fined for 10
entitled to your
violation
opinion,
of
Joe.
the, code, that kind of silly stuff. But it's realistic. That technology exists now. It could happen.
What's even stopping the technology today from just your speeding? And
I'm not
your phone
against
starts
you.
running you a speeding ticket.
I'm just
I think
telling
it
you
was
what
even
I
you guys show
think.
you were talking about. Who's to say the car just won't lock the doors and drive you straight to the prison?
Right. That's not unrealistic. I mean, we've got cars that can self-drive. Not great, but they can do it. So it's not that far in the future when they'll be able to do it better. The movie Demolition Man is kind of almost a joking way of looking at all this stuff that it could go. And I don't mean that everyone's going to be 400 pounds drinking banana broccoli shakes, but just the way that everything was integrated in a digital fashion. And when people from the past show up and disrupt the society, the people who are supposed to be the authorities in that society don't even understand how to deal with it. Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Like you're so homogenized at that point that you just don't understand.
Animated in
outside the box.
Let me
In the
see
film
if I can
Demolition
find
Man,
something.
I could absolutely
else to
see
put
in the
on
future
after
Taco
this.
Bell becoming a 5-star restaurant at this rate. Jason, being a film guy, what is your all-time favorite movie? I know I hate when people ask me that because I don't really have one, but top 3 or just one if you got it.
I do have one, although there are a lot of others that are close up there. But my absolute favorite movie is the original Highlander.
There can be only one.
Because there can be only one, and if you ignore everything else, you're doing quite well.
We rewatched the.
My favorite movies are black and white from the 60s.
I forgot how crazy that one was. Just to go back to the terrifying stuff you're describing, I watched your. You got a short video, haven't you? With the Luciferian philosophy.
Did you figure out your
Is that
Google
part of
Earth
like a
yet,
larger
Singe?
thing, or?
So I drew that heavily from something that Bill Cooper used to say, and I rewrote it and gave it just a little extra information.
Yeah, I can easily switch the mouse over there now.
Probably
Yeah,
the,
you think
mentioning
you
things
could do
about
it better
transhumanism and things like that.
than
That
you were
wasn't really
doing?
big in the 90s when he was doing his truth
We
speaking.
could do the Google
so
Earth
I took something
thing.
that he used
Hold
to
on,
say
let me
on
see
the
what
air
else
and
I
would
can
do at
find.
lectures.
I'm in the middle of crayon stuff right now.
Oh yeah.
Studying a lot of Bill's work and especially transhumanism and things like that. He's quite an expert on. And I was like, I want to just put out a short little video just detailing this. And I said, did I get anything wrong? He's like, nope, that looks spot on. So I just did that with a little bit of a dramatic flair, just so people would hear it and be like, this is, as far as I can tell, pretty accurate about how the true elite really are.
Yeah, that was really cool. And that's why I wanted to ask you about it, because I kind of wanted to pick your brain, because like, how do you conceptualize the elite? You mentioned these families. Is it the Illuminati? Like, how do you conceptualize the elite and the adept? I guess is that what they call them, the initiated?
All the schools, the mystery schools, whatever you want to call them, all these secret societies, they all kind of seem to be the same thing with different window dressing, if you will, or at least pretty close to that. And I really think that they would probably be used to headhunt. So if somebody's like really working their way up the ranks very quick and they are in the right position in society and they may be seen as a useful idiot, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I mean, I could see that some of this stuff, but the true elite, I mean, we know what they want to do. They want to do this transhuman nightmare where they want to merge with machines. And this is out of their own mouths. Again, this isn't me making crazy science fiction up. They admit that they want to be God. Like, there is no God, but we're going to become God. They say stuff like this. And you just got to listen to the things slip from people like Ray Kurzweil and other top transhumanists. And they're a more public face for it, but they let out enough to put the pieces together, I think. And then you have your old families, like the ones that we know on the surface that we do have names for, people like Rothschild and all that. Like, those are real people. You can go up and punch a Rothschild on the nose who is part of the banking family. That's a real human being. There really are these families. The younger David Rothschild used to go on world tours to save the environment, all the other crap that they're always into. So these are real people. Now, who's above them? That's why it starts getting really sketchy. If you want to listen to John Coleman in his book on Committee of 300, he explains.
I'll play the video that shows the other side of the story right now.
Whoever put
I'm not biased.
Definitely.
I'm not
Violence
one-sided.
solves nothing. Violence is not the answer.
Podcast as well as with Crow. But what are your takes on the supernatural? I know some people think that when you get to a certain point above these powerful individuals, you get into that next realm where, whether it be reptilians or multi-dimensional creatures, do you have any thoughts on any of that stuff? And have you ever seen anything with your own eyes that you can't explain, like maybe when you were a child?
I've had supernatural experiences, so I'm a very firm acceptor that there is a world beyond the physical, that there is a spiritual reality. So the fact that bad guys might do bad things at the spirit realm, very easy for me to accept and believe that that's part of the reality of the way they do things. There's this concept called sympathetic magic, where they put out or enact out through symbolism and all. I'm trying to be as basic as possible for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. But like things that they do on TV or put in movies and all that. It's an event that they want to happen. So you can almost think of writing a computer program where you're putting energy into something and sending it out into the universe because it's an event you want to occur. Kind of like all the crazy 9/11 encoding that's in Back to the Future is a great example.
It's just like one of those things for me where it is almost a proof that these elite or this body, this controlling body exists, because this symbolism, okay, initially you can say, coincidence, but it just gets to the point where it becomes so prevalent and inorganic that you can't deny it. And, whether it's appearing in the places it appears out of ignorance, and it's filtered down or something, I don't know. I don't know how it all works, but it's definitely there. And that's actually one of the creepiest things about this whole hidden world of this power, is this symbolism that surfaces. It gives me the creeps.
Well, I've seen nuts to do with, for instance, like competitions and various awards and stuff like that. There was one where Pink did the Freemasonry initiation ceremony on television in front of all these people, like things like that. And this is going back.
Dude, I didn't know how easy I can do
Things
this
like that.
shit.
They're always doing crap like this. I remember Beyonce
Makes me
one
wanna just do a
had
bunch
New
of
World Order troops
easy
marching up there,
shit.
all dressed like in a police state kind of thing. It's like that
Just
kind of
sounds
nonsense.
fucking
They're showing us
crazy.
what they're trying to do, intending to bring about. Like, hey, we've been telling you, and you stupid monkeys just
I
don't
talk
get
to
it.
myself too,
Well,
Singe,
some
a
of us do
lot.
get it. I don't know what a lot of us can do about it, and I do the one thing I can do, which is try and
Crazy, dude. I
others.
need this.
But yeah, they broadcast what they're doing. You just have to know how to read it.
I had
When I
this,
watched
I
the
had
Dr.
this
Dre
cool
one,
channel. I
been
don't
trying to
know
show
what
anything
for.
this year. That was, some fun music. I enjoyed it. And then turn on social media the next day, and they're showing how the set pieces that they were dancing on top of and partying in were the FEMA trailers. And I was like, oh, no, there it was.
I didn't see that one, but there you go. There's always something. They're never going to waste an opportunity to have that many minds.
I never
The one
talk to
thing they
myself.
accept as a reality is mass consciousness, because people have done experiments over the years and made things happen for good and for ill.
I
And
talk.
that they would ever waste an opportunity. Like Super Bowls are some of the most
Dude, you can't hear me, can you?
most
I
amount of
can hear
minds
you,
doing it
yeah.
in one single place at
Really?
one time.
I'm
I
looking
just
for
don't see them ever
something.
wasting such an
My
opportunity.
mics aren't working correctly. They
I
just
start to
stopped.
wonder
Damn
if
it.
It's
people are
working
getting
for
sloppy,
me.
or at least the middle management.
No,
It's probably
I
your
have my
internet.
mic mute.
I did
My
a
mic is muted.
part
Oh,
live
so
stream
that
over
must
the
be
course of
coming
a
through your
month called
computer
Being
then.
Freaking Stupid, and I had
And that pisses me off. Good thing I didn't say,
I was
The cord
God,
must be
Ray's
loose.
pissing me off because Ray's
that
such an ass. I
they're
can't
doing to
You
me
can
is
say
just
whatever you want
dumb at
about me,
this point. Like, I
Singe.
wouldn't
I
handle
would
it.
never say. Actually, I would say that when I get grumpy and grouchy. I'll say stuff
Yeah.
like that.
You can. I know. It's all right.
Actually,
It's all good.
It's not even really me. It's just like the
I know.
grouchy.
I get
Why would
mad
you do
too.
anything to make the average American
Hold
suspicious?
on a second, I gotta fix my
It keeps
friggin'
keep those
mic now.
hamburgers. Keep those like. Don't do anything to get them suspicious.
I
of something they're
think
not.
I told everybody you were
Things
a
like
piece of
that,
shit.
and they're
So
not doing that. Like, come on, guys, you print the money.
Often.
You know the oil isn't running out. You
in
could literally make it a
person.
dime if you wanted to, and it wouldn't matter. Now they're never gonna do something like that. But
Yes.
you know what? In November
Don't fuck
of
around. I don't
20,
fuck
you had a special
around, motherfucker.
money.
I
So,
am a piece of
tells
shit.
you
You don't
how
want to mess
can
with
be manipulated.
me. You don't want to mess with me.
I absolutely agree with you.
You don't
that
know what.
they are getting sloppy.
I'm
They
like
all
the nicest
grow
guy.
up. It's getting more and more obvious as time goes on when they want to pull false flags. And that's another reason why I don't give to the Tartarian narrative anymore, because you are giving these really sloppy individuals so much more power. And one example that I just don't hear about anymore is there was like that car bombing, and I think it was Tennessee, Nashville, and it had a real strange story behind it. The car like had a voice that was like, "There's a bomb that's going to go off," and it seemed like the next day that news story just
Damn, what was
stopped being a thing.
There was this awesome
And I
channel
felt like that
called Maybe
would have been like a continuously big news story for weeks on end. And maybe I just missed stuff and they did talk about it, but something seemed suspect about that one from the beginning, and then it seemed like it was just kind of covered under the rug. Like, let's not actually talk about this one anymore.
That always
Yeah,
happens. to me.
you're dead on with that, because I remember that, and I have a friend who sends me a lot of intel because he's quote unquote good with computers, and he'll tell me things here and there as he can. And that was one of the things that I remember him sending me info on. Every time an event serves their purpose, whether it's organic or not, and I'm just speaking generally here, especially when it's related to anything guns issues in the United States, especially, you see what they do. It's on the cover of every Time magazine. They never shut the hell up about it. They go on and on and on. It's kind of like the January 6th thing. CNN can't go more than 5 minutes without yakking about January 6th when the rest of the world doesn't give a shit, because it serves their narrative to keep harping about it. Things like that. So yeah, when you see an event that's very odd and then just kind of gets brushed aside, when it's like, shouldn't there be more investigation into that? Shouldn't we be talking about that more? But no, it was just swept aside, and that's that.
I tried to articulate this to Wooden before, but I don't think I did a good job, and I'm probably not going to do a good job now. But one of the things that strikes me about these last few years, and to go back to that notion of the spiritual aspect of what's going on here, and as a bit of a spiritual attack and things like that, and to go back to that idea of that goal of we will become gods. I was thinking about this as well, because I was saying that, well, now the prices are getting ridiculous. Inflation's going up. Over here in the UK, the housing market's probably going to crash, and food's getting more expensive. Now everyone's going to wake up, because once you hit the money and their mouths, their bellies for the food, yeah, they're going to wake up. And, there is a risk of civil unrest. And I was saying that spiritually, or again, it's hard for me to articulate, but there's something so messed up about this, because it's almost like what they did is set out this kind of moral dilemma where they gave us a year of COVID. So that was a year to look into things and potentially wake up. And then they gave us even more time with the jab and to look into things there and potentially say, no, don't let this get to our children. It's not safe. Even if everyone isn't dropping dead, there are still examples of this not being safe. So what I kind of see them as doing is that they set up this kind of moral predicament. And now they kind of get to terrorize people and say, well, you let it get to children and you didn't stop it. So now we're going to execute judgment. It's that idea that they kind of get to play God in that sense. So, we're going to break a bank, and we are going to make, eating hard. And, maybe there's going to be another pandemic where people actually die, and then you're going to wake up, but it's too late. And I don't know, it sounds kind of sick, but me and my girlfriend talk about that, and it does kind of feel like that they can be sloppy now because they kind of want you to realize, but now it's almost too late, you know?
Well, I'm with you there. And again, there's other examples I could give about the elite are freaking stupid. Like sports ball is a great example. They let a stupid flu intervene in the sports ball. And what do I mean by sports ball? Any of the big major sports, that just all-encompassing term, that so many people absolutely hang their lives on. I know soccer for most of the world is the event, and in the United States it's predominantly football, and for some people it's baseball, but it's predominantly football. Which of course the rest of the world calls soccer football. And people just, I mean, they get so worked up over this stuff, and it's just so important to them. It's just, oh my God, my team lost, we lost, or we won. They're so invested in it, like they had anything whatsoever to do with it. Well, during the pandemic time, they interrupted the sports ball. Again, to me, sloppy, stupid, absolutely never take away the distraction. Dumb. People would question things. They're not being distracted by the sports ball, so they're going to try and find something else. Another great example I've been using lately is we were mentioning about Amazon, the Rings of Power. They're trying to shove these left-wing agendas down people's throats so bad. They're not hiding it anymore, and they're ruining every major intellectual property has now been destroyed by these people. They've let all of these crazy left-wing types control the narrative on that stuff. And instead of getting people to go their way, they're just losing money and losing people's attention. They did it with Doctor Who, they did it with Star Trek, they did it with Star Wars. Now they're doing it with Professor Tolkien's work, and they just hit on one that now they're realizing what a true fandom is. There are people who look at Tolkien's work as pretty much, you do not mess with that. That's just something that's a line you do not cross, and Amazon is now paying the price. Now, is the money real enough that it doesn't matter that a Star Wars movie could lose money and all that kind of stuff? You could debate on that. I know overall, like to the true elite, they've got so much control of everything that nothing would really touch them. But I'm still of the mind that corporations need to function in some way in the real world. Like Disney losing money over and over and over again because they're pushing this whole MCU narrative and nobody wants their stupid movies because it's all crap. And Star Wars felt like, I can't believe that you would spend $4 billion to buy Star Wars. That's like an excuse to print money. Like there's no way Star Wars should lose money, yet the film Solo lost money and the sequel films were just atrocious, and they lost like half the fan base over this stuff, and they just keep doing stupid thing after stupid thing after stupid thing to piss people off over and over again. And it's like, well, if you're trying to manipulate them through the multimedia presentations like you always have, because that's always been a weapon against us, you're so blatantly stupid about it now that now you're just turning people off and they're doing other things. Do you know what is proliferating now? Things like what we're doing right now. We are now entertaining ourselves because we have these platforms to do it.
I was say it's really funny because actually when I pivoted, one of the big channels came out and did this massive hit piece on me, and he compared the lost history of flat Earth to the original Star Wars, and then just went on this massive rant just saying how the new stuff is shit, like the sequel trilogy that was made to discredit the first. So it's like, yeah, actually maybe I'm kind of understanding the you know, Tartaria is a massive sci-fi lark, so I can kind of see actually why everyone's really annoyed.
Well, here's the problem. I think you had mentioned that when you guys were on with us on Approachable 7 Radio. But this is a perfect example of somebody who's so invested in the narrative that they refuse to look at anything outside of the box that they've now built around themselves. It's cool that people are challenging the mainstream narrative because that is absolutely what you must do. But if you get so married to a concept that you can't possibly look outside of it, I mean, that's borderline cult-like behavior to me. I just don't go there. Like, I'm completely open that I could be wrong about any of the things I've spoken about ever if sufficient evidence has been proven to me. And maybe they feel that sufficient evidence hasn't been proven to them, which is fine. But to go on like outright attacks against other people and start all the shill calling nonsense, man, that's way too far. It's immature for one thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Too long. I know, Jason, you've got plenty of stuff to do on this Sunday. So unless anyone has anything else, any closing statements?
Well, I do want to reiterate.
I'm Boston Ray, and that's my slice of the mud.
From the most common sense standpoint you can possibly create for yourself. Whatever narrative you're looking at, just try and look at things objectively. Try and analyze things, not from a point of passion, but from a place
I'm
of
Singe Man.
all that kind of
And
thing.
I break that brick.
You got to think of something for you.
Try and realize where the nonsense could be and separate the nonsense from the reality. It's okay to challenge everything. I do challenge everything.
All right.
But just don't be so married to any one.
I challenge everything, and I'm gonna challenge this right now.
Open-mindedness.
I'm Singe Man. I break bricks.
In my opinion, when you're gonna get into what we have generally called conspiracy.
Yeah.
Jason, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you,
to join
Jason.
us, and it was a humble experience to speak with you and Crow, and I hope we can continue these communications as we progress into the unknown future.
Guys, thanks for inviting me. It was an absolute pleasure. It was great having you on our show as well. And this is exactly the kind of thing that we need to be doing. I think we all need to be working together. And we don't have to agree on everything. That would be weird if everybody did agree on every single thing. But we do need to be working together because there are some bad people in the world who want to do bad things. And that is that.
I agree.
And thanks, Jason. It's been great.
Thank you. So they don't call me Boston Mudflood Ray for nothing, because I look at both sides of everything. So, you know, that's their opinion and what they're thinking. And then this is what I see is what's going on the other side right now of the Mudflood community.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We weren't really planning on posting a video today since we're working on a few big projects, but something pretty crazy happened and it made us really think. Basically, Moist Critical, Charlie, otherwise known on YT as Penguin Z0, just found out about Tartaria and our channel was mentioned by someone while he was on stream.
I got the conspiracy about Tartarian. Is this another reptilian thing? We'll do Tartarian truth. Oh, it's an entire channel. Wait, what is it? I just want the basics. Tartarian truth. The lost city, the lost civilization of Tartaria. This is the truth about Tartaria.
God, I wish he was going to say Atlantis, but he's going to say Tartaria. So here's the thing that you need to understand when you come across old maps. The terminology we use to...
Oh, don't debunk it. Jesus, you're defeating the whole purpose. I want to learn about it. What did you say covered it? Oh, absolutely not, Indy. That's done by a professional.
Boston Ray.
Mind unveiled. 52 minutes, Jesus Christ. I just want the cliff notes. Holy shit, the Tartarians have 6 arms. Auxiliary, sub-defensive, and proxy. The Irish connection. Where can I just get like a quick, concise breakdown of the Tartarians?
Just click on a
the
video.
US Constitution is from Tartaria. With a name like that, how can I not at least check this out?
Okay, so for this first part of the explanation, I'm just going to dive right in. And some of you who may be new to the channel, specifically after watching Charlie's video, may not be used to this certain style and may demand immediate evidence after hearing such far-out concepts. But if you're patient, after explaining the main premise of Tartaria and what
there's a lot. There's a
go
lot.
into more detail and provide supporting arguments after the initial brief explanation. Tartaria is the biggest conspiracy, meaning it's not an officially approved narrative. Yet, in terms of the implications and
Aha,
I
got it.
cognitive dissonance associated with it is so great, it could be rightfully considered the largest conspiracy. Essentially,
it look real when it's just.
for the most part, lie.
I'm glad you're
There's so much
finally
there, it's
figuring out the
mind-numbing to fathom.
Tartarian. So, like,
Sure, there are
look,
likely some truths sprinkled in.
look,
there. Everything
there's
that's
buildings
fake,
under the
but more likely that it was set up
ground,
to play out in a specific way. What Tartaria boils down to is fabricated histories in stolen cities. For example, what if I was to tell you that New York, Chicago,
video games,
other major
show
United
that.
States American city for that matter, was not built in the manner that they tell
I'm
us.
glad you got the
and was
point of the
actually already
video,
here in
Singe. I'm
America
glad you're
before the
figuring
European
it out.
settlers.
Video
That
games from
just recycled.
1973 show
Right?
that.
What proof is there to support such a claim?
Look at
In order
that.
to demonstrate this, we would just have to dive into each city's history. And that's kind of the purpose of our City Unveiled videos. Literally a 5-hour documentary on a city.
Texas Instruments has some
You
video
can't.
games.
And shout out to Old World, Florida. There are the Ybor tunnels, where the mainstream story is that these are prohibition tunnels, and you'll see the same exact story in many other cities. One of the main proofs for Tartaria, and don't worry, we'll explain that word in a bit, but a good argument is these underground tunnels which can be found in almost every downtown American city. Some are small and may have been built in a more recent time, but others are massive and do not line up with the ability and available technology at the time. For example, the Washington Street Tunnel under the Chicago River. There are also legends in Pensacola of underground tunnels, yet they have been suppressed from the history books and have been left to oral history because they don't line up with the official PR-approved narrative.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What about
the Henry
that?
B. Plant Museum, otherwise known as the Tampa Bay Hotel.
And what about
I'll
that?
explain this to you. One of the aspects of Tartaria is stolen buildings and lost history.
Yes.
What you'll find is that every city has old world buildings.
Yes.
All you have to do is really question their history. Because
Yes.
if I were to tell you that I'm doubtful that they built this in the way that they tell us, meaning that this could be a repurposed building or an old world structure, most people...
That's what I'm saying. Okay, can I just interject here? So, all these people that are against the... First of all, the mud flood and the meltology are two separate things. Let's just make that clear so people don't get them twisted. Because I noticed like a lot of people that are hating on the mud flood right now are really hating on the meltology. And they think they're hating on the mud flood. But there's two different... you know, a lot of the mud flood and meltologists don't agree on the same things. There's a lot of controversy between that. And mud flood is separated from meltology. It's not the same. So let me explain that first of all. Second of all, what he just said.
People would look it up and you would be directed. One of the
Oh,
aspects
yeah.
of Tartaria is...
All right. The people that talk shit about the mud flood don't actually take the time out of their day to pick one old building in their city and just look it up. Look up the history. Because, like, you'll find truth in the history of the buildings because the buildings were here before we were born. And they're going to be here after we die. So they're like people. Every building, like, you have a medical history, right? So, like, every building has a history. Right? That's mud flood research. I don't know about the meltology. I don't really look into it too much. a little bit. I check it out, but I'm not too sure. You know, I'm not good at it. But the mud flood, there's buildings all around me, and you look up a history of one building, it goes back about 500 years, and that's all you can get. And you can read all the lies. You can tell it's all a bunch of bullshit. So, like, there's too many buildings for them to have covered it all up yet, and that's what's going on. The mud flood people are researching the building. We're researching the history of the buildings, and it doesn't line up with the history they're telling us. There's proof of that, okay? And that's the type of real mud flood research I get into, to try to figure out what the fuck is going on, because the history of the buildings doesn't line up with the populations and the history that they're giving us. So, I don't know.
Is stolen buildings and lost history. What you'll find is that every city has old world buildings. All you have to do is really question their history. Because if I were to tell you that I'm doubtful that they built this in the way that they tell us, meaning that this could be a repurposed building or an old world structure, most people would look it up and you would be directed to a museum that is in control of the history of that building, and you'll be given a story. Most of the time, you'll get a few construction photos, but it's fascinating to find out how poorly documented the construction process was during this time in the early 19th century. It's the same thing. You'll see these buildings that are already mostly done with scaffolding, barely any people, windows in the ground, and clear signs of photo manipulation, which that's an entire subject of its own. Also in Tampa, there's the Ponce de Leon Hotel, which was completely poured concrete, which was supposedly the first of its kind. Also, these hotels in Florida were fully stocked with electricity during a time when Florida really didn't have that much going on, or so we're told. Also, you can see the familiar Russian-style architecture. Ever wonder why it's called St. Petersburg, Florida? Well, it's not just Florida. You can see this in New York, San Francisco, Charleston, St. Louis, and many more. Many times, old world churches downtown have questionable histories as being built or moved several times. You can see these old world buildings everywhere, from Gilded Age mansions and government buildings to small shops downtown. Even colleges, prisons, hospitals, military bases are all structures that do not line up with the official narrative that we are told. Of course, we're talking about structures from the 17th century to the 19th century in America. There's also no proof that they were built in the fashion that they tell us, other than state-approved documents, manipulated photos, and just complete lies. There's also the common theme that throughout the downtowns of America, you can see what is often called mud-flooded windows. Of course, the typical answer is that these are just basements, but that doesn't really make that much sense. Some of these downtown areas get
He just said mud-flooded windows. No, it's a mud-flood winder. It's a mud-flood winder.
Extreme flooding. Why would you build like this, especially with cities near the bay? Many of these basements actually have underground windows and doors that lead to nowhere. So this would imply that the streets actually used to be a lower level and then they were raised. We know this was done for a fact in Atlanta with the viaducts. They completely covered up old Atlanta. This is another interesting thing. Basically, many of these downtown cities in America have underground cities, which make no sense. What, did they just do a bunch of extra work for nothing? Put windows and doors and streets down there for the heck of it? It's more likely that there are lower levels of the cities in America that have been built over. There is indeed evidence that there are massive tunnel systems underneath the majority of American cities. This alone...
This is mud flood evidence, okay? I don't care what anyone says. This is proof that there's buildings under the ground. I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
Should be enough to question the construction of these cities, as they didn't even have proper waste management until after the 1900s. They were literally defecating in chamber pots in the 1850s. What you have is that there's this complete contradiction with the culture, technology, and population counts needed to create these cities and buildings on this magnitude and scale in such a short time frame. They were building structures in the US in just a few years that were taking hundreds of years back in Europe. Let's keep in mind what we're discussing. Many of the downtowns in America have old world buildings that do not have an in-depth historical record. Some buildings have no construction photos at all, yet they feel very out of place for the time period that they're said to be built in. Again, if you want proof, that takes time, and we would have to list the buildings one by one as we've done in other videos. Because, again, in some cases we're talking about buildings from 200 years ago. It's not too hard to manipulate information over multiple generations. If we look at what was being taught in public schools just 50 years ago versus what's being taught now, there's really very little consistency. Why is it so crazy to question that the buildings that were being built all across America, even the ones from the early 1900s in some cases, and one of the things that Charlie demanded for was evidence. Evidence. Well, I agree. Where is the evidence that they built these old world buildings? Construction photos? You'd be surprised to know how many fake photos were used during war. Actually, all wars.
Yeah, it's hard to find construction photos of these old buildings, and when you do, you can't really tell.
Civil Wars, World War I and II both extensively use photo manipulations to reinforce the narratives being spread through newspapers and even radio. So I could just say I'm doubtful of those construction photos.
And
in the same exact way that Moist doubted the legitimacy of the 15...
And the workers in the construction photos are never doing anything. They're just standing around, fucking look like Freemasons, like posing, like they just took the building over.
1940s map depicting castles in America. Yes, one is crayon, right? But it's quite clear that it's depicting castles in America in the 1540s and does not seem to be manipulated. Photos, yes, even construction photos, have been found to be complete fakes. There are other maps that show castles in America, including the early engravings of America depicting massive cities, but not only that, the 7 cities of Cibola from Joan Martinez's chart of 1578 is a map that depicts the 7 cities of Cibola, which were the mythical lands of gold that the Spanish believed to exist somewhere in the southwest of North America. Here is a depiction on the maps. Massive castle-like fortified cities. If you'd ask me, I trust these ancient manuscripts more than these low-quality construction photos given to us by some of these museums. Don't believe it? Is this photo of a Mormon construction site real? Most would automatically assume since it's an old photo, that equals proof. But that's not true. It's a complete fabrication. Look at the vanilla skies. No faces? Floating ladder? They would paint on historic photos. We have an entire video exposing this history of photo manipulation. This would imply that they did not actually build these temples in such a short time span. The Mormons were said to have created multiple massive temple churches with no modern technology, and yet they're photo manipulating photos. And on top of that, you know the Book of Mormon actually says there were advanced civilizations in America before Columbus, and that they actually had cities here in America. No, I know there's a bunch of really crazy stuff in there. It might not be proof, but it's strange that they even mention that. How can we trust the history of these old world buildings when our historical record on many of these buildings is scarce? And you want to know the main reason why? Because there's been a great fire in every major American city, and I don't think that was by accident. Some people say, oh, it was because of candles, or that they didn't have enough resources to carry the water and put out the fire, or whatever. But you know, they say that the Chicago fire was started by a cow kicking over a lantern that ended up causing over $200 million in damages, which makes no sense. They were supposedly building these brick buildings to be entirely fireproof, so why do we see so many fires in Chicago, New York, Detroit, San Francisco, all over America? And let's not forget the World Fairs, which we'll explain in a bit. But they didn't have insurance back then. You think they were just building these massive brick buildings and underground tunnels all across America just to go in and actively destroy it with fire? And not all of them were accidents. During the Civil War, in Columbia, South Carolina, the Union specifically set the city on fire to destroy the buildings and mills so that they couldn't be used by the South. They did this with many other cities as well, which makes no sense because shortly after the Union came into possession of those lands. Now we're diving deep into this material. We're talking brotherhoods and fabrications of an unimaginable degree, mental mind control and population resets. You don't think that small groups of people in power aren't going to treat Earth and its inhabitants like a game of Sims or Civilization? The reason why we're not privy to this information is that these cities in America were literally founded. That's why they say that in history with the founding of a building or city. They're telling you and then redefining the words so that it doesn't seem like what it is. The next aspect of this alternative history involves secret societies. Yeah, Freemasons, and I know that many think that's a joke, right? But we aren't approaching this from your typical Illuminati Christian perspective, or not even from a conspiracy point of view, trying to blame everything on the evil Freemasons or something. No. Instead, we're discussing secret societies from a historical perspective. Go look up Oddfellows, and go to your downtown and notice how every downtown has or has had an Oddfellow lodge. If Freemason, Oddfellow, and Catholic Knight societies had lodges in every American city, is that not suspicious and or at least worthy of a note in the history books? Yes.
I found the Oddfellows building around here in Malden on my own, just because of the way it looked. That's where they indoctrinated the orphans and killed off the sick.
Obviously.
And buried them.
Freemasons and Oddfellows in the modern day are not the same thing that they were 100 years ago.
The Oddfellows
Nowadays, if you go to a lodge,
bigger than
there's a bunch of old people getting together and talking about life.
Yeah.
But back in the day, they were doing all sorts of rituals.
The Oddfellows had more bedazzled. Look at this. What is he doing to this guy? Look, they got him. Look, I can't even describe it.
The Freemasons aren't the ones in control. Neither are the Oddfellows. They are the mind-controlled orphans ruled by the Venetian families. They are the top orphans of the club. Secret societies have always been prevalent in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, the Oddfellows
These Freemasons were called Knights, and they evolved into the modern groups that we know as Freemasons and what we know in the public today as the...
And they showed the orphans the tunnels under the ground in Boston, and they started the mob, which is the Mud Mob. So the orphans are the Mud Mob.
Illuminati. But the Freemasons are not the Illuminati or the people in control. These Catholic orphans in the 1700s that actually go back to earlier societies as the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templar, all of which were controlled by the church as pawns in the play of divide and conquer. So these Catholic orphans started their own society, the Oddfellows, to educate the orphan. And it's weird, because they have these massive old world buildings with no construction photos that were also used as asylums and orphanages in many early American cities. They also contributed greatly to funding the schools and providing hospitals for a large amount of cities in America.
Yep.
These Oddfellows were just a bunch of odd fellows, and we're supposed to believe that they were just philanthropists giving all their money to the needy. That's the story they want you to believe. But this is when it gets dark. And this is all according to the official story, factual. During the 1820 to 1950 period, there was an abundance of orphan trains that would move children from Europe all around the United States. They would do this to repopulate cities and use children for forced labor.
Yep.
This was going on before the 1800s, as before the Oddfellows, there were the foundling hospitals, many of which have old world architecture and are quite massive. They were
You see how this type of research is a little bit different than looking at like melted buildings? You know, like it's not the same.
also used as sanitariums. Just to remind you, because yes, this does tie back to Tartaria, right now we're discussing orphans and brotherhoods because we're attempting to show you how history could easily be manipulated and or fabricated. We will come back to the buildings in just a moment. The foundling hospital logo clearly depicts Diana of Ephesus, the queen bee, and the star of Ishtar. Now this is when we get into the importance of occult symbolism, another subject too in-depth to discuss in detail at the moment, but this is a clear reference to genetic cloning. We have an entire video on this subject, it's pretty mind-blowing. But the ancients and medieval alchemists were well aware of creating humans from within a tube. This process is actually described in detail by Paracelsus. Many of the most enlightened minds of the Renaissance period believed it to be possible to create a fully formed human without the use of sex. Also, the Cabbage Patch Kids from the 1980s are not just some crazy doll hype where people would beat each other up in order to get one. No, this concept of babies being grown in cabbages has a much darker history. We have a massive collection of French postcards from the early 1900s that depict children being grown and sold in cabbage patches. And no, it's not just a friendly, funny postcard. There are hundreds of these, and some of them are real photos of babies, most likely orphans. They're showing us, through symbols, the process of repopulation. We have proof of this because the first reference to cabbage patches and growing humans is actually from an 1896 film, which was the first movie ever made, La Fée aux Choux, by the female director Alice Guy. Go watch that movie and tell me it's not disturbing the way she threw around those babies. Alice Guy said herself that she made this film to promote the 1896 incubators at the World's Fair in Paris. So these World Fairs were used for selling children. They were literally called hatcheries, and there's even a postcard from the 1900s that show this. Were they growing children in incubators for the process of repopulation? It's described in the artwork clearly. So what you have is empty cities, buildings that were founded, and these buildings were then found by a group of cult orphans that we call Freemasons basically, and they founded these orphanages and asylums for repopulating these cities. Then they fed us our history, and even the rituals of the holidays. Many other mind control games that we play as children, like Pin the Tail and the Donkey, where we were actually secretly initiated into their club. And this phenomena of Tartaria, lost buildings, and civilizations is not just with the US. This is actually the same thing in every European city as well. It's everywhere, and this gets into the idea that Tartaria was a global civilization because many of these old world buildings that you see in America resemble European architecture. It's not just in America, you can find this exact same style of government buildings all around the world. I'll explain that soon. But I wanted to start with America because Charlie was saying, why would anyone look into this? That people just want to make stuff up for no reason. But I don't think you could easily make this stuff up, to be honest. I also think he doesn't fully understand what we're discussing, but I really don't blame him. There's still a lot of work to be done. The interesting thing about these buildings is that it's actually shocking to find out how bad the historical record is when it comes to the creation of many of these old world buildings in America. Also, not to mention the amount of buildings that were lost or destroyed to fires. It's important to understand our history, and if it's true that some of these buildings in America were actually here before the so-called settlers, then what would that imply? Would that mean that there was an advanced culture in America, and that it wasn't just primitive Native Americans when the Europeans arrived, like we're told? Now, I know that people who may be new and from his channel may think, okay, where's the evidence? I mean, come on, where's the evidence? And it's this automatic source type thinking that's honestly really limiting. That's not to say it's bad to source and document things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying most of the time, people are demanding some university-approved mainstream sources, but when it comes to alternative history, many of the things we're discussing do not have an authorized answer because we are questioning and challenging histories that were set hundreds of years ago. Many of our historical records for before the 1700s are just court documents that could have been easily altered or forged by the ruling elite. We're given a history, much of which could have been easily fabricated. And we're just talking letters, documents, photos. It is possible to fake. For example, if we're discussing the Civil War and I say that it's fake, it's all a lie, and you say, where's your evidence? Well, there is no official evidence. That doesn't mean anything. What is evidence? A history book from the university or the museum's telling you the story? Is that evidence for you? Many times people walk right into a museum, learn the history, yet none of these Reddit-minded people who immediately demand evidence say anything to these museums. Some of them are using modern paintings, and the historical photos that they do show many times are photo manipulated. But what if I show you the clearly staged and photo manipulated photos of the Civil War? And also the fact that they had cameras during that time, but there's not one photo of the actual war? Would you not be questionable? I could go on listing all the Freemasons who were both on Union and Confederate sides. It was a stage, a brotherly act in which they were executing divide and conquer. And it's the same exact strategy today. Essentially, first you have these empty cities in America, and we can discuss more on why that is and what happened, but essentially, you have cities that were hijacked and emptied out. Now, I'm not saying this is proof, as I know how easily photos can be manipulated, but there are several photos from the 19th century showing cities being completely empty with no people. And no, it's not exposure issues. Look at the San Francisco panorama from 1860 in HD. Now, explain to me, why don't they have full-on HD photos for the construction process of some of these older architectures in other cities? Also, I don't think that these have been manipulated, as why would you photo manipulate a city to be empty? To make it look more presentable? To who? And that's a lot of work. Who would be asking a photographer to edit out all the people? And if we're willing to consider the idea that a photographer went in and masked out every single person, but are not willing to consider that construction photos can be faked, I don't know what to tell you. It seems more logical to conclude that these photos have little to no manipulation in many cities, including Chicago, were ghost cities in the early 1900s. Most of the time, photo manipulation was used to add people back into photos because they were so dull and depressing, they needed to give it the illusion of having more life. That may be too much of a leap for most people, but what you have to understand is the control of the media and information. Back then, pictures were the media, and there was and still is so much power in an image. This was well known back then. There's also power behind the narrative or history behind a place, building, or event. Why is it so crazy to assume that the propaganda and lies that we see in the modern day are in fact the result of a much deeper history that involves the inheriting of the treasures of the ancients? Or in other words, our cities' infrastructures were already here. Many of the old world buildings in downtowns, or boom towns, are actually the remnants of old world cities that were not American, or at least built in the fashion they tell us. So yeah, all of American history is a huge fabrication. That's number one. Now, if you want me to explain that, that takes time. I noticed that Charlie couldn't even imagine the concept of watching a 50-minute video, but then how are you going to say there's no evidence? There are definitely arguments to support the claim that American history has been heavily distorted and manipulated. With that said, that was the brief explanation, and understand that I'm attempting to compress a vast subject while at the same time accommodating short attention spans. I haven't even really got to the main definition of what Tartaria is. It seems that the best way to approach this was just to jump into it, because many have not even considered that American cities could have been hijacked cities, so I wanted to focus more on that rather than getting into the semantics on what exactly is Tartaria. But now, I can explain that in more detail, which should answer many of your questions of exactly what we're discussing. Okay, so we begin the detailed explanation by moving to terms. Our definition of Tartaria may differ from other researchers' definition of the term, so we need to first establish what are we talking about, because Charlie kept saying, oh, what are the Tartarians? Are they reptilians or underground apartment dwellers? Well, let's give the shortest definition possible. Tartaria is really just lost old world history. That's it. Obviously, there's more to it than just that. What is history? Can history be faked or tampered with? Many are willing to accept that the mainstream media can lie in the modern day. People still have issues trusting authority in recent times, but why is that same logic not applied to the history books? Let me just give you a couple things to consider before we give a definition. For example, with the World's Fairs. Now hold on, the story that we're given is that these architectures seen in these photos of the World's Fair in America during the early 1900s were all just built in a short 2 to 3 year span with no construction photos, and that they were all built from wooden pallets. Now really think about that for a second. Look at the Chicago's World's Fair. You see these embankments? And notice the level of detail on this architecture? Even if this was just wood, this would have been a massive feat. Yet, all we get for a historic record of the construction is some shoddy footage that actually comes from a movie about the World's Fair, and that's it. There wasn't just one World's Fair either, but several in the United States during the 1900s. So they just built these massive World's Fairs just to tear them down a couple years later? Many cities had these, even Louisville, Kentucky, and Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, really look how massive some of these things are. They are entire cities. And so, this brings up several questions. Were these buildings truly built the way that we have been taught, or were they already here? If you type in Tartaria, the basic gist of what they'll tell you is that Tartaria was a global lost civilization with advanced technology that appeared on old maps and was erased from history. As Charlie mentioned, a lot of the main points seem to be old maps, and yes, this may not be conclusive, especially with the maps that just say Tartary on it, but I do think a map from 1540 depicting castles in America, regardless of its crayon or not, is quite suspicious regarding the history that they tell us in the founding of America. Also, Charlie kept equating Tartaria to Atlantis, which is fair, but to make the distinction clear, the idea of Tartaria is from a much more recent time. Meaning, when people are talking about Tartaria, they're actually talking about the 1500s to 1700s period, where a civilization that existed in a far more recent time was left out from the history books, specifically because it was hijacked. Where's the evidence? Where's the source? Well, now we're getting into alternative history and false timelines. Let's start with the evidence on how the whole story of Pompeii is a complete fabrication. There are a number of glaring inconsistencies in the academically approved narrative of the city's destruction, and many arguments that support that Pompeii is actually from the 1600s and not 2,000 years ago as the history books tell us. Some inconsistencies include the frescoes that were discovered there and dated to 79 AD actually resemble the techniques used by medieval painters, including the famous painting of the Three Graces found in the House of the Three Graces in Pompeii. Furthermore, Vesuvius can be seen on 16th century maps, showing that the volcano was active long after the traditional date of their eruption, and Pompeii was not in fact lost. There's a 1631 memorial plaque on the road to Naples that lists Pompeii and Herculaneum as the victims of the 1631 eruption of Vesuvius. There were surgical tools in Pompeii that were not supposed to exist during that time, yet they were found in Pompeii and are dated to 2,000 years ago, yet they resemble medieval surgical tools? Oh yeah, and how could there be pineapples in their frescoes if the pineapple wasn't introduced into Europe until 1493? Let's keep in mind that Pompeii was supposedly discovered in 1748. Again, we have an entire video breaking this down. The evidence is there, you just have to be willing to look. But okay, let's try to define Tartaria again. Tartaria is a term that became popular around the 2018 to 2020 period before it became quickly filtered by YT's algorithm. Tartaria is basically the next big conspiracy after FE. If you don't know anything about history, that may be the only way to explain it to you. It's a massive rabbit hole that questions all of our official history. The difference is Tartaria is alternative history and FE is alternative cosmology. It gets interesting because Charlie was trying to bunch all the conspiracies under one label, implying that Tartaria is just something people want to believe in. He even said that he could do the same thing and just say a bunch of nonsense and make it sound believable. I mean, go for it. But there's much more to this than you want to believe, and I don't blame anyone for not wanting to look into it. But claiming it's just made up is ironic since these people demand evidence without even watching an entire video. Which, like I said, is understandable since they do tend to run long, but without looking into it, it's not very impartial to deem it as nonsense. History, once you dive past all the filler, is filled with mistakes, plot holes, and complete fabrications, and it's hard not to notice those inconsistencies and not ask questions, even questions that might seem obvious or stupid at first. So to finalize the terms, let me give you our definition of Tartaria. Tartaria is the phenomena or category of alternative history that delves into the research of lost history and civilizations, hijacks and stolen buildings, magic, alchemy, and cloning, antiquitech, cataclysms, mud floods, buried buildings, star forts and fortified cities, royal bloodlines and secret brotherhoods, asylums, orphans, and oddfellows, underground tunnels and waste management, and suppressed Morris history. By labeling Tartaria as simply a civilization, we're missing out on many aspects of this mystery, because that's just one piece. It's not until you have all the pieces that a bigger picture starts to appear. There is evidence for each one of these subjects, but in order to understand Tartaria, we have to have that base. We're about to go down a rabbit hole of history that was not taught to us, so yes, that means there's going to be some things that you have to investigate for yourself, meaning there's no official answer. Keep that in mind, that this is just meant to be a summary, and I can only say so much on each subject. Okay, so let's start off with lost history and civilizations. So yeah, obviously you know about Atlantis, but there are other more recent cultures that were completely wiped and left out from the history books, being instead labeled as fantasy or mythology. One theory that was not started by us and actually has been discussed by several scholars since the 17th century is the Irish origins of civilization. And yeah, I get it, that might sound funny to people who have never heard it before, but there's actually a shocking amount of evidence to support that Gaelic and Irish Christianity is in fact the original church and it was just straight up hijacked by the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
How do you expect me to give you proof for that in such a short time? I mean, be reasonable. But it's within the etymology, the allegorical references of the Bible that were not meant to be taken literally, but allegorically. One of the best books on the subject is called Irish Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids by Conor McDarry, which covers in detail the process of hijacking a civilization. Sometimes this might be confusing to people new to this subject, and the typical response is that some people immediately visualize the modern-day Irish people. For sure, many from Ireland with Rh negative bloodlines are connected to this, but what we're really discussing is the ancient land of Ireland and her peoples. Interestingly, this is where Atlantis connects. Remember, I'm explaining this to a Charlie-like mind, so that immediately sends alarm bells ringing when I say the word Atlantis. But what we're discussing is the progression of civilization. We are told of an east to west movement of civilization, that advanced societies began to rise in Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt 5,000 years ago, and then slowly migrated to the west over time. But with Tartaria, we're discussing how civilization progressed from west to east, meaning from Atlantis. Here's a quote from Donnelly. I'm not going to read it all, but yes, this is proof that people have been talking about what I just told you for over 200 years. And no, that doesn't mean that all the claims are true, but it does mean I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere. There is a foundation to all of these thoughts, some of which are too extensive to explain in this short video. The point is, after the deluge, or the flood, there were survivors who landed in Ireland and re-established civilization. Now let's get the whole Aryan thing out of the way because many are automatically programmed to see that word in a certain light. These people were multicultural, and we know this because Aryan did not refer to race. In Sanskrit, it referred to one of honor, a wise man. This gets into the ancient history of Ireland, with the Tuatha Dé Danann and the Fomorians, who after a time of cataclysm had to settle and begin setting up new kingdoms. Now, there is proof to show this, but again, history is so mixed up because the people who set it into motion swap locations, names, and dates to make it even more confusing. For example, the Phoenicians. This is another subject of Tartaria that we bring up a lot because it also causes a lot of confusion, but it was designed that way. The Phoenicians are the later Canaanites.
I got confused about the Phoenicians too.
Credited to creating an alphabet, mathematics, and advanced sea navigation. While many researchers have shown the connection between ancient Phoenicians and Celts, including the similarity between Gaelic and Semitic languages, mainstream history will say that this is because the Phoenicians settled in Ireland and that the Celts came from their culture. But the difference in art, culture, and oral legend in Ireland is unlike any other in the world, and some of the first megalithic structures were created in Ireland with astrological associations thousands of years before the pyramids. As presented in Irish Wisdom and Bible and Pyramids, the story is actually in reverse. The Phoenicians are the later Hebrews, those of the U-tree, or the corrupted version of the original spirituality. This is what we refer to as the Phoenician hijack, the process in which the old church, the Church of Iessa, or the early Phoenician or Phoenician Celtic Hibernian priesthood was destroyed, plagiarized, and then renamed, suppressed from history. These peoples were then hijacked and became the later Phoenicians, otherwise known as the Canaanites. They became the new church. This is the Holy Roman Empire. The proof is in the language, culture, oral histories, and the forgeries that are within the Bible, as presented by Connor McDarry. The facts presented in that book are undeniable and seen clearly with anyone who has a basic understanding of Irish history. So to explain that in a different way, after the fall of Atlantis, the survivors landed in ancient Ireland. This civilization began to mingle with a variety of other cultures, producing similar legends, traditions, and sciences that were spread across the world. They then made their way to the east and into the Indus Valley. Then the start of Mesopotamian cultures, or Arya cultures, such as Sumeria or Arya, and then this continued into Tartaria or Asia. Essentially, in our research, we connect the Tartarians to the ancient Scythians. This is referenced by several 18th century historians, and the Scythians were the Celts who had traveled east. But again, they tell us the story in reverse. The term Tartar is actually a Gaelic term that is associated with the story of an Irish soldier far out east catching a Tartar, a thief. The reason we bring up Ireland is because there are many researchers who have covered the suppressed history of the ancient Celts and Druids. The Druids were literally the main enemy of the Roman Empire. They were described as savages and barbaric, yet the history that we receive on them come from the Roman historian Josephus himself. So, after Atlantis, the Church of Iessa was established in Ireland and expanded all the way to the Bering Strait, where they actually crossed over and established colonies on the northwest of America as depicted on old maps. The map that you're looking at is the Monte map from 1587. There's some really interesting things on this map, but you can see that there are 3 massive cities in Florida during this time and also elsewhere throughout the US that really shouldn't be on this map. There are also maps that show massive amounts of architecture all over Asia and Africa that are no longer there. And this does not align with the official narrative of that time period. Now, over time, many different nations and cultures were formed. It wasn't just the Irish, and each of these colonies were allowed to start up their own nations. What was originally a system of spiritual allegory with the intention of creating humans with a sense of morality, with the pursuit of working for a higher self, began to become abused by certain states, and this led to the creation of religion. The confusing part is that we have been fed false timelines since our birth. For example, Rome. Just as we mentioned some inconsistencies with Pompeii, there are many more to consider. One of the most popular points to bring up in the Tartaria community is the works of Fomenko. He's a scholar who has written on the subject of false chronologies and presents the idea that Rome may have added 1,000 years to the timeline in order to extend their power over history. This gets into one of the main chronologers that is responsible for our modern-day timeline, Josephus Scaliger, or what we know as Scaligerian history. What's interesting is that the people responsible for our modern-day chronology were actually religious fanatics attempting to condense all of human history into a 5,000-year time period. Many historical figures throughout time have argued for alternative versions of this chronology, including Isaac Newton. Fomenko's work is quite detailed, showing a number of inconsistencies in dates, historical figures, and dating of major events that have been altered to fit a specific narrative. This isn't conclusive or anything, but definitely interesting to mention. But not only was our calendar system altered in the creation of the Roman Church, but on top of that, it began using a J for a 1. This can be seen in many old plaques, coat of arms, and even buildings, but no one knows why they did this. It just seems to be some type of brotherhood reference to the phantom time hypothesis, that the Roman Church falsified the extent of her rule. Interestingly, J is the 4th least used letter in the modern English alphabet, yet it's said to have been created in the 16th century. But then why do so many biblical names start with a J? There are hundreds, including Jesus, James, Jeremiah, and it all comes from the Roman Bible. Why so many names with a J, and how many translations is that for a letter that was born in the 16th century and a book that was supposedly written 1,000 years prior? We bring this up because Fomenko specifically points out how the J was also used in dating documents, buildings, and art. It was a method in which they could falsify history through forgery and plagiarism. Again,
There
we're
we
not
go
the
with
ones
the
to come up
J,
with
yeah.
this. There's mountains of research to go through on this subject of the Roman Catholic Church and forgery. You'll have to investigate that
You see
further
what
if
I'm
you're looking
saying?
for your
Like-
evidence, as we're dealing with history that has been...
When it's a J instead of an I or an X or whatever, that's mud flood research. That's not looking at a melted building. That's different. See what I'm saying? There's a difference between meltology and mud flood.
handed to us by royal elites. For example, with Pliny the Younger and Pliny the Elder, and some other famous historians from this era who are also responsible for our perspective of history. Well, the earliest traces of these documents come from the 15th century.
It connects together when you get to the question, where did the mud come from? When you get to the question, where did all the mud come from? That's where the meltology comes in. It's weird. But it doesn't mean that that's where the mud came from. A lot of people believe it, but there's other explanations too.
The first Pliny epistles were published in Italy 1471. There's no real first copy of Pliny the Elder, but there are none prior to 1400s. History can be easily forged, especially when we're discussing a period in which the Roman Church still had power over all of Europe, and then secretly moving her power into the Venetian families. Don't you think it's weird that the Romans had all this amazing technology and then somehow they just lost it? Concrete, aqueducts, paved roads, realistic sculpture, indoor flush toilets, greenhouses, and advanced architecture that we really couldn't even do today with modern technology. Yet somehow this was just all forgotten and then we went through a dark age for 1500 years? Then out of nowhere, literally, we have a shocking amount of progression of art, music, and literature, all coming from around the 17th century. Before that, there are very few examples, and their dates are questionable. The point being is that there's a huge gap between the time of Rome, through the Dark Ages, to all of a sudden all our music, art, and literature appearing out of nowhere during the Renaissance period. That doesn't make sense, and you don't just start making music like Beethoven out of nowhere in the 17th century. Same thing for all these Renaissance artists coming out of Italy. Not only was history and buildings hijacked, but art, culture, and music as well. There is proof to show that many of these old European churches were not actually designed to be churches, and that some of these old world buildings were designed to take in energy from the atmosphere. Where's the proof? Well, there are books on this subject. It's called Atmospheric Electricity. And yes, they were investigating how to harness this energy far before that story that they tell us in school of Benjamin Franklin discovering the electrical nature of lightning. Like, they really played us for a joke. He flew a kite with a key on it. Guys, this is Freemasonic symbolism. Benjamin Franklin was literally at the highest rank of masonry, and you can even see the compass integrated with this famous painting. These old world buildings had technologies that were capable of extracting electricity from the atmosphere. You can even see these at the top of steeples. This is typically seen to be just a compass, but they're more than just that. There are videos of old temples with this technology still active. These electrical charging centers were then converted into physical worship centers. Now, that might be a little too fast, so let's slow down a bit and just speak facts. Throughout history, architecture has often been a target during times of war. Buildings would indeed be hijacked and repurposed to serve the needs of the conquering force. From ancient temples turned into churches to palaces converted into military barracks, the theft of architecture has had a huge impact on many societies. Almost all Catholic churches in history were built on old pagan temples. For example, several were supposedly converted into Christian churches during the 5th century AD. The Parthenon in Athens, the Temple of Jupiter in Rome, the Temple of Baal in Syria, the Temple of Artemis in Ephesus, and there are many more. But all of these were converted into Christian churches, showing how old world buildings were
that's pretty
repurposed for a
accurate.
new agenda. It demonstrates how theft of architecture has been a recurring theme throughout history.
Since
Not only
man's
that,
map, I'm
another
saying.
aspect is iconoclasm, which is the destruction of religious images and symbols. Iconoclasm is a form of religious violence that has been used throughout history to destroy the past. One example of this is with the Huguenots, who were a group of French Protestants in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Huguenots were known for their iconoclastic tendencies, which led to the destruction of many Catholic churches and religious artifacts. During the Wars of Religion in France, the Huguenots targeted Catholic churches, destroying statues, paintings, and other religious artifacts. This was done in an attempt to cleanse the churches of what they saw as idolatrous symbols and to make them more in line with Protestant beliefs. Now, let's get really deep for a second. Some of you may be thinking, well, okay, so what happened to these Tartarians or ancient Irish civilizations? Obviously, there's no direct source for that question, so we're going to have to do some exploring. The next area we must explain when it comes to Tartaria is cataclysm. For some reason, this isn't something that gets a lot of attention in history class, but the medieval writers were constantly talking about cataclysms. And we're not talking about the flood of Atlantis, we're discussing cataclysms of fire and of earth, as described by Plato's Timaeus. Timaeus is Plato's most prized work, where he details the cycle and resets of multiple past civilizations, not just Atlantis. And knowing what we know.
So this is interesting. So this is what I've been trying to figure out lately. So, you know, like they say God flooded the earth, right? And he made the rainbow to promise that he's never going to flood the earth again. And the next judgment is going to be fire. Right? Am I right? Am I on the right path? Okay. So some people believe, like, you know, it's a mud flood because the fire didn't happen yet. Some people believe that we're already past the fire and we're in the little season. So that's what's going on.
Now, it's possible that the work of Timaeus is actually from the 16th century and not from 2,000 years ago, which would bring an entirely different context to the story. All we know is that there have been several recent cataclysms, including several that are associated with comets in America. We have a few videos discussing this, even evidence to support that the Great Lakes in America were actually created in the 1600s. These cataclysms are important because it shows that civilization has gone through several resets. The most recent one that has had the most impact seems to be the War of 1812, which again not only had one of the largest earthquakes in history, but there was an 1812 comet as well. There's evidence to suggest that there was massive flooding all around the world in recent times, including mud floods. Many buildings and structures around the world that we see in the modern day, and even in downtown areas, seem to be in fact buried buildings, obscured by layers of mud and sediment. The idea of mud flood is that there was a series of floods that swept across the old world, burying entire towns and cities throughout Europe and America beneath layers of mud and debris. Now, to most people hearing that for the first time, that might sound ridiculous, but there is evidence to suggest that it may in fact be true. One strong argument is that in archaeology, there are ancient sites called tells, which is a mound consisting of accumulated debris and natural sediment. They are buried cities. Another argument, as we mentioned, is that many old world buildings, particularly those from the 17th to 19th centuries, have basements that extend far below the ground. These basements are often not visible from the surface, and yet they contain windows and doors that lead to nowhere. Also, let's not forget the countless accounts from ancient texts and legends that describe massive floods and cataclysmic events that swept across the old world. A manuscript called the Book of Miracles describes several cataclysms in detail, but it makes a very interesting point. They claim that these were not natural disasters, but disasters that were the work of a higher power. which goes to show that they were consciously created to some degree. Now, what you're about to hear is controversial, but there's always been a fascination with the Ark of the Covenant. These Canaanites had control of a very powerful weapon that is beyond the technology that we have today. It is said to be a weapon of mass destruction, and no, I don't think it has anything to do with aliens. If you ask me, it would seem that we're dealing with some black magic that involves the conscious creation of cataclysms. That might be a little too far on the deep side of the pool, so I'll come back a bit. But magic does come to play here. And no, we're not talking sorcery and fantasy magic. We're talking about how every royal court had an astrologer and master alchemist. They were not only trying to make predictions, but to force them to manifest their mass rituals. Obviously, that's conjecture, but it's important to consider that it may have been possible through ritual or some type of unknown technology to influence the atmosphere or conditions in which produce certain cataclysmic conditions. The New Madrid earthquakes during the 1812 period were the most intense recorded in American history. The extent of its damage is still not really known, yet there are clear indications in the modern day, and even in our scarce photographic record, we see photos in the late 1800s of them digging cities out of the mud. Why were all the streets made out of dirt and horse poop when the Romans had paved streets? Why was there no proper waste management in the United States until after the 1900s? Well, it's because they found these cities and had no idea how to operate them. They came in and started putting waste and water into a single pipe, many of which were old water tunnels for drainage. And what happened? Great stinks. Massive cholera epidemics all over the United States, all the way into the late 19th century. Doesn't add up how they were building all this grand architecture from Civil War forts, otherwise known as star forts, all the way to massive mansions from the Gilded Age. Yet, they had no bathrooms or plumbing systems. This gets into some other deep subjects, such as the diet and spiritual capabilities of these prior inhabitants, but much of that information will be too much for most of you new to the subject. These star forts, or Civil War forts, have you been to one? One of the most massive one is in Pensacola, on a beach. Good luck explaining how they went about building that on soft sand in the early 1800s. But forgetting that, they had these all over the East Coast, and even in San Francisco. Yet the explanation is that they were built during the Civil War era to protect America's coast. But this isn't true, as many of these forts are actually based on older forts, supposedly, and there were massive forts being constructed by the Spanish and French when they first arrived as well. Although, the museums like to make you think that they were just building wooden presidios. The entire story of the colonization of America is a fabrication. We're told the story that these countries such as Spain, France, and England were all fighting each other in the pursuit of the colonization of America. Yeah, but who were they working for? Who funded these projects? Well, they were all under control of the Holy Roman Church. The proof is in the coat of arms. What do you think a coat of arms is? Type in the Triumphal Arch of Maximilian, which is a 16th century woodcut showing you all the Roman-controlled minions. This is one huge royal bloodline operation. That is the history that we receive. These Civil War forts or bastions or star forts were already in America. And every major European ancient city was once a fortified city. That's the secret of Amsterdam and Paris. They are massive star forts. Star forts contain multiple layers, including an underground tunnel system. You can see many of these European star forts on many 16th century maps, showing that they weren't just bastions used for wars, but they were also used for the creation of massive cities. One of the most immediate questions from someone new to the subject is, well, why would they do this? And who are they? Why lie about everything? What's the need to want to cover up history? Well, because these occult societies were in control by royalty and the church. And this church was a hijacked church that belonged to a previous civilization. But not only that, the control of information is necessary in the resetting of a society. This is constantly referenced in Hollywood movies as well, where the elites of a society keep the hidden history away from the people for the greater good. That's what we're discussing. Royal elite bloodlines, who funded occult Protestant thinkers to create a brand new Atlantis, as conceived by Francis Bacon, a scientifically ruled society that would exist for eternity and never fall again. So why would this be suppressed? Well, if we all knew that we were a reset population and that there were advanced civilizations before us with superior technology that did not charge for energy resources, then that would make us much more difficult to control. As we mentioned, that some of the old world buildings seem to be made with the purpose of extracting energy from the atmosphere. But on top of that, they had dirigibles that could travel on essentially free power, if not cheap, clean energy. This would also transport mass amounts of goods, possibly even for moving buildings. Why do you think there was a cameraman right there ready to capture the destruction of the Hindenburg? It was to erase the old model based on clean energy and to implement a new system of dirty oil energy. That's not the only reason. Like we said, this all started with the corrupted cult of Baal, the religion of the Canaanites. But one of the things that Charlie said is that people just like to believe the most unhinged things for no real reason and they don't even gain anything out of it. And of course, he's right that people do tend to think conspiracies when it comes to large amounts of power and money, but there is a reason for that. But that's not the only reason we've come to the conclusions that we've come to. What this comes down to is attempting to understand our own. But not only that, questioning the status quo that was literally forced down our throats. What do we get out of it? How about just understanding our past and just being more curious? I mean, reality is far stranger than fiction. And we're taught a boring, dull version of history in the school system, much of which leads people to not really care about life. He also said that he didn't think the elite weirdos really cared about religion. In a way, he's right, but he's also ignoring that they are inversionists and occultists. The elites care about religion in the way that they like to make a mockery of it. And again, we're not religious or Christians, sure, there's a lot of satanic hype going on right now, and probably for a good reason, because people are sort of recognizing unsettling patterns within these certain symbols. We're taught that man is at its pinnacle today, as if we reached our max point in evolution. However, I think it's quite blatant that really isn't the case when you see the level of awareness in the media and our culture today. It's arguably more accurate to say that we have de-evolved as a species, but in a larger context compared to the civilizations of the ancients, a massive amount of knowledge and intelligence has been lost compared to what was once achieved in the past. Don't you think it's strange that we've just lost the ability to build these structures? I mean, compare an old world city to the modern day. It's shocking how much we lost, and our new construction methods of modernism are not designed to last. It's not to say that we don't have the technology, but that you would think there would be an evolution from the advanced architectures and early styles in America, but instead all we get is a bunch of cheap box buildings. If you want to tell Charlie to check this out, that'd be cool, although I don't really think he's going to watch the whole thing. I mean, I'd be surprised if he did. But I don't even expect this to prove anything. I mean, we don't claim to have the answers. I just see this as an opportunity to get this information out to more people so that we can continue to ask questions, even questions that might seem dumb or irrelevant. I don't expect Charlie to respond, but if he did, we would just try to learn from it and improve from it.
Yeah, I would say thank you, Charlie. I appreciate the question.
He did say he wanted an explanation on Tartaria, and he specifically mentioned our channel. So it was kind of tough because
we got a whole video out of it, so thank you.
I understand he has a large audience that probably is never going to take the time to look into some of these things. But at the same time, there is a chance to get this information out to more people and assist others in questioning history, and so I think it's worth it. Regardless, thanks for listening, guys. We got some new big projects coming soon, and in the meantime, all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
All right. I like that channel. All right, so let me see what's going on here. So there's like two sides to the story. Like, I look at every side. So you've seen the AWAR side of what they think and what it nickels, and then you see what the other people are doing. But that's pretty much what I see going on in the Mudfoot community right now. There could be more going on, but that's what I've been paying attention to. So let me see what's next on my list here. If I have anything, what was this? Oh yeah. So there's this channel called Understanding Conspiracy, and I'm sub to it. And I've been talking a lot about the Nephilim and looking like demons and the DMT people and all, the Clockwork Elves and everything on my past few shows. And I found another video. There's a bunch of videos on this channel about it, but this is the Gestures, the one that I saw.
I want you to get together.
Hello, everyone. So I have an interesting one for you today, and I'd like to thank At the Speed of Shadow for sharing this one with me. He sent me an email where he was talking about a video he's watching about giant owls in Canada. And in the introduction, they were talking about the symbology of the owl throughout history, and they showed something very interesting. And as he said to me in this email, you won't miss it. So I checked out the video, and what I saw was this. And it was talking about how the Greek goddess Athena had her little owls. But if you look closely at this image, you'll notice something very strange on her chest. So I found the original artwork and had a closer look for myself. And what do you know? It appears to be a clown.
Mm-hmm.
And not just, a historical image of some monster, but I mean a literal modern day looking clown on her chest with its tongue sticking out. You look at this thing here, and I couldn't help but think back to the modern day makeup we see in like this image here. This line that we often see around the mouth drawn as a common motif in modern day clown makeup. And is this basically not just a depiction of this
clown show?
Now, this is an old piece of artwork. This is antiquity. This is ancient artwork on plates. And it just felt bizarre to see such a modern depiction of a clown on her chest. So if you know what this series is about, you'll understand that this isn't really a coincidence. This is representing something that I think we understand quite well, and that's the Nephilim. But just what Nephilim exactly is this on Athena, the goddess's chest, and why is it there? So what is on Athena's chest there is what's known as a Gorgonian. And they were more commonly seen on the Olympian deities, Athena and Zeus. They've said to have both worn it as a protective pendant. It's essentially a artistic depiction of the Gorgon. But in Athena's sense, it's said that the head of Medusa, who was a Gorgon, was given to Athena by Perseus as a gift after he chopped his head off. And that's why she wears it on her chest. But more people, real people, not gods, wore depictions of the Gorgonian on their shields and on their own pendants as a form of mystic protection. So here's some photographic examples of Gorgonians on this. So there it is on a wall as well. In this example of a Gorgon, we see serpents kind of intertwined with the imagery of it. So we have these serpents coming out from behind its head. That's a serpent's belt. And I believe it's trying to say this was a giant of some kind because it's holding a very small man in its hands here. So yeah, we're dealing with Nephilim giants of the past with serpentine-like features. And I believe this Gorgon was one of them. So we look a bit more into Gorgons on Wikipedia. And it says, in ancient Greece, a Gorgonian, a stone head engraving or drawing of a Gorgon face, often with snakes protruding wildly and the tongue sticking out between her fangs, frequently was used as an apotropaic symbol and placed on doors, walls, coins, shields, breastplates, and tombstones in the hopes of warding off evil. In this regard, Gorgonia are similar to the sometimes grotesque faces on Chinese soldiers' shields, and also used generally as an amulet, a protection against the evil eye. Likewise, in Hindu mythology, Kali is often shown with a protruding tongue and snakes around her head. So if we go on here, cultural depictions. So Gorgons, especially Medusa, have become a common image and symbol in Western culture since their origins in Greek mythology, appearing in art, literature, and elsewhere throughout history. Yeah, so the Gorgon is a common image mostly associated now with Medusa. But I do believe it's said that the image of a Gorgon actually goes back 6,000 years, way before the Greeks. It's actually something that's run through most cultures for a very long time. So we got some interesting images here. So here is Perseus beheading Medusa. So as she dies, she has this large grin on her face, very Joker-like, very Jester-like. So here's a depiction of Athena with the Gorgon on her chest again, like we saw originally. Here's a Gorgon depicted with very pale skin and wild red hair. And we've heard that as a common motif of most Nephilim of the past. And that is also the same symbology we see of clowns. Pale skin, and red hair. It's funny, you always type in clown into Google and they're always evil. They always come up with the evil clown. They never just come up with normal ones. Let's just type in clown and see what we get. So here's a red-haired clown. Pretty basic imagery. Here it is with its wild hair. And that is, a depiction of what I was mentioning earlier. This thing.
Looks like a pill I had once.
They have one on the chest here again. Again, commonly shown to be worn on the chest as a protective symbol. Here's one on the shield.
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or...
Fuck you. Don't ask me questions, computer.
Here's another depiction of them with legs and wings and a wild face, animalistic-like face. Yeah. So here's the giant one again. So, I was looking at the image of this Gorgon, and you look at examples of a Gorgon. So let's go on images here. And it looks like a boyish, childish, grinning, cheeky little face, you know what I mean? It's not always just Medusa with the wild hair, you know, though that is a common one. It does seem like there's a lot more going on than that quite often. So, you know, this depiction here, I'm not sure you can see it clearly, but it has this wild-eyed look to it, you know, this craziness to it. And what I see here is very similar to the childish face from the Royal Order of the Jesters. You know, here's the signet ring and the character. And the Royal Order of the Jesters is an offshoot of the Shriners, which is very similar to Freemasonry. It's a secret society. It's all a part of the same thing, and they're a very suspect group of people who, you know, I believe have nothing good going on. But here is another example of this. This face here is very reminiscent of the Gorgon's face. And I think if we go back to the Wikipedia page here for the Gorgon, we can find a vase with a very clear depiction. Here we go. Look at this one. So we'll zoom in on this. Now that does not look dissimilar to me than the Royal Order of the Jesters logo here. So obviously if the Royal Order of the Jesters are an offshoot of Freemasonry, we know they are basically demon worshippers, then it can't be surprising that they are depicting a Gorgon on the signet ring and just simply calling it a smiling baby. You know, it's hidden in plain sight. So I think we've found the roots of this now by looking at these Gorgons of the past. But this Gorgon as well, you know, as it was mentioned earlier on the page we were reading, it reminds me too of the Oni demons of Japan and Asia. You know, they have these tusks as fangs, a lot like the depictions of the ancient Gorgon. And I think what we're seeing here, obviously, are similar features that went across many cultures. So you look at an Oni demon here and the Oni masks, and you find they're very similar to the Gorgon
live, Drew.
of Greek culture.
What's up?
Here's a good example, a good comparison. So here's a Gorgon, Medusa, and then here's the Oni of Japan with the tusks. I think you'll see the similarities. We're dealing with the same entities here, I think. I think they're a lot older than these myths and the cultures that represented them through their artwork. I think they were beings that really were on the earth at one point. That kind of got deified and mystified as the years went on, and then condensed and diluted into modern culture, into this imagery. And we don't even know that this is what this is representing now. It's that far removed. But this is where the source of it all is. So, you know, again, I'm looking at this Gorgon artwork, and I couldn't help but also feel like, you know, it's bizarre they have these hybrid chimera creatures next to the Gorgon, you know, and it seems to be a man with like a lion's body of some kind with these wings, and that reminds me of the ancient Mesopotamian guardians as well. Very similar in features. You know, a man with an animalistic body and wings. And this predates, you know, Greek culture by a few thousand years. This is older than we think, you know. We're talking about goddesses and goddess worship like Athena. And, you know, they had Ishtar. They had their own goddess worship going on as well. And I think we're just dealing with the same entities with different names over vast cultures and over vast periods of time. You know, I think we're just dealing with fallen angels and their offspring and their offspring's offspring. And, you know, it just became a very corrupted, wild world to be living in, filled with these deities and monsters. And the Gorgon is a prime example of this. You know, these things were monstrous and they were a bane of mankind. You know, they were a major issue. And there's many stories and mythology of them being slain by the half men, half gods, you know, and the heroes of old, as they're described in the Bible. So here's a Gorgon. Yeah, look at this wild image. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, this is very similar to the Indian culture of Kali.
Oh my God. Another commercial? I can't take it. The StreamYard commercials are terrible.
Yeah, for example, much different than the image we saw earlier on this vase. I don't think it is. I think we're looking at the same demonic entity, a Nephilim of some kind. You know, and Kali was said to be, you know, a very similar goddess in a way to Athena. The negative aspect of femininity, you know, the symbol of chaos. You know, and we look at Kali with her many arms and her tongue sticking out and her wild nature. You know, she has a beheaded head in her hand. You know, the tail of Medusa being beheaded. It's all kind of blending together into this strange amalgam. But these headdresses, you know, worn by Tibetan people and people, obviously,
it was tech.
Hindu culture, are reminiscent of the wild head of snake hair, as it's described in mythology of Greece. But I don't think it was quite as simple as that. You know, I think these are just ways of describing the nature of the way they looked in an artistic way. I'm not sure they really did have snakes for hair, but they
was
certainly
probably tech.
were linked with snakes explicitly because of their reptilian nature. You know, they had reptilian features inherited from their reptilian-like parents,
Maybe
the fallen angels.
Or maybe it was tech.
Look at this one here.
That they didn't understand.
With these winged guardians again, like the same ones we see in the Mesopotamian cultures. So moving on, you know, I was looking into the Gorgons a bit more, a bit of history about them. And we find, you know, they were put onto a lot of coins as well. And these ones specifically have that look of the Royal Order of the Jester logo quite a lot more. And, you know, they have this Oni boar tusk.
You know, I don't know who this guy
Japanese
is. Okay, do you know who it is?
As well. And quite a clownish wide grin. The tongue is always sticking out, similar to that of the Kali as well.
I think it's
and
good
I think what
research.
we're seeing here is a particular demon that had a lot of clownish features. I mean, look at this depiction of Kali here. You couldn't get more clown-like, really, could it? And obviously, like I said, a clown is a modern version of what these creatures looked like in the past. A very,
I don't know,
you know, far removed,
yeah,
diluted
maybe ancient.
version.
Yeah, I think it
but
is
when you
ancient
see
Historia, yeah. I
this
never watched
ancient
this channel
artwork
before,
depicting a Gorgon on Athena's chest,
but I did see a
this is
gesture
ancient, you
myself.
know, but it looks just like the way we depict a clown today. I think this may be one of our smoking guns. You know, this may be one of our major pieces of evidence to show that yes, these creatures that roamed the earth in the past, these abominations,
I don't know if it's a major
they did
piece of
have clown
evidence.
features, and this is where we get
It's just a
our
drawing.
modern day depiction of the clown from. You know, but looking through Asian cultures, they had snake people in Asia, you know, China and Tibet as well as Japan, and they called them the Nagas.
No, they don't.
And I think we're seeing another depiction of Medusa, let's call it.
The Nagas.
Another depiction of a
N-A-G-A,
Gorgon
Naga.
of some kind. When you see these snake beings with these hoods around them of many snakes, like a, you know, having hair for snakes. I don't know if we're just seeing depictions, you know, of energetic principles and supernatural principles manifest physical, which is so it looks like snakes are on their head. I don't know exactly, but this tusk-like motif was very common in a lot of East.
I'm glad more people are talking about seeing these things though, because like I thought I was crazy.
Dragon masks, you know, and demon masks, and we see the same imagery depicted in even Greek depictions of these beings with these tusks. You know, it goes on, and you know, I was scrolling through and I found this. I thought it was quite funny. It's a Tibetan.
I don't think you would make a video about it unless you've seen it.
Monks dressed as demons attend the Beating Ghost Festival in Beijing, and you look at what they're wearing. They have these pale skinned with deep set red eyes and red features around them, with these big wide Joker-like grins. You know, why depict themselves like this of all things to depict a demon? You know, and again, it's clown-like features with all the multicolors on the clothes as well, representing the fractal matrix they're now trapped in. And obviously they have their version of a demon called the Yagwai as well in China, Now, the Yagwai was a name of an entity or a bad guy in the Fallout game, so a lot of it comes up here. But a Yagwai is actually a Chinese demon, a creature of some kind. And that came in many animalistic forms. But here's a depiction of a Yagwai here on this piece of artwork. And look at it. This has the same features similar to the Gorgon, you know. And this is obviously quite far away from Greece. But the Gorgon smile with the tongue sticking out and the boar-like teeth and these big wide eyes is not dissimilar from this depiction of a Yagwai here, a Chinese demon. Here's another one. I think we're looking at the same entity, similar to the type of entity that Kali is, you know, and I think there was many of them. I don't think there was simply just one entity that looked like this. I think many of the Nephilim had these features. They had many different types of colors of skin, just like many snakes do have many colors of skin. A white face with red features was very common. And again, this all dilutes to the modern day clown. So a deep dive there into ancient culture. But a bit removed from the more modern examples that we usually look at, but I definitely thought it was worth looking at. So thank you, At the Speed of Shadows, for sharing that.
You're welcome. So thank you. So anyway, Understanding Conspiracy. This is the channel. Way more subscribers than me. It looks like a cool channel. It's all about DMT creatures and stuff like that. Sub it. I don't have the link right now. We'll probably be checking it out some more. Thank you. So, I know there's not a lot of people watching tonight because there's a lot of other bigger streams on and stuff like that, but it's getting late. It's like 3:30. It's 3:34 here. Almost. I just missed 3:33 in the morning. So, let me just say real quick. I've got a couple of things on that I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna do something really cool because I like to play full albums on here, like underground albums. So I'm gonna get to that. Also, my channel has been lacking in donations and support, and times are tough right now. I have a PayPal. If you go to the About Me section, the Nightbot's putting it in. I have a Venmo. I have a Cash App. Even if you have a few extra bucks, like it says you don't have to donate a lot. Like even if you have a couple extra bucks on your Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, toss it over to me. I need it. Also, buy me a coffee where you can see a lot and hear a lot of my music that I don't put on YouTube and whatever. I'm going to upload more. They let me upload music there and post things. Also, I have a Boston Ray merchandise store where I have a lot of cool stuff, dude. Like a lot of cool stuff. Like everything. Just everything. Look. Just everything. Look. Who would not want a Boston Ray Singeman design COVID Commander hoodie, male, female, boy, any color you want? Look, we do not consent on the back. Dr. Fauci is COVID Commander. You know what I'm saying? Any color you want. Who would not want a Flat Earth Fucky Ducky mug with the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky on the front and the biblical Flat Earth cosmology on the back? Why wouldn't you want that? Who would not want a Late Night Live t-shirt that says, "Don't sleep on the late night" on the back? Why wouldn't you want one of those? Look, any color you want. Boom. 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 All right? I mean, I don't know. Why wouldn't you want that? All right. Who would not want Late Night Live glasses? I mean, come on. Why wouldn't you want one of those? All right. What else do we got going on here? You want to see? We ain't messing around. We need some funding to run the show. We run a good show. We bring you quality content. We're killing it lately, but just low on donations. That's all. And I'm not just speaking to people in the chat.
I'm speaking to the people that are going to watch this tomorrow, and you can still donate to me. It doesn't matter when. You don't have to do it while it's a live stream. I need the help. Also, you could support by sharing it. You can support by praying for me. I mean, I don't necessarily need money. I'm just broke, and we need to fund all this. All this costs money, and time, and energy. It's work. It's work. It's not. I'm the mastermind with the faster rhyme. It's work. It's not how I pass the time. You know what I'm saying? Look, we got Flat Earth Fucky Ducky t-shirts. Look at this one. Boom, baby. And on the back, you got the flat Earth. You see that? With the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Bible says. And you can get it in all different colors. I mean, it's you know what's really cool about it though is like I made a Flat Earth Fucky Ducky phone case. Let me see. Is that here? I already passed by it. When we get to it, I'll show you. I got like iPhone cases, dude. I got late night live iPhone cases. If it'll ever pop up, there's a lot of them. So, well, you know, you get the idea. But the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky one's cool because it's like giving you the finger. So for like the auditors who want to point, you know, phones in the faces of people, you can have a little bird giving them the finger on your phone. Here's V2K t-shirts. This is a woman's one. Voice to skull technology. You know, it's real. We did a bunch of shows on it. They're pretty cool, right? There's the male. We have male, female. We have water bottles. We have fanny packs, dude. Where else can you get a fanny pack? Michelle made these, but where else can you get one? I mean, nowhere. They don't even make these things anymore. You know what I'm saying? We have. I'm gonna just keep going down. I'm gonna show you guys. We have Masonic the Hedgehog T-shirts. Look, Voice to K hoodies, Voice to Skull Technology hoodies, Masonic the Hedgehog. Look, woman's. Look at that design. Masonic the Hedgehog, and he's throwing up a 3. Mud Mob on the back. You can get any color you want, though. You don't have to get it in that color. It looks good in every color. Look. Boom. Masonic the Hedgehog. All right. We have a few different designs. We have band practice. Band practice. We have a few different band practice designs. We have look, we have Masonic the Hedgehog hoodie. That's a different Masonic the Hedgehog. Look at that one. Boom. Different colors too. Boom. That one really brings it out. Mud Mob on the back. We're mobbing. Oh, Flat Earth Ninjas. Flat Earth Ninjas. And there's different ones. The male one has red on one side and blue on the other. Right? All right. And then the female one is like the opposite, right? It's like a mirror image. It's like, you know, opposite colors. Right? For females. Because females can be a Flat Earth Ninja too. And then the hoodie is all white design. The hoodie is all white design. You see that? You see how we did that there? That's no, it's not a hoodie. It's a crew neck sweatshirt actually. So it's like a sweater, you know. All right, so that's cool. I mean, the prices are reasonable. They're a little expensive, but it's custom shit. This one I got from my dad. This one actually comes out good. I seen it in real life. It comes out way better looking than that. You can see my face and everything. And that's a design from Flatter Day Saints with Mud Mob on the back. And thank you, Flatter Day. But that one's cool, man. That one comes out good. I got it firm in this green color. My dad. It came out nice. I seen it. All right. And then we got, look, this one's cool because it's like the Sam Adams, you know, the Boston Red with a cup of mud, but it's a glass so you can drink out of it. It's got the Mud Mob on it. Oh, let's see. We got hoodies, zip ups. Look, this one has Flat Earth Ninjas with Boston Red on the back. This one has Late Night Live on the front. This one, look, I'll show you. They're all a little different. They're zip ups, but they're all the same but different. So you can get the Boston Ray on the back with the Late Night Live on the front, right? You can get the Boston Ray on the back with the Flat Earth Ninjas on the front. See, Flat Earth Ninjas on the front. It's a zip up with Boston Ray on the back, and then you can get them in any color you want. You can get anything in all these different colors. And then this one is got Boston Ray on the back and the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky on the front. You see what I'm saying? So they're all kind of like the same, but similar, but a little different. Whatever you want. And then I got iPhone watches, I got hoodies, I got sweatshirts. That's a different Voice to Skull, a blue design. You see? Blue design. So it'll look different. And it has the band practice on the front. So it's like Voice to Skull band practice, you know. And then we got boom, go down the list. I have a whole bunch of merchandise, guys. You guys don't even know about. Look. Oh, I got hats. So I got Late Night Live hats. These are good. Look, I got the flat ones. You know. And for the people that, you know, because I wear hats too. For people that don't wear hats, the flat ones, we got the curved ones. If it'll ever show up. That one's not going to show up, so I'm not going to waste my time. But they're there, you know, the curve and the flat on for both versions. We got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky hat. It says Mud Mob on the back. It's a strap back, and then these ones are a snapback, so they adjust. And we got, you know, we got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky. We got the Late Night Live. We got Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. We got Flat Earth Ninjas. And we have Voice to Skull hats. And then I have the winter caps, the skull caps. All the same ones. Oh, this one's a new type of hat. And it's a Masonic the Hedgehog hat. You know what I'm saying? It's just subtle, but it's there. Late Night Live. These are different with the opening in the back. So if you're in a hot area, it's like netting in the back, you know? All right. So there you go. There's my merchandise. Support the channel. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Odyssey, so I can keep doing these shows. You guys will give me an incentive. You know what I'm saying? Give me an incentive. All right. I got an album here. So this is what I'm going to do. Oh, that ain't it. Maybe it's right here. Maybe I need to put it in. Yeah, this is it. All right. So, and then, hold on, do I have the playlist in there? Let me see. I might have it ready. I might not. Okay, I'll find it. Give me a second. I'll just do it on my own. I'm a big boy. So, I figured this would be kind of cool to throw together because Mass Accountability's been having all these problems with these crooked Salem police, right? Salem Mass. And he has a whole playlist of the whole case, but I have a record that was made a long time ago where these rappers, one of them passed away. Rest in peace, Kimu Teo. And they made an album called Nighthawks. And it was about the whole album was like they took on the characters as if they were these two crooked police officers, you know? And they rap as though the whole album is about them being crooked police officers, right? So I figure I can do a slideshow type of thing where I could play Mass Accountability's videos of the Salem police with this alongside with this crooked cop stuff, and it'll jive. It'll jive. So that's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for everybody who showed up and share this out. I'm sure it'll get more views tomorrow, but I'm only leaving it up on my small channel, Boston Ray Levelhead. Make sure you guys are all sub to that. I'll show you it. and I'll put the link in the chat because it's important because that's where I'm gonna start leaving the streams up. Let me see, where is it at? Yeah, here it is. All right, stream. Let me present that to you. Just put that on the screen so people can see it tomorrow. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, but they probably won't stay because they suck. So this is my channel, Boston Ray Levelhead. We're live on there right now. It's a level. I started out as a Levelhead channel, but it's gonna be a mixture of everything. But everything Levelhead will end up here eventually. There's so much Levelhead stuff on here, but like I'll find more to put up there eventually. There's other music up there. I upload a lot of music to this channel, but I also stream the streams here live, and I'm leaving certain things up here. So, like, I don't understand how things work on YouTube, but like, there's only 83 subscribers over there, and I have like close to 1,200 on my big channel on Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. So I'm missing like 1,120 subscribers here. So the other 1,120 of you, I need you all to go over there and sub this channel. All right. And I really do. I need everybody to sub it. So I'm going to have Nightbot put the link up. And as always, don't forget to tip your waitress.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
Hamer Reinhardt, sometimes called Wolfgott. Born Frankfurt, Germany, 1946. Educated Paris and Patrice Lumumba University, Moscow. Currently self-employed. Occupation, international terrorist. Deke de Silva, born and raised New York City. 52 registered kid. Occupation, cop.
I don't even think these things lay down. Every those keys over there, man. You shit me in the back. Shit in the back. You ain't think we was gonna stand up?
Sunny day, fuck a money day, this is murder. Oh, you fucks wanna play with my money, let's hit your bird up first. First Kenny for Roma with Denny. Shot Tommy in the back while he was boning Jenny. Had to kill his bitch cause she liked to run her mouth. And I ain't got time to shoot off her arms and cut her tongue out. With Timmy flexing at his chest, legs and hips up. Felt bad to kill him, just some kid mixed up.
Nah, I seen him in the hospital getting his belly stitched up. So I finished the job, put 6 through his bitch cut. When I ID's proper, I slip out like doctors. Jump in the service elevator, switching the coppers. Cause it's a thug thing. Y'all niggas wanna cut cane at the DA's office. Hookers wanna hug brains. And if you wanna step at your turn, your chest to get burned. I serve and protect what's mine and your set to get turned.
We stop guns. We block funds and let them know we got guns. We gotta keep selling, we keep in the streets yelling. The cops guns. We stop funds and let them know this block's done. Throw up your hands, fella, or you gon' keep yelling.
I got a 44 mag in stock, it'll blow you to pieces. And have you holding the Jesus and holding the keys up. Ducking from C4s and cannons, holding your knees up. Special unit task force, roll up in 3 trucks. They roll up on a payroll, ready to seize stuff. Come on, dog. this is his sole purpose. Clowning niggas like a universal soul circus. The word on the street is you heard, get it cheap. You'd rather be stuck in a house with Mike Myers, shoot up bike tires, trying to murk, take the work. I hope you like fire. Street fiends for blood, so I feed it thugs. When this shit comes back, that's what we feed the judge. And the DA drink the piss when the block resists. Give you a Glock to kiss, you like, what kind of cop is this? Half the warrants to kick down doors. Stick my dick down whores, then I'ma kick down yours. We stop guns. We block funds. And let them know we got guns. You gotta keep selling, we keeping the street shelling. With cops, guns. We stop funds and let them know this block's done. Throw up your hands, felon, or you gon' keep yelling. Fuck please telling, I played the game. So I showed you a few cards, I'm like David Blaine. And I stayed with Kane till I got the dust water running. Took the heat off the street just to keep the orders coming. And this how they repaid me by trying to play me. And they look happy as dead while they smiling gravy. Bitch, bring out your baby, you know your whole camp is dead. Give me the dough and the kids' coat and I'm on the force for 6 months. Of course I'm sick, nigga. Of course I hit once. Snort coke, count dough and customs. Any rookie that don't wanna follow, we fuck them. Any dealer that don't wanna turn, we bust them. And turn them to state evidence, cocktail your resident. You're fucking with the long arm of the law. We don't read rights, keep them streets tight. Speeding through them street lights, it's elite life. We stop guns. We block funds. And let them know we got guns. You gotta keep selling, we keeping the streets yelling. With cops, guns. We stop funds. And let them know this block's done. Throw up your hands, felon, or you gon' keep yelling. Nighthawks, a twisted look into the minds and careers of rogue undercovers and the left arm of the law. In a world of death and corruption, a terrorist named Wolfgar brings the city to its knees. And the only hope for New York are two PD gone bad. Gito Silva and Matt Fox are Nighthawks. Let's feed them with death, put heat to their chest. Vice squad to make your life hard, scheming for breath. 1080s make that shit shady. Make you stick babies, make you swallow with madams, nigga, and hit ladies. You popping that shit, dog, but that shit don't concern me. Because I smoke big weed with the district attorney. So you can see me in the club, Humphrey Bogart, cigars in my mouth, ordering coke from the Coast Guard, punk. Whatever shit you claim, I hit you with pepper spray. Word tricks make you catch a case. So watch all that shit you say. Don't make me split your face. We all armed, I'm all charmed. When this bullshit's gone wrong, it's like a butter law. Steven Seagal, easy to brawl, and it's all fun. Easing your bra, easing your bra. When it's all done, Meat Cage get beat with chains. Moo will hit you with a lock, show you them streets insane.
Come on. New York Times says Nighthawks is riveting. The Washington Post says Nighthawks is a bad cop thrill ride for the entire family. Entertainment Weekly states a flat-out masterpiece. Smith & Wesson say they want their guns back. The Daily News warns Steven Seagal, watch out, Nighthawks will whoop that ass.
It's like I hate drug dealers, but I love to chase drugs. Police brutal, futile, you chase slugs. 42 shots go into one civilian, 32 cops dying, 2 buildings the mark. I'm hearing this for children. Crime on the streets is me, 9 on the seats is me. High off the leaf with 3, dead hookers in the street. Fuck cats and terrorists, I'm smashing my therapist. White don't give a fuck, she got my drug on Maryland. Feds break down and they move the H down and shake down. These fat fucks got their hands in my cake now. Looking for slices, I'd rather hook devices to the
engine block, turn the key, that look is priceless. Trust, like my leg, the first door it bust. Precinct, they ain't hoarding us, put the word corners. The city is dead, I only pity the feds. Miles off the coast, floating, getting Caribbean head. The Philadelphia Inquirer states there's no brotherly love in this one. The LA Times says Nighthawks makes colors look like Disneyland. And the Miami Herald rates the Silver and Fox are the next best thing since our Crockett and Tubbs. The Tribunal says that if you like cops, you won't anymore.
Denigrate scum with power. Illegal searches by the hour. Forensics can't trace this gunpowder. Execution style corpses found on porches upstate. Tied with jump ropes and duct tape. I beat you with a phone book, make you confess. You get burnt with cigarettes in the upper part of your chest. Raid without warrants and claim probable cause. Unstoppable laws prove that these bottles is yours. I have the right to remain violent, protect and serve. Hit the evidence room for the text and the herb. I'm on the renegade squad with a code of not snitching. With off-duty maneuvers co-signed by politicians. Billy Club the whole city up after this. With authority to smash you riot act activists. Unaffected by petitions. The man in blue with the gram or two. Training day plan part 2.
The Chicago Tribune thinks Elliot Ness would have left the force for these boys. The Boston Globe writes, black and white cops as partners? Not in this town. The Detroit Free Press labels Fox and De Silva riot starters. And the Village Voice, well, they just pissed on the floor like a scared little puppy. Motherfuckers want to steal this shit. Sweet mommy butter gon' feel this dead. Perfect aim, a purple rain. I hurt your dame. The first with Kane in my department saying shit. So I picked up, fixed up. Every connector get the 6 up. Got the feds mixed up with cartels. Cream machines like Carvel. Getting brain in the back of the plane like doorbell. Who is it? Liquid kids, the gift of jizz. All working no play, find a different biz. Spraying pipe or laying pipe. My game is tight. That bitch in the ceiling. Do you think she'll stay tonight? Played it right. I'm in my own hell, oh well. Little piece of heaven every time these hoes sell. That sour rotten every hour plotting. POLICEMA and rotten in. Cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, crooked hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, you in cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, crooked hell, cop hell, cop hell.
I can seize that cake, eat that face, DTs to leave that ass out, delete that case. Protect you, leave that cash out, leave that place. Cause if you want this dirt done, it needs to be that way. Crackheads stole bottles, we don't need that hate. We crackheads for an hour, free that base and put men on it. And let the pan lean on them. If they don't hit us with our cut, they get caught up. And every police meeting and precinct to get brought up. Look, I scheme your broad, screen and call. So when you go to jury duty, the heat is on. And get it cracking with the police, you done did it. I told cars every weekend, who wants tickets? And when I see bitches, I holler, you gon' get it. I please stripping bitches with dollars to see them titties. And a squad to pop up to pick up missing. And cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, crooked hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, you in cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, cop hell, crooked hell, cop hell, cop hell. Fuck the town of Walk Hill, bust around the jaw. Still haters talk through the fence, hence we on the ball field. Pop
creeper, Glock heater that pops sweeter than that chick from Rocksteady after Fox beat her. Night hit orcs, the right cake with orcs. Don't argue with a gun, hun, I'll take the tit off. Milk an apocalypse later, let's think now. Dog fights on me, they can't make me sit down.
I stay here till the cash is counted. And if a dollar's missing, I'ma blast your houses. Bitches say I'm violent when I ask for silence. When I put them in the movie when they ass is dying. I get them coked up, had them asses flying. And get them smoked up when them sirens crying. I get them knocked out when I call brigades. Bring you up, FBI boys tossing grenades. And
cop hell, 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 cop hell. Ladies, hey, what's up?
Fuck you, pigs. You better get the fuck out of here. I know my fucking rights.
Hey, what the fuck are you talking about?
Y'all planted that shit on Brenda, you fucking pigs.
Get the fuck up against the wall, bitch.
Get your fucking hands off me.
Oh, what do we have here? A little H.
Fuck you, pigs. It's protect and serve, not select and swerve, motherfuckers.
Massage parlor hoes don't ask to get ransacked. They ask for signatures and where they should put their hands at. Yeah, that feels nice, baby. Give it a better squeeze. Wait till she clean up. Go in the locker, pull out the Beretta. Freeze. The brains was nice, I ain't precise. Then I pulled the necklace out that would change her life. We both know what you're doing is against the law. So put your panties back on and fix your bra. When I pick you up tomorrow, there'll be no resistance. Cause I got a lot of clients and they need assistance.
hold up, hoes, yo, you ready to go? To the courthouse, nah, I guess you ready to blow. And if you don't give up them drawers, I'm breaking you slow. Then I start by breaking some laws, start breaking your jaw. What up, bitch? Day two, same old shit. Bad lieutenant with a fair state issue clear.
Come on, let's go stick a willy up, pick his jewelry up. Nah, let's go pick a cherry up. 1 and 3, pair 'em up. Bitches stick your titties up, hook a little giddy up. Look a little pretty, but you know I keep the city up. Move it back and Eddie up, no Henny or any talk till you out the dough. And the dough is in your pennies wet. Haters, we already up. Nighthawk, steady cut. Every pile of shit tryna stick his 9 milli up.
Please, we the Horites, fleeing from vice. VDTs on amphetamine, speeding through lights. Hookers in the back seat, we bleeding, crying. I love bitches in the street. Look at it, they hard workers. Pull up with the badge, pull out the dick, they start jerking. When crackhead hoes start jerking, beat them with a fix, beat them with a stick, rookie, heat them with a 6, and take them hoes to sexual booking and make them give you pussy. Take them pictures for me and smack some bitches for me, and make them workers know you can't wait to hurt them hoes.
Serpico got a clean shave, 15 babes in the paddy whacking, daddy macking with his team slave. Hit the street, then the dough hit my fist. And if the bitch don't hit the street, then I hit the bitch. And the street hit the bitch, I go back and puff in the bar while I John with this bitch ass stuffed in the car. Come on, let's go stick a willy up, pick his jewelry up. Nah, let's go pick a cherry up, 1 and 3, pair 'em up. Bitches stick your titties up, hook a little giddy up. Look a little pretty, but you know I keep the city up. Roll it back and Eddie up, no Henny or any talk till you out the dough. And the dough is in your pennies, but haters, we already up. Nighthawk, steady cut, every pile of shit tryna stick his 9 milli up. Is it entrapment? With my cock out in traffic, asking a proxy a price on blowing Catholic, showing back. NH is macking these codes. I'm like the IRA, need capping these hoes. Keep slapping these phones. With tits you call hookers. If she gained 2 pounds, I take her downtown to book her. Look, my clients ain't looking looking for no burn in the itching. Stop crying, I ain't make you eat sperm for a living. Should've learned from the sick and could've studied the dead. But you learn from a hoe, now go get money from bed.
These DGs will make these DA, DOA. So we leave scene with free cheese and we go play with these hoes in these mean streets, C's cocaine. Dirty up these hookers' paperwork to freeze those names. Snort coke, relax, just to skis those games. Free pussy for detectives that'll ease that pain.
Come on, let's go stick a willy up, pick his jewelry up. Nah, let's go pick a cherry up, more than 3 pair 'em up. Bitches stick your titties up, hook a little kitty up. Look a little pretty, but you know I keep this city up. Pull a bag of Eddie up, no Henny or any talk till you out the door. And the dough is in your panties, but haters we already up. Nighthawk, steady cut, every pile of shit trying to stick his dime milli up. The wheel, man, look who's in the driver's seat.
Homeboy, it's a car chase, I'm blasting my heat.
Is that him?
Has to be.
Yo, who these crazy cops after me? Left hand on the wheel while I'm aiming sideways. Push the pistol to the limit every Friday. Push the pedal to the limit every highway. Push this little crime pan to put a kid in line day. What the sign say, doing plus 30, schoolie. Be on the CD, Fox, pass the
This is
coolie.
a thugged out brain doing thugged out things. A 6-shooter from the window with a snubbed out aim. Dog, I know we up in the chase, but look at those sluts. You keep your eyes on the road, I hit them with donuts. I'm looking for clips, we speed through the curve. I know we in some shit, we take 2 wheels on the turn.
Rolling through the fast lane, last name Law. Bounty on my head because I'm breaking them all. No L's, rolling L's, then I let my bitch take it. It's hard to make turns when the column strip naked.
I got the wheel, man, look who's in the driver's seat.
Homeboy, it's a car chase, I'm blasting my heat.
Is that him?
Has to be.
Yo, who these crazy cops after me?
I got the wheel, man, look who's in the driver's seat.
Homeboy, it's a car chase, I'm blasting my heat.
Is that him?
Has to be.
Yo, why these crazy cops after me? Ain't nothing worse than dropping ashes in your lap or being steamrolled by your black Cadillac. Manslaughter, you can add that one to the record. I'll probably add that one to the record.
Switch gears, I say here and blast the back windows. You wanna run him off the road, give me some info, so I can take a clear shot right at his brain. Salvage your car in the dark and collect all the cane. He needs to be murdered, that's the only way we can be certain. He needs to be burning, that's the only way he can be certain.
Valley shades, reflect the chase on the Palisade. I'm trying to push this through the floor high off the valley haze. Pull the back seat down to get in the trunk, then get in the pump. 6 slugs, the shit in his pump. Get in it crunk, let the pedal slide off the 10. Shred his back tire so he can ride on his rim. I got the wheel, man, look who's in the driver's seat.
Homeboy, it's a car chase, I'm blasting my heat.
Is that him?
Has to be.
Yo, who these crazy cops after me?
I got the wheel, man, look who's in the driver's seat.
Homeboy, it's a car chase, I'm blasting my heat.
Yeah, that's him.
Had to be.
Yo, why these crazy cops after me?
Get a body bag for show, this hoes gon' need it. Radio for black and whites, they hype the beat. Spaced out, have a nigga racing out of the station, cause it's murder in the first. Send him packing in a hearse. And this young punk don't got a chance on the earth. So ram his ass off the road and put him back in the dirt.
About to shit my pants, my bladder is full. About to piss on myself to splatter his skull. Swerve fast, past the nerve gas wheeling. Car door to door, bust through the back window, hit the ceiling, smoked out tires swilling. Tanks a fountain from the bullet holes. I'm trying to push this bitch off the mountain.
Holes in my car, that I love to start shit. Pulling 45s out the glove compartment. Fuck 5-0, they can't stop me, dog. Yeah, the fish telling how they knock me off road. What the fuck is going on? Yo, shit. Oh.
New York Police Department.
Yeah, can I speak to Silver, please?
Who, please?
Hey, bitch! What the fuck you doing? Oh, you better get the fuck over here! I don't give a fuck! Motherfucking bitch talking to me.
Detectives unit.
Yeah, can I have the Silver, please?
Hold.
Hey, motherfucker! nigga. No. Don't come around here, Jay, you motherfucker. I know you. Shit. Hey, bitch, listen, I don't give a fuck if that is your brother's friend, man. More than $50 on my corner. You think this is take the whip game? It's the pen game, bitch.
The Silver, leave it.
Hey, man. Hey, listen here, motherfucker. I'm gonna let you know something, man. You coming down here and fuck with me and my bitches and shit like this? I'm tired of this shit, man. I'm tired of it. Listen. I ain't no motherfucking snitch, nothing like that, man. I'll put it down to you like that, man. These motherfucking bitches out here, they motherfucking running around, man. Nigga done sucked the blood out of 2 of my motherfucking bitches. They're out here fucking with me. You need to be out there motherfucking really finding some real motherfuckers that's committing crime, you flat-foot motherfuckers. Anyway, man, listen to this. Goddamn Vance, man, they gonna be out here today. You know what I'm saying? You know, get it from me. You know what I'm saying? But it's about to go down. You know what I'm saying? So, listen, I did what I could do for you, man. Now leave me the fuck alone.
They wanna move drugs and suck blood to cause trouble and crush mugs and chew face to move weight. They wanna move thugs to push guns to get even. Detectives like us in the station of Green Bay.
You wanna play the count? So you add up the amount of bullets in your stomach like they ain't gonna take you out. You like my Benz, of course I locked you. Showing those Ferrari you, but a SWAT is you blocked to.
After the smoke clears and blood, sweat, and tears, I feed off fears and walk around with tunnel vision. Mr. Brown invading your town where you been sleeping. I'll be pushing the hearse with 3 verses that you laughing. Play the reverse, cursing fags, wearing badges. You want girls, freedom and grass, come see the doctor. Blocks, I got it locked. The nocturnalist mobster, space dementia. Scream if you're a sinner.
Fuck the Vance, we dry 'em out like coke plants. Castlevania shut down, got no chance.
Snipers on the roof. Come and fly with me and fall to the concrete for trying to die with me.
Look, don't fight the sun, you lose to the gun, you can't go home, we blew up where you're from, do not return or you'll go like your
I
whore.
hope you pigs know this shit means war. Nighthawks, my street talk, you can't fuck with it. Mail bombs, the sign sealed, delivered in the wives' tale. Entrails, leave the carpet stain. Fangs, my brain hangs. Crooked when I kick it. I make you feel righteous and a little bit wicked. With a Newport dipped in a noxious substance. Vamps my clip, we pass translate the currency. Then flee the crime scene before it's sworn by authorities.
This blood-sucking faggots baddie, I hawk the night, daddy. I push the stake through the engine in your caddy, gladly. Turn your rug rats to orphans. I ain't gotta tell you where you go when you sleep in coffins.
And these niggas can get it, trying to boycott jail. So we hit them in the fangs with them shotgun shells. And it doesn't mean a thing when them tops get billed. Cause we got them kiddies in the street copping them pills.
Fuck the Vance, we dry 'em out like coke plants. Castlevania shut down, got no chance.
Snipers on the roof. Come and fly with me. You fall to the concrete for trying to die with me.
Look, don't fight the sun, you lose to the gun, you can't go home, we blew up where you're from, do not return or you'll go like your whore.
I hope you pigs know this shit means war. They wanna move drugs to suck blood and cause trouble and crush mugs and chew face to move weight. They wanna move thugs to push guns and get even. Detectives like us in the station of Green Bay.
Geek, savage, leak letters, keep cheddars. Gun with a cop, more like a cop with a gun with heat fetish. Then let my pistol interview this vampire, campfire. Stay out of sight, but not too high to fuck the damn wire. Blood in the coke, they cut in the coke, then sending it. Fucking on dope, seeing shit with mescaline in it. Shot him, saw back, scatter, ended the plan. That's the last time I eat a human adrenaline gland.
These niggas is with it, ready to box you in. So we hold your dumb ass down and shock your shins. And we hold the whole damn town and pop your friends. We got undercovers in them banks, stopping them ends.
Fuck the Vance, we dry 'em out like coke plants. Castlevania shut down, got no chance.
Snipers on the roof. Come and fly with me. You fall to the concrete for trying to die with me.
Look, don't fight the sun, you lose to the guns, you can't go home, we blew up where you're from, do not return or you'll go like your whore.
I hope you pigs know this shit means war.
Where's the move? Get out back, goddammit! Isabel! Kill that son of a bitch! Get him! Get him! I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch! Get him! You're fucking dead! I'm killing motherfucker! You're fucking dead! You're fucking dead! I'm killing motherfucker! You're fucking dead! You motherfucker! You're fucking dead!
Yeah. We get a call from the station to beat the case. Fuck the cops, we the cops, nigga, we'll seize your case.
Do the freeze and shake, take the trees and H, drop the shit off at speed and feed the face.
Let's get dumb, pounce around my little niggas. Let's get him, drop some pounds inside the pickup.
More dirt fun, thanks for the pounds, keep your wrists up, bitch. Lose the watch or go downtown and lift your dick up.
Bad time straight, we do a crook grimy if you head our way. Dirty cops cop a blockhead upstate. Middletown Galleria, holler out Jake. Hold up,
how many whores died? Change the tour guide. 1911 SWAT Bureau issue 4-5 and let IA chew on that. Put the polymer in stainless, do all that.
Call a car 54. It's a raid, get the grenades and hold the floor. Little soldiers torn, trying to hide dough when they owe some more. They be at the club, they stole some more.
This is it, what? Check what I want from the street if I click guts. Fall to the ground, let the heat pick your bitch up. Tax the street for a minute, make some quick bucks. Then get this dick sucked. I will protect and serve my finance and interests. Can't get to me by killing my bitches.
And EC niggas are above the law. Order your bitches around, tell them pull out the drawers.
Put my dick away, get a slutter coke back. Up in the club with a throat crack. Hold up, let me smoke that.
Order up a Jack and Coke, start jacking coats. Putting coke in them, then start harassing hoes.
In the club with the bat swinging after 3. You get your car blown up trying to clap at D's. This ain't cop land, think a slimline Glock jam. Got my hands in everything that ain't my
I got
brand.
16 bars, 16 bars, with 16 bars jocking. I got 25 rookies with 25, 45s in the cut, ready to jump to get this hole popping. Call a car 54, it's a raid, get the grenades and hold the floor. Little soldiers tour, try to hide dough when they owe some more. Think we at the club, now stole some more.
This is it, what? Check what I want from the streets if I clip guts. Fall to the ground, plant the heat, pick your bitch up. Tax the street for a minute, make some quick bucks. Get this dick
I got
sucked.
the APB to pick them up, get them up, line them up, pick them out, give them dirt, let them slide.
Beat them down, cuff them up, leave them down, fuck them up while pits go at their legs like raw hide.
It's a war on terrorism. I got a pack of dum-dums that'll shred your system. Holla back.
I wasn't at ground zero picking up rubble. I was cramming the squad cars, doors with bundles.
I gotta come clean with niggas I love to hate. Turn the radio up to 10 and burn your face. With an unmarked gun, it's a cover-up. Find a whistleblower out getting West bubble fucks.
I got snitches in the street, bleeding biz. The captain of my precinct's wife is eating kids. And I got enemies on smash. Whether they dead, tongue cut out, or split in cash.
Call a car 54, it's a raid, get the grenades and hold the floor. Little soldiers tour, trying to hide dough when they owe some more. You think we at the club, now stole some more.
This is it, what? Take what I want from the street if I click guts. Fall to the ground, plant the heat, pick your bitch up. Tax the street for a minute, make some quick bucks. Then get this dick sucked.
Let me put this game down for y'all. I can be up in your town pumping the rounds tomorrow, deliver shots. We at the bar all up, we getting shots. And if your man swell up, they getting shot. Badger for niggas, we back at them bitches. And if they acting suspicious, we hand out them tickets.
Then it's back to frisking these bitches, blowing smoke on them. Surprise, surprise, you find some fucking coke on them. Getting head in the back of a squad car, looking like a perp. Till I squirt on this bitch, then put it back to
I got
work.
sick shit, baby, that'll switch your team up. Cause every count that I get is a misdemeanor. Wanna pump
pump heat, you'll meet the cleaner. Cause I got hot lead that'll beat your street up.
Pull the black beam up, the clips packed with cyanide. Tip rhino killer, set it off every time I
kick the door. Dealers hit the floor.
Wrap the coke in the cash, fuck the weed and the whores. Driller 4, I'm so left, I'm in the right mind. You want PC, that means polite crime.
It's a drug bust, hold up y'all, read them as rights. Then stash dope, then grab dope, beat them with pipes. Then grab hoes and mash out, feed her with white. Then laugh when we turn and report, sleeping with lies.
I got 2 Berettas and a 12 pump. So if you got starving pits, I'm coming to help them. You take that coke and the cash under the carpet and leave a dead federal witness in the apartment. Bloody friendship, bring out the art and stage of crime scenes like I studied forensics.
And I can shoot you in your face if you refuse to listen. Put some shake in them pockets, make you choose your prison. When I kick the door, dealers hit the floor. Grab the coke and the cash, fuck the weed and the whores. Driller 4, I'm so left, I'm in the right mind. You want PC, that means polite's crime.
My hand on a Ruger in the face of a looter. Lucky for the looter, his wife has some huge hooters. You can keep the TV, just give me the Sony. Your wife can keep her VD, just tell her to blow.
Sometimes my brain don't work because it's gun in its badge. So on a high speed chase, I put your lungs in the dash. I'm a crooked cop in the club, I pop your collar. I can put 6 shots in your mug, the squad will pop up. Forensics and see the prints and clean the spot. Cousin can stay, issue blocks, bust and leave your block buzzing.
What you think, Bloomberg gonna stop me? Fuck them sloppy cops, the streets gonna watch me. Kick the door, dealers hit the floor. Grab the coke and the cash, fuck the weed and the whores. Driller 4, I'm so left, I'm in the right mind. You want PC, that means polite's crime.
It's hot at night, so we speed through nerds. And if the pot is right, we delete them birds. And I know where the cash is counted, cause I also know how to stash accounting, so give it up.
While I live it up, make 8 times what I make on the books. And shake 9s to give me cake when it cooks. If your gun don't bust, dog, don't worry, mine will. It's like time still, I hope the 9 kill when I
kick the door, dealers hit the floor. Grab the coke and the cash, fuck the weed and the whores. Driller 4, I'm so left, I'm in the right mind. You want PC, that means polite's crime.
Cops with drops and we own the concrete jungle. Put bundles through your blocks so palm heat. You better get your click and your clip and we calm streets on the west side highway bucking. Welcome to Palm Beach. We cops with drops and we own the concrete jungle. Put bundles through your blocks so palm heat. You better get your click and your clip and we calm streets on the west side highway bucking. Welcome to Palm Beach.
It's the right Alonzo, El Dorado in a condo. Product of the 80s, I'm this little Nicky Scarfo. The guy knows it's an art though. When I lay down the law, uniform to pharmacies, I aim and draw. No coffee, I'm all fiend. I'm seen in Walgreens, badge out, snatching up the oxy codeine. Frank Rizzo ain't got nothing on me, cause it's a thin blue line that I work every time, not in a hurry. Be worried, grand jury can't hurt me. See that little lady in the back? That's my old dog Gertie.
Man up, honky.
Yeah, we smoke on the job. The Bossa Vega blueberry with this coke on the top. But J&J, no problem, never heard any words. I'm up in the luxury box puffing with Mike Bloomberg. Limo in the lot and his wife's inside. His Chief Dick Starbuck lost his mind.
We cops with drops and we own the concrete jungle. Put bundles through your blocks so palm heat. You better get your click and your clip and we calm streets on the west side highway bucking. Welcome to Palm Beach. We cops with drops and we own the concrete jungle. Put bundles through your blocks so palm heat. You better get your click and your clip and we calm streets on the west side highway bucking. Welcome to Palm Beach. You ain't cop hell, you cop the fish scale. By the break paid with the lead in the belly, swinging the ox well. Getting head in the telly, I put the toolie in Julie. I hate patchouli. Freeze, bitch, I mean the coolie. Glock scatter when Glock splatter. Oh, you don't like these gun rhymes? Too bad it makes these cops fatter. Chop that line up, hang my holster and 9 up. Maniac cop locking it down, keeping your mind cuffed.
Please! Put your hands up! Go to the wall! Move! What you want, man? How much you want for this motherfucking shit, pig? You, pig, how much you want for this here? What you talking about? I'm talking to you, pig. How much motherfucking money you want? I'll pay the other motherfucker. Tell him your ass and tell me how much money you want. Live every life you wish on the ship, motherfucker. Motherfucker! Let him go, man.
Deep the silver, get your wife drunk and make her beat your children. How could y'all ever be shielding? Black check nines, fuck next time I shoot now. Bullets pooped out if you live, cops in the coop now. Fuck chasing Afghani, Irani, Iraqis. When I got all this pataki cake to back me. With no needles, put the smack down, clap in the heat. Fuck them Cali quicks, I put the crack in the street.
It's like cops on a rampage. Watch out for loose cannons. Muscle with a badge, cop version of Bruce Banner. Bulletproof vests, guns, clips, the trip scanners. You all get stuck up, you fucked up. You use cameras. Protect the payroll so the business is right. Suitcases for the judge, giving you 30 to life. We stay tucked, stay up on stakeouts, ready to ride. Or young punks, you fucked up, you'll fuck up his life.
Street politics to pave the way, save the day, the white in the house. G-Dog! Pave the play, the rate today, the A to K, the way to spray. See this shit blow, it's Mandy Gay. Street politics to pave the way, save the day, the H and the guns play, the blades debate, the haze and May, the A to K, the way to spray. You see this shit blow, it's Mandy Gay.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? Who you gonna sue? We get suspended with pay. All times protected witness, feed them with trades. All night heat seekers, probations, grenades. Drive-bys, you lose when you said it was gains. On a random drug bust. Cover-ups is where terrorists get their tummies plugged. Drug dealers use them sickles, lead them honeys cut. Get your cut up, cousin, and get them gats up.
You look in the street poly to keep calmly. Cause you funny motherfuckers gonna die for my heat follies. 2 pounds of Molly and the key to your shit. Smoking like the whole man-made media hit. From the cannon that fell from the heavens into my hand and told me to keep blasting till I'm the last standing. Ask Brandon, the captain of my precinct. Buried with no face, just despite how we think. Street politics to pave the way, save the day. The white in the house, G-Dog. Pave the play, the raise today. The A to K, the way to spray. You see this shit blow, it's made of yay. Street politics to pave the way, save the day. The H and the guns play, the blades at bay. The haze and May, the A to K, the way to spray. You see this shit blow, it's made of yay. I went from walking the beat to talking with heat. And keeping motherfuckers up until I force them to sleep. Heat with so much dough in the US. My Glocks do duets. Got you stuffing your bullet holes with soup cracks. New vest, new Benz, detained friends. My game is ends. Clap for your performance, I ain't say revenge. I aimed at them, high in the seat. Left them low on the side of the street. Cold world, riding with heat.
Flat foot on the beat, no heat, you need to shut up. We slang handcuffs tight, leaving them wrists cut up. Hoes, give me some cut up. I need to relax. Don't call it in, it's a come up. We beat him for crack. And it's easy as that. No taps and no bugs. No warrant at the DA's office is no love. Heaters will creep up, leaving them bodies to clean up. Wet them with shotties and watch their bodies steam up.
Street politics to pave the way, save the day. The white in the house, G-Dog. Pave the play, the raise today. The A to K, the way to spray. You see this shit blow, it's made of yay. Street politics to pave the way, save the day. The H and the guns play, the blades at bay. The haze and May, the A to K, the way to spray. You see this shit blow, it's made of yay.
Static selector.
I'm a walking bad habit, eat tabs up in the cabinet. Savage rap status, vocabulary extravagant. A rock star, popping rocks in bars. Used to flip bud, now just rapping, caught me a car. No telling, Connecticut felon. I GPS them and find my mark like Magellan. With more lines than Corey Feldman. I never cease to impress them. I cardiac arrest them with every studio session. I'm killing them, no question. Web's back, better hold your breath when I'm rhyming home. I murder beats, I'm Jonah Hex with a microphone. Fiends saying I'm the dopest yet. And haters, I shrug them off until my fucking shoulders sweat. I'm breaking bones, a modern version of Casey Jones. Sword in hand, I'm the winner playing the Game of Thrones. Fuck beef, my rapping style's filet mignon. Getting drunk, fuck your driver, somebody take me home.
Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. I know that I should change, but I don't really think I can. It's just part of my nature, I never cracked and never ran. The world is falling on me when my back was in a jam. I always kept on fighting, that's exactly who I am. And this is who I am, no way that I can change it. I'm buck wild, stupid and dangerous. My best friends are not strangers. These are the motherfuckers I hang with. We speak the same language, and I ain't saying French, English, or Spanish, or Spanglish. I mean pain and anguish. This cocaine slaying and bang bang shit. Mac 11s that we aim with. In other words, I'm rolling with the same clique I came with. On the same list, and fuck being famous. Fame dreams are for groupies. I'm a real life gangster that you ain't seen in the movies. What I mean is I'm truly off the hook, like a phone in a nursing home, homie. I'm that Boston crook. Take me home. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
I damage tracks, so listeners always ran it back. Always with a half ounce stuffed into a sandwich bag. I kill it quickly and always keeping the realest with me. Stealing all the fucking insulin from Wilford Brimley. Diabetes, rappers could never beat us. I've been spitting shit like this since I was just a fucking fetus. Keep your chick with me as long as she give dome. Rolling up the diesel and burning like Jim Rome.
Now I stand here as a man with the past, the inspiration for the kids on the corner, but still got the laugh of a mental patient. The infiltration of the game, born from a central hatred of fame. A pencil shaking with pain, an entrance staked in a claim from the wrath I became. My paragraphs I'm saying are futuristic pictures of the past from which I came. And this is slain with the shotty and the hoopty, son. My whole career's a robbery that they could never scoop me from. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow. Mud.
What's the matter? You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals! What do I got? Foot soldiers!
Yeah. Yo, Bear, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking, I ain't even have to show him the three. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got chains, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the D. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix that dangled from the rosary bead. Ain't nobody fucking with me. Everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a motorcon. Aim the yacht, but let these bitches fly till he emulsify. This the church of Satan, it's the final invitation. Everybody dying, this is final destination. Me and you could go to war, that's the price a soldier paid. The knife word cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Killers with Phil down in you eyes. I kill the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, just kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White castles at the bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way, Bruce's on the bay. The Farrah pizza buffet, in exclusive day. Banana hands like Tony Roberts. Spumoni Gardens, the Coney down that homie. We keep the chromie poppin'. Rockin' the 14th century death mask. Gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I talk that Brooklyn chop you up talk. Shoot on like you used to fuck off. Y'all never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor to stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Quarter hundred the floors like a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day rape out of Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mass. Papers of the frauds, coalesce with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
From Mattapan, going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresh air. Going up Mass Ave, hoping to Newberry. I need the new what? I stay in new everything. I got game in the hood, swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope, yes I must say. Threads and emos, Adidas, Johnny Cupcakes. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up, nothing sweet, but I'm dunking cause my donuts. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. D-How. Where we at? Sometimes I wanna go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.